Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the Falcor 2. I am Jeff Beeson from Oregon State University with NOAA affiliation. We are mapping with the M3 multi-beam mounted on ROV Sebastian and collecting sensor data with Sage.
A mount?
Yes, there's a... You can see on your screen we are mapping the seafloor at about 25 meters altitude off the seafloor. We're in deep water today. We're at 2,200 meters water depth. Close to our deepest dive of the cruise. And we imaged a methane plume in the ship's multi-beam at this site yesterday. Did some reconnaissance, confirmed its location, and planned this dive and mapping. So hopefully we'll have a great dive today where we find some bubble plumes and seep communities. We got Scott over there watching the multi-beam screen and the Sage sensor. How you doing today, Scott?
Good. Sage is already reading methane, which is always nice when we get to the bottom and start seeing signs of seepage. So,
Yeah.
it's a good way to start off the morning.
Immediately hitting the seafloor, we had Sage go, "Heyo,"
And we saw clams.
and we saw a clam bed, but we couldn't stay.
Happy Halloween!
Oh,
What are you?
it is very early here.
I've been up since 3:40, Jeff.
Good job. That's about the time that I took the
That's
2-hour
when
nap.
You went to take a nap. Yeah. It's when they came and got me.
Yeah.
Wait, perfect. Yeah.
It looks pretty good though, dude.
And I've confirmed Sage will be on leg 2. So Aaron will be running it at the triple junction.
Well,
Are they laser safety goggles?
it's very nice to hear. Sage will
No, it makes sense.
hopefully be very useful
That's true.
at the triple junction on leg 2 of this expedition.
Yeah.
We're already about halfway through our first line, which is a crossing line across our north-south main scheme lines. And it was a good sign that, the first place we dropped down, the methane spiked, we saw a clam bed.
But that's
You know what the sailing?
Yeah, I figured once I was out for that. I look like I'm on like a bachelorette weekend.
Yeah. Stag do. Hen do, you guys call it?
Huh?
Hen do.
Hen do.
Yeah, hen do, yeah. Wanna go to hen do? Hen do.
It's a great costume over there.
Anti-clockwise.
We're seeing a lot of what looks like
Counter.
rubble or boulders. Looks like
That's quite a
could
bit
be
of,
end up being a pretty interesting looking seafloor.
Very varied.
Keeping our eyes peeled on the M3 sonar screen for signs of a bubble plume coming out of the seafloor, and we'll drop a target on there and come back and look at it later, hopefully with our gas sampler and all of the push cores we've got on the ROV today.
how many guys end up fitting on it? 72.
72 push cores. No. 717 or 7?
There's a total of
20 push cores.
Sebastian's Halloween costume is just one giant push core.
Yeah.
That's a mound.
That's a big rock. Maybe a mound. That's, oh, it's really reflective too.
May in fact be a mound.
Shout out.
So,
Send anything they want, anything marked on the map, they need to shout out.
You want to give a shout out, Doug?
No, just interpret.
No shout outs from Doug.
Oh wow.
There are,
You can only be in here if you're wearing a hat, is what I just decided.
we have multicolored fancy hats.
That's a hat.
Fancy hats, which you,
Can I put this on your head? There's the other one for you.
wearing
We'll have a
headphones
tricorn hat.
and fancy
Oh
hats.
no, that's
Yeah,
too,
you
that's
already
too
have
good.
one, but here's a pirate.
See if- well, I've got
Don't
like
let people
a
in unless they're wearing a hat.
leopard.
Hey Jeff.
Why don't many of that prisoners wear orange trilbies? It would just really.
What's that?
Yeah.
What, John?
To adjust your
You have a
depth
pirate hat on
of
there, do you?
altitude is
What's a
very slowly.
pirate's favorite letter of the alphabet?
Hey, Jeff, did you want me to stay
R
on
and
the
I.
same altitude to
No,
level
just
one?
be the sea.
Yes, this is fine.
So who's describing that kind of a range?
I know we hit our close to our 20 meter, but we're almost to the end.
The range the other day was 20 and 30, that's why I said.
But he was, yeah, but he also was.
Oh my God, that looks great with the prisoners here.
Still get a good meat.
Alex looks really good in the cowboy hat.
Probably the date on the margins anyway, so.
Alex looks like a cow, like he should be a ranch hat.
I did actually look at everybody. Everybody looks amazing.
John looks like something.
Can you even see?
Pop the cover off.
We're all being silly here. Silly in the morning.
Celebrating Halloween.
We got Halloween all day.
This is pretty mild compared to the hats Angela makes.
Yeah.
Okay, for all of these.
That's hilarious.
Have a turkey with a football hat for Thanksgiving. And I have Christmas lights from my beard.
Stop.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Try pictures of
Oh my God, Christmas beard lights. I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you just open that.
So you do like grow it out for Christmas, you plan it,
Yeah.
growing it out for Christmas.
Maybe I'll bring them out here. Since I'll be here for Christmas.
Have to give Donna her halo. Yeah.
My turkey hat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Can we take a picture? You guys gonna get in? Oh, are you busy working? Alex Veras. God, can you get your arm?
Go for use your extra long arm.
You cut out Alex Veras.
That's fine, that's okay.
Okay, I'll go to breakfast.
We're about 15 minutes left. So we're pretty close to the end.
Yeah. Let's just get to the end here
Then pop up.
and then pop up and reset our 25 meter altitude.
Is this cable tie?
And Scott, if you want to go have breakfast, I can do the logging from right here.
I'll log end of line.
You do into line, and then you can go get yourself some brekkie.
Break the fast.
Ratfish.
Is there any more methane spikes?
It's just been.
It's just been high. It's just since we hit the bottom.
That's for methane.
Thank you.
The sound that methane makes.
Sometimes.
That's right. We're gonna put the methane alarms on Sage that just go whoa whoa.
Yeah, I want to see that in the sonar.
So we'll find out. We've had times where there was lots of methane, but not a lot of biology.
Well, we already saw a clam bed.
But we did
End of
see
line.
end of line.
End of line.
We did see a clam bed. By that observation alone, a seep is born.
Or that observation. Biology. We didn't see a bubble plume on that transit though.
Well, you know, we're getting close, as close as we can, but at 2,000 plus meters, our
Yeah.
bubble picking gets challenging.
Brad, you're RV?
Yep.
Hey Al, if we can make it to the next waypoint and make 0.4 knots.
Okay, Jeff, I'm gonna go grab some breakfast.
Sorry,
All right.
0.8 knots, sorry. Thank you.
So that's us at 25.
Okay,
And then once the vessel starts moving, I'll start just turning.
awesome. Thank you.
Let's go, Data. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween.
I'll let them regular caution is cool. Starting turn. Start a line.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna stop.
Yeah. Hold on.
Range scale. Going back.
Wow. I don't know what happened.
Freaked out and lost the bottom.
Are you back at the start of the line?
Yeah.
Yes. It's
Okay,
working,
we
it's
can
working.
start the line now.
Okay, now we're back.
Okay, starting line.
Okay.
I think I just ran the mouse scroll wheel and it just
Yeah.
flew the range all the way back up to 0. Not sure if it's the bottom type more reflective or not, but we're getting a pretty good swath.
Yeah.
Almost 70. Let's measure out here.
Much nicer ping rate at 6 hertz than
76 meter swath width. That'll do. So we did two gravity cores, which were pretty successful. Except Davide pinched his little finger. He's okay.
What on?
Core barrel. Yeah, the data looks very nice.
Magnificent.
I don't know.
Hmm? It's pretty nice on the M3 to not have that Doppler effect going.
What corrected that? Just the update the ping rate, or what was that?
I believe it was the network traffic.
Oh, that's
Yeah, the DVL.
Yes.
it's a.
On the manual, the manual had various noise artifacts, and the one that has like the lines like running through it, concentric kind of circles, was due to potentially excess network traffic.
It is funny how a bunch of different subsea sensors will expect that they have all the bandwidth of whatever network.
They're very selfish. Yeah. It's just like on the top side, you know, you're trying to put up antennas. Make this the highest sensor with a clear sky view.
Right.
Yeah. Also make this the highest sensor.
Hit that horn, John.
You ready for the meeting, Doug?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Batman.
You got the proper
I
headgear
guess
for
I
it.
can, leave my hat for the next person.
We just got the ROV pilot we needed.
Not the one.
Not the one we wanted.
Or deserved.
Or deserved. Gotham Falcor.
Oh, the mask cuts right in my eyeballs.
He's probably wondering why you would throw a man before, or shoot a man before throwing him from a plane.
Look, I just clicked on a waypoint and it moved.
Did you get some food? Wow. Yeah. Here it is.
No, not good for me. I think I can go, you know.
Oh, this was not something illustrated, it was a map.
We doing the same, we did point four?
Point 4 is working right now in this direction, but we'll find out when we head south if there's any difference in the current. I'm guessing it'll probably be better going south, because right now it's kind of struggling. We're doing okay.
Alfred.
Who's
Wonderful.
Shrimp. Bugs.
You.
It's bugs. Just in case you want to get that down.
Look at that
He said what?
big thing over there. Just off to the
Oh.
side.
Haha. Haha. How are y'all doing today?
We're doing all right. That's terrifying. There's scary masks in here. Oh.
How are you doing, Seth?
Doing good. I just woke up.
Ooh.
And I come here
Yeah.
and they said, put on a hat.
Put on a hat.
They said, put on a hat. So I went, put on a hat. And it was warm in here today. I don't like this. No, the hat's just not.
What depth are we made in? 25?
If we get up, yeah, 25 is the meet.
Do some space
25 is what we're targeting.
Yeah.
If we hit 30,
Nice.
ramp it down.
Roger.
But things have been looking really stable. We got ourselves right when we hit the bottom. We had a big methane spike from Sage, and there was a clam bed observation. There's some large boulders down here. It's gonna be a pretty neat seafloor.
Jeff, do you need some breakfast?
Oh, yes. You can call me the Lucky Charms with my green leprechaun hat.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's incredible. Wait, did you bring that?
No.
Just follow the dumpster.
All right.
I found
Uh,
another costume.
I'll
that's
wait till the end of
exactly
this
the
line.
same as yours,
Wait, do you wanna
Julia.
match?
I'll do the
We
quick,
can match.
and then
I'll go bring it.
Want me to
Wait,
do the
now?
Yeah.
Jules can do those. The
No, you don't have to
M3
go
quick.
now.
Yeah, I can do the M3 clicks.
No, I can do the.
Oh.
A low bait, right?
Yes.
Tina for?
Yes.
I've been there,
Tina?
but not there. Alex Paris was there. I was there. Yeah.
To all my Tina fours out there.
Okay.
I'll do the clicks on this one.
You'll do the clicks?
Do the clicks.
Did you eat?
Not yet. I will go eat after we.
Roger.
My name is Jeff.
Roger, Roger. Roger, Jeff.
I don't know who this Roger is.
Okay, and the line.
In a line.
And
End of line.
In a line. Do end of line in Batman's voice.
End of line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does the Ben Affleck Batman do that too? I haven't seen those.
I don't subscribe to the Ben Affleck Batman.
It's not part of the universe.
Val Kilmer Batman is or George Clooney Batman.
Not even.
Or Michael Keaton Batman.
Yeah.
They all have a special place in my heart.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. If you're just joining us, we're M3 mapping at 2,200 meters water depth on a methane seep. imaged in our shipboard mapping from yesterday. We're on our second survey line. We'll be doing this for 2.5 more hours. Finding hopefully bubble streams and features to go down and explore with the ROV and do some sampling. We're hoping to find a really cool, interesting deep seep. Operation Deep Seep is underway.
We have found.
We have found,
Cool.
we have already found
Deep sea.
things to, the second we went to the seafloor, clams. And
And a
methane
big rock.
spike. And a giant rock.
And cross line.
Okay,
Are you not recording the
I
cross-
forget, I did not click that one. We didn't record that cross
Oh
line.
my god.
It's okay.
I'll do
It's just a
better.
cross
Are
line.
you guys doing the 0.8 and ramp up and all that? I'm guessing so.
Doing it.
He hasn't started quite yet, does
You're ramping up to 0.8.
Bottom line.
he? Thanks,
Start a line.
Phil. Yeah, next time looks like I'm gonna move first.
Morning, sunshine.
It's so funny to look over and see Sunny with his mask flashing at you and Batman.
You're gonna have that mask on. That looks very comfortable.
Do I not have an M3 command?
Okay. I'll be back.
Go to
You didn't even trust me to start it?
How you doing this morning, Scott?
Pretty good. Got up a little earlier than expected for the dive, but not too bad.
How early did you get up today?
The other day woke me up at about 3:40.
That's a little early. It's a little early.
And I was already going to be getting up at 5. It's really fun when the schedule for dive is 6 a.m. or whenever the quarantine finishes.
Yeah.
And I have
Yeah.
to be
Really
doing
good.
something with Sage an hour before dive. Like, great,
Oh.
cool.
Yeah.
When should I wake up?
At least your roommate is quarantined.
Yeah, no, that's good. In reality, it means like they had the core coming back off the bottom, and it wasn't close to recovery yet. And everybody's like, "Oh, I have to go wake Scott up now, so
Yeah.
that he's like doing things by the time the core's on deck." It's really fun that we're ending at 10 o'clock tonight too.
Is that how long the dive goes?
Yeah,
Boy.
at least that's what the dive plan says.
It's long.
Yeah.
We dive tomorrow. Or we transit tomorrow.
I think we might be weathered out tomorrow.
I don't know. You never know.
Predictions of this weird windstorm coming from the north, but I'm not sold.
Spider.
Was that an upset?
Spider.
Spider.
She's spider.
There's no way of knowing.
No way.
It's gone.
It's not forever. How's your dater?
Dater's looking good.
Oh, so smooth.
Is the
different. It's super.
Actually?
Yeah, no, it's good. We didn't fix the problem, but we kind of did. But we lost capabilities to talk to the DVL.
Of course.
So, you win some, you lose some.
Always negotiation. I'm exploring that thing.
Will it re-notify me?
It's a very reflective seafloor.
Wait, the Dodgers won the World Series?
Yeah.
Wow.
Jules, what
Wow,
the hell
look
is-
at that.
Look at that.
That's some upcoming
Oh.
bathymetry.
What the?
I don't know, it's like 10 meters down. Wow, yes, this is a big mound.
Whoa.
Big mound.
There's some cliffs.
Do you see it? It's pretty close. Should be 15 meters down.
The front facing get it?
Should be interesting.
Can't wait to go there.
Yeah. If it's not a seep,
Oh,
it'll just be like a bunch
Scott?
of corals.
Is that? Definitely a lot of fish there. You can see the.
Yeah, lots of single pig returns.
Yeah. No bubbles though.
No.
Oh,
That's a
Oh.
huge mound.
that is a huge mound.
That's 7 meters of relief.
Yeah.
Is it seepage exposed?
There's no way knowing. How's Sage looking?
It's unknowable. It's
I
coming
guess we'll
down.
know in a few
we'll see what
minutes.
it does in a few minutes. Yeah, exactly.
Big mound.
Yeah.
We're way in 3 in the morning. Girl, are you okay? Yeah.
It's cool. You should wake up. It's almost like a treat because you wake up and you're like, I have an hour more sleep.
Tyler, Sonny, could one of you there drop a waypoint just a little bit behind the vehicle about where that, or a marker where that mound was?
I can guess at where it was.
Yeah, guess is, given the size of that, guess is good enough.
Oh.
It was on the left side, which means
I mean, we can just
There's
drop it
no
on,
way
the,
knowing.
on the line, like,
yeah.
I don't know, 10, 15 meters back.
Check.
Perfect, thanks.
Oh.
Pad marker. What do you want me to call this? Scott's happy time marker.
Big mound.
Big mound,
Big
exclamation
mound.
mark.
Big mound.
Big.
All caps.
Oh, caps. Okay. Big.
Happy Halloween.
Happy spooky season.
Big spooky mound.
Check. Bueller.
Yes. Someone else is gonna have to explain that one to Lisa.
What I've learned is we don't call them two-born mounds.
Duber mounds?
Two-born.
Oh yeah. Because we go down there and it's not.
Yep.
How dare you?
I had no hand in this.
Misnomer.
How dare you mislead the scientists and the public?
The world is large.
It's cool. This is going to hurt my head.
Yeah.
It's
Better wear a
fine.
shirt. I don't even have an SOI shirt on because.
It's Halloween.
Well, no, I'm trying, but because my dryer doesn't dry.
Ah. SOI hashtag.
I'm going in the 6
SOI
hours.
Bravos.
So you're wearing that costume just because you don't have any other clothes?
Yeah.
Jules is really lucky it's Halloween
Yeah.
today.
Oh, man.
Exactly.
I have very dark acoustic upstairs. This might be a dark acoustic.
I want you to match. I want you to be on this prison with me.
I'm already on this prison with you.
Exactly.
But yes, I will match with you.
You don't have to.
I'm saying
John's wearing the pants.
You're each half a prisoner.
Yeah.
I am on this prison with you.
It's more fitting. We share prison uniforms and we share winter gear.
that. I'll spit out my coffee. Hey, at least we have an office now to keep our winter gear in.
Office.
Hold on, let me. Yep. Yep.
So.
That's the second time this morning. Happy birthday, Dahlia. It spills coffee on Dahlia.
Yeah.
I wanted to pass away.
It was fine.
You spilled it on her.
The best part is she just stood there.
No, you didn't. I cleaned it
No,
up.
no, no. Dahlia's just sitting there.
Like some back gum.
No. Bad what?
Gum. Get your mind out of the gutter.
And then we have Batman turn to me and say
Wow.
that before.
Wow.
Sure.
You could be like Sonny and cram your trash back in there.
Where's the respect, Sonny?
No, my trash is here.
Whose trash is that? Probably mine.
Just a jerk. I'm only just a girl.
Does that warrant more coffee for me?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
goodness gracious.
You have to replace what you stole or spilled.
Comme buffet.
I'm just trying my best.
You're doing great. You're doing great, sweetie.
Anyways, how's your day going?
It's good.
It's good. Maybe I should neutral blankie.
Sonny.
Can you see the lights inside the mask? Oh, obviously, yeah.
I'm just gonna be playing catch with my microphone.
Are you being driven mad?
Yeah. I can turn it off.
No, don't turn it off.
No.
No.
Please
No.
no.
I can change the,
Make it flash faster so you crazier faster.
no, the 3, the faster.
You're so far away from me.
Yeah, but then you can't see my prisoner.
I thought that was just assumed. Adorbs.
supposed to be, right? Makes sense why we're not going as fast as we should be going.
Is today the day that we make our paging Dr. View TikTok?
Emergency.
What did I miss?
We saw a big mound.
Big mound.
Big mound.
Big mound.
It was a big mound.
It was spooktacular.
Spooktacular.
We put a approximate marker down
For big mound.
for big mound. Actually, I believe it was big mound.
What if you find something larger? Bigger,
Bigger
mound?
mound.
Bigger mound.
Bigger mound?
Huge mound.
Even bigger mound.
Remember that mound we called big? That's now small mound.
Yeah.
Edit the waypoints.
No, don't hit at the waypoints.
Just title the next one that way.
Yeah.
Remember that big.
Remember the big mound. That is now small mound.
Just really confused the rest of the science party. What?
And then the moment mapping is done, leave and give no explanation for the waypoints.
Exactly.
Well, just say the waypoints are self-explanatory. But you just need to read all of them.
And you have to read them. And you have to read them in order.
And you have to read them with comprehension. It's cool.
It's cool. Okay, gotta know. Best Halloween candy.
Ugh.
People, give it to me.
I love the Reese's.
Reese's peanut butter
Reese's
cups.
in a pumpkin shape.
Reese's in a pumpkin shape.
Classic.
Classic. Yes. Scott? Sonny? Candy? Kit Kat?
No.
Love me a
What-
Kit Kat.
What do you want that has like a coconut filling?
Oh, a
Oh,
mound?
Does it
Mounds.
mounds?
Yeah, mounds?
Yeah.
Almond Joys
Or,
have
I was gonna
nuts?
say
Almond Joy.
almond joy.
Yeah.
Almond Joy?
That one.
That's a pretty good one.
100 grand bar.
Ooh, 100
Really?
grand. Wow, throwback.
Those
I'd
are
like
good.
I like myself a nice baby Ruth.
No.
Baby
Yeah.
Ruth.
Yeah. I like
So?
Three Musketeers.
Three
which I
mu-
understand.
Mm.
I
Everyone's
think I'm just
favorite.
a
No,
Snickers girl,
it's like
honestly.
it's Snickers,
Do you
but
want me to
without
get you Snickers
a
right now?
couple
Oh,
key
yeah.
ingredients.
It's
Just nougat.
7.
Three
Just
Musketeers,
nougat.
then you add caramel to get a Milky Way, then you add peanuts to get a Snickers.
Oh, really anything full size. Because then even if it's
Yeah.
not your favorite candy bar, you feel like you got away.
You have a full-size candy bar.
It's a lot of something.
Milky Way Midnight, the dark chocolate one. Morning, Adam.
Peanut M&Ms.
Oh,
Peanut
oh,
M&Ms.
Peanut
like
M&Ms.
The peanut butter M&Ms.
Oh,
Like-
well, this makes sense with your Reese's comment.
That
Was that a collabo with M&Ms and Reese's?
Maybe?
You get the Reese's filling in the M&Ms.
Possibly.
Oh, perfect.
It's required.
Yeah.
For the real.
Candy crossover.
Adam just arrived and has donned the celebratory hat.
Yep. Happy Halloween. Yeah. We have an abundance of cowboy hats and multiple views on the ship. Oh, look at that sage spike.
Uh-huh.
Oh, coming back up too.
Adam,
Yes.
Halloween candy of choice.
Halloween candy of choice. Going with the Swedish fish.
Swedish.
Ooh, good
Wow.
answer.
Yeah, I know.
Did
I like
not
the
see
yellow,
that
right?
coming.
Yeah.
Far out of left field.
You can go trick or treating with me. You're gonna
I feel like I'm not gonna have any
get
of that.
no competition. Whoppers are good.
Whoppers.
Throwback.
See some Whoppers,
Junior mints.
Milk Duds,
All of these things
Junior
in my
Mints.
head.
I feel like all of those are just like movie theater candy to me though.
It's
Less
true.
so Halloween candy.
Everything's fine.
I think my issue with the Whoppers and the Milk Duds are the Halloween candy sizes of them have like 2 in each. They're just like
Yeah.
little cardboard boxes with like 2 in them.
So it makes you kind of sad.
Yeah.
You know what I like on Halloween? The little
Smashing
like
pumpkins.
Twizzlers. Yeah, besides smashing pumpkins. The little Twizzlers that are like that long.
Yeah.
They're like just a different kind of Twizzler.
They taste different because they're short.
They taste exactly. They taste different because they're short.
The like softer
Your
and lighter
eyeball
ones.
is touching the mask.
Yeah, it's not real comfortable, but I'm dedicated to it.
Committed.
Good thing Alex sterilized this mask. Maybe that's the alcohol burning my eyeball. I guess I can fix that.
The seafloor on the crossing line was super interesting. There's a lot going on.
Look, it's like huge relief. We were
All right.
watching it.
Moving on from Halloween candy. What's the
We
spookiest
dropped the marker
animal?
for that mound.
Oh.
Sea spider.
Is the sea spider the
Sea spider from the
spookiest
first
animal?
day that we
Tasmanian
zoomed really
devil.
close to.
The what?
Tasmanian devil.
Tasmanian
With
devil
the
is
whole
a
screen, I did
spooky
not like
animal?
it.
Yeah,
It's
right.
definitely aggressive.
Where's your underwater theme, Sonny?
Oh yeah.
It's an underwater Tasmanian devil.
Okay.
Fair.
That makes
Vampire
sense.
and the vampire
Yeah.
squid. Spookiest.
I don't know. I think the crab mound was pretty
Yeah.
spooky.
Lost my appetite.
Mhm.
I like
Crab, the crab mound.
Crabpocalypse.
Crabpocalypse, crab, insert other word.
Cravaganza.
Cravaganza.
Crab pyre.
The what?
This flying fish that came up.
Oh, the
Oh yeah, the
hagfish.
hagfish.
Oh.
Hagfish is definitely, I don't know,
Did we
spooky
collect
or
that?
just annoying.
Just-
Gross.
We collected
Gross.
that?
We did feel like that.
There's something and it slammed up the entire.
And then let it go.
Yeah.
Scott.
Narsty.
Nasty.
Yeah, and they're like all those little faces. Those.
Yeah.
Margarita change the mood. Ready?
What?
Vampire squid, anglerfish,
That whiplash squid.
whiplash squid.
Retracting its tentacles
That's pretty cool.
was kind of terrifying.
Was I here? I don't think I was here for that.
No. It
I think-
was
Oh my
on a
God.
recovery.
Yeah, what she said in the chat, I agree. Gross.
Phrynomia?
Yeah.
Phrynomia.
It has claws.
It has claws?
Ew.
And
You don't-
So does
In a line.
Cravaganza.
I got it.
You got it?
Got it.
Okay.
I said, oh god.
In a line.
Ready to turn? You're ready.
Oh, end of line. Clicking.
End
Frantic
line.
clicking.
When you,
Ellen?
yeah, when you
Yeah,
release
end of
the
line.
bottom, yeah.
Everybody stay calm and line.
Turn in.
And,
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
I think it's pretty spooky when Scott makes a joke at the end of my workday saying, "Oh yeah, the minute you leave, we'll just find a Bathyphysa," and then I leave to go 3D print something, and then I hear mutters in the
Start
computer
ruffling.
lab.
Start logging.
Oh, is that a flying
Start
spaghetti
ruffling.
monster? And then I come running back in, and sure enough, he called it. Nobody believes me.
Oh my God. I believe
There
you.
you go, dude.
I believe you too.
Scott had
I was
the-
there. I saw that when that happened.
Yeah.
Sophie's giving me far too much credit here. I would never have said the word Bathyphysta. It was purely flying spaghetti monster.
Okay, but you get my point. Though.
Yes, no, exactly. You're giving me too much credit. Not with the prediction,
That's right. The
but with the
geologist.
biology.
Geologists are not dropping the formal scientific.
I don't even know what level of taxonomy that is. Oh no, I meant was like
I think
genus,
You
order.
confused him more.
Scott's more on the like animal, vegetable, mineral.
Yeah.
Sometimes we can't tell them.
except when it comes to birds.
Birds. Oh, you know birds.
Birds down to subspecies. Everything else,
Everything else.
it looks like a white blob. I don't know what it is.
Oh, another monopsy.
It didn't help that we couldn't focus on it.
Sage is almost spiking, almost back up to where we started.
Sage data on this is complicated.
Okay, we all are a little
We're
complicated.
all a little complicated
And
sometimes.
cross
In a cross line.
Jeff, are you eating
wait.
candy in front of the mic?
Yeah, it looks like.
I'm doing a
it's starting to go.
Happy
It's-
Halloween.
happy,
Hey, man.
happy
It's an
Halloween.
apple. Cute.
I just thought I would clarify that so people didn't judge you for eating candy at 7 a.m.
Start a line.
Start a line.
Although it is Halloween, you can do
whatever you
I
want.
had the little piece of dark chocolate that was left on the Sage
We're out
computer
at
at
sea.
approximately
Wherever you
4:15 this
want.
morning.
Oh.
So
There's no rules here.
The lawlessness out here.
Cute.
Wow.
Survival of the fittest.
Yeah, Davia got me up at 3:40.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait, we're blocking Sunny. Hold on.
Oh.
Sunny. Juliana, get in.
Oh my gosh.
Amazing.
Standing up, I popped my knee. That's how you know you're almost 30.
Joints start this joint.
Like, ow.
Is it bad that my
Happy
joints already do that?
Happy Halloween.
Nah, you'll be fine.
I love it.
Love it.
Happy Halloween.
Yes.
You guys.
Spider.
There it is.
Did you bring that?
We bought it
Amazing.
in Valparaiso.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's perfect.
It's not that hot. That hot's from the ship.
Oh yeah.
But
The night. That was really real.
Quite large spikes on Sage.
that's
And there's very large relief on the seafloor here. We're having mounds that roughly, I would estimate, 10 meters.
There's some
Wow.
10-meter
They
blocks
look like
of
they came
something.
halfway up towards the,
Yeah.
halfway up from the seafloor.
We did see when we hit the seafloor before showing back up, saw expansive clam beds like immediately when we hit the
oh,
seafloor.
you already saw them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You went down.
We made contact with the seafloor and like, oh, there they are, and the sage was just
Did you
spiking.
Did you write that
immediately.
down?
It was on
What?
there.
Yeah.
So I can
Yeah.
click on
See, it was
bottom.
spiking. Awesome. So this will be a
Oh, did we not
fantastic
hit on
site.
bottom?
I did.
Oh, you
Those are
did. Okay.
fishing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's, the seafloor is all over the place. We saw clams, big
Big-
sage spikes.
Big in the water column
Yeah, it's big
A shark.
fish or
there. Big,
something.
big fish.
Something.
Yeah, there was a lot of fish
Submarine?
over the mound. I think the
I
submarine
think a
was
submarine
way
would look
bigger.
pretty big.
Yeah. So yes, looked very promising for a dive.
Lots of-
And we started about an hour earlier.
So I hope the
I
submarine
s-
not
Oh, you
bigger
saw that
than
in
the
the-
bottom.
the
An
what?
hour and a half.
Hour and early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah. Things are going well. M3's behaving really nicely after their tweak to the network and
Yeah, hardly any
no
interference
interference,
now.
no
So you,
dropouts.
you can see the bubbles come when you go.
Yeah, well, that's why we're watching here. If well, we haven't seen
You've
anything
seen-
yet.
But
We haven't
that
seen
was my
bubbles here
question.
yet.
Have you seen any
No.
this morning?
No
Okay.
bubbles.
Well, we went over the site with the ship for a second time last night and saw them again.
Saw them again,
Yes.
so that's good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Great. Well, what time did you get to the bottom? Did it take 2 hours?
6:45-ish, right? Was our on bottom time?
So
Yes.
What the transit times are.
6:47.
What?
So we got down. We were off deck at 8:03 at UTC 8:03 at bottom 9:47.
So just under 2 hours to get to the bottom. Yep.
It'll be more if we go to the 27th and 28th site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which we did go over that again yesterday at SOI. They're both
sediments here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exciting. I guess this will be Chile's deepest seep and maybe most southernmost seep.
Mm.
Huh.
Plus, if that hydrothermal vent turns into something that counts as a seep too, that's 3,000?
It's
The triple
sedimented.
junction.
But
It's
sedimented.
the triple junction sedimented. There might be some part
Yeah.
substrate there, some sulfides, but we didn't find them in 2010.
Did you see John's
Mhm.
post?
Yeah. Certainly seems the deepest. Yeah. So now-
But it's not a seep.
I'm-
That's
It's-
that's hydrothermal sediments are formed. I mean, hydrothermal sedimented hydrothermal vents and seeps share a lot of fauna.
Yeah.
Very different geology.
They get the hybrid.
These?
Fish. Well, because the sediments are sulfidic like the seeps. Usually.
That one might be right below us, but they're kind of
They should be seepage.
all around.
Well,
Really exact.
they're fortunate with the weather window, if there is
Oh,
one,
those.
that happens to them.
Um,
The place does not look nice to.
The waves
Were you looking
Yeah.
out a
Oh,
month
that's
from
our
now
ship
or
track.
3
That's
weeks,
our track.
2 weeks from now? and
It's just the normal.
Yeah, that looks
at
great.
the,
Just look at the wave model.
The
You
wave
just
model
check the
for
time down
now
there, it's
and
3,
just the
4
kind of
meter waves,
the average
there's
for the
a-
month is like not good.
Yeah, I've noticed that before too.
what about you?
But you know, you can get random weeks anywhere, anytime that just calms down.
Never.
So have you seen who's behind the?
Have I what?
Nothing.
Have I seen
Sunny,
anything?
sunny.
Have you seen?
Yeah.
Nothing.
I'm waiting to
Use the
see
jokes,
how
you're
long
doing your
this
job.
mask is gonna stay on.
No, I'm just trying to
Have you
figure
seen our
out.
lab?
Yeah,
Sure
you
with
guys we're well prepared for Halloween.
Estonia early tomorrow.
Well, about
Estonia.
some of that we bought in.
Would you like to
Concepcion, but
participate
some
if
of
you're
it we
awake?
took out of
Yeah.
the box.
Yeah, I heard there was a box.
Eric, it's with Eric.
Several boxes.
Eric with a K.
Eric with a K. What?
We're giving him a ship to shore when he's on the bridge.
Well, he'll
Where are
be
we at
leading
with
it.
the stage right now? Are we
Oh.
elevated?
I know.
Elevated coming down.
It's just
Yeah.
yesterday
Oh.
we met and we're like, so
Okay.
are we sure this
Well,
is
have you
scheduled for
seen
the
any,
right time? And I'm like, let me check.
Seep creatures
Is it like a school
25
back
meters
home?
above the bottom.
What?
Sometimes
Who's the
there's
audience?
seep.
I saw a shrimp.
Demersal plankton.
Grade, I would say
saw a
like
shrimp.
10, 11 year old.
Fish and
It's
shrimp
a
swimming in the
goodie.
water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like that.
But I've been watching this screen. I haven't been watching that
Yeah,
screen very much.
I'm looking at that.
To see if the bubble plumes go by, because
Seems to be
You could
quite
miss
a
'em.
bit of large organisms in the water column.
Ah.
We keep.
these
There's
are
one.
all like fish.
They gotta be fish or squid.
Yeah, we've
Fish
gone
are
over a couple of like
I mean,
many
because it is
fish.
productive down there, it will mean there's food
Yeah.
coming up and
Exactly.
bacteria in the water and there'll be more things feeding.
There have been lots of fish meals.
There's a lot of particles down there.
Oh, Face ID.
Some big aggregates, actually, some of the bigger pieces that go by.
Face ID doesn't work, are you kidding?
No, ridiculous.
This deep mapping is always fun because we have such a different picture between what the ship can make versus what the ROV can make.
Oh
Whereas
gosh, I know.
in the sh-
Incoming.
in the shallow water, the 712 can make a really good map that gets close to. You can see, oh, there's a mound. There's this here.
Here's a mound.
There's a mound, small mound.
Just wait.
It will grow.
Okay, yeah, it's a small mound.
Small mound.
No bubbles.
No bugs.
No bluegrays.
No
Alright.
bubs.
Bubbles.
I've seen you no bubbles in the crossing line.
No. Though there is a chance they were missed, as the crossing line was when a variety of costume changes were occurring.
Yeah.
I was trying to keep my eyes on it, but it's hard.
We can replay now.
Batman scared me.
Striking terrain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the M3 looks great now. Don't have any of that interference from.
Can you believe it? It was telling us there was something wrong the whole time.
I know. Well, you just read the manual.
Yeah.
That's how I spend my off time.
Reading manuals.
Reading the manual for the M3.
You have off time.
That was a joke.
Just the cable. I would like to eventually.
I just wanted to clarify.
Clarify. I have no off time.
Like, test for motivation.
I wanted to get that on record on your
But
behalf,
not
Jeff.
on the drive where we have three.
Cool.
But Kongsberg was very responsive on emails.
I know, that was incredible.
Sent us the beta software to replay, and the manual had some good suggestions on some interference.
So is it still at 10 hertz?
We are at 6 hertz.
6 hertz.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
And we're getting, let's
Got
measure.
camera on Sign 7.
You had like 70
What?
meters.
We
in
got
there.
camera on Sign 7.
Yeah,
For now,
70
yes.
Hey, taking my mouse.
Wow.
Yeah, 75 meters long.
You did it on?
No. A lot of overlap. That's nice.
Does this mean we could have done it quicker?
Maybe.
Don't say those words, Jules.
What?
I'm glad you're getting so much practice with the M3, Jules. You're going to be the expert on the next leg.
I can't wait.
It's gonna be Jeff on FaceTime from Oregon.
Yeah. It's like, uh-oh. Did you click? Did you do the clicks?
Somebody logging.
Yeah. What's Sage look like?
Jeff on C-Log.
Yeah.
Remotely.
Remote C-Log?
Yeah. Can you just remote into Sage from home spec?
No.
I bet they got it on lockdown.
Nice. It does have a Bluetooth antenna in it, though. You can connect to it without wiring as long as it's on. We have some bench cables that don't have comms, so yeah, it is when the Bluetooth is working, which isn't always the case, and it's very slow. So trying to like transfer all the data files on the SD card in there and be like, oh, figure out a way to set up my computer to sit on the ROV for like 8 hours.
Moving all those bits through titanium is
Yeah.
never easy.
We suspect what is happening is the antenna is broadcasting it onto the power wires.
Yeah, they're sure.
And they're serving as the conduit, but we don't actually know.
Is that a rock? Is that a mound?
That is a big
Whoa.
mound.
That is
Big mound.
Oh, big man.
Big,
So
But not
round.
even a big mound. It's a small mound, but
but
it's
very
round.
pronounced.
very round.
It might
So
be a rock.
round.
Could be 2 worms.
Can't say that.
Don't say that.
Don't say that.
I said it.
Don't say that.
You said
It
it.
has been said. Well, this is on the outskirts of the giant mound that was
Yeah.
on the other line.
You mean big mound?
Sorry, big mound,
A giant mound.
not giant mound, big mound.
Spooktacular?
Even though it was giant.
Should we amend?
Speaking of which, anybody like mounds for Halloween candy?
It was suggested
Yeah,
as one of
Sunny
them.
likes mounds.
There you go.
Wait,
No, he
no, Sunny, sorry.
Almond
Joys.
Almond Joy.
Wait.
Yeah, we should just name every mound after a candy.
All markers should
Wait,
just have
yeah.
candy names with no explanation.
Yeah, every
And,
marker is gonna be called a different Halloween candy,
Candy corn.
just based on fun
And nothing
Already.
else.
and nothing else. I think that's a great approach.
It's our own system.
What?
It's our own system.
It's our own
Yeah.
system.
Unbreakable code.
So should that last one be Hershey's?
'Cause it was.
Yeah, that's a brand of candy.
Oh, you're right.
You don't want to do that. You're
No,
gonna
don't.
No copyright infringement.
you're gonna walk into
Aren't they
you're gonna
called
run out.
copyright infringement?
I was gonna say, aren't all of these brands?
I mean, cease and desist, right?
It's fair use.
So if there's no
Peanut butter
concern
cup?
about copyright strikes.
Peanut butter
We're
cup.
not gonna
Peanut
get
butter cup?
copyright strikes on stream. It's fine.
Sonny, why is your heading like
Why are we
that?
turning?
Free
Oh.
advertising.
You don't think Hershey has a data
happened?
crawler
What happened?
pulling
I
audio
was
from all
going down 5 meters on
YouTube
on the
live
road.
streams?
Yeah, I got AI.
They probably do.
Jeff, are you okay with that?
That's fine.
Okay.
Not
Yeah,
bad.
well,
Oh no, it's doing it again.
Uh-oh, stop. Let's just go back and... Let's go back a little bit. And restart that line. Or not restart the whole line, but back,
Yeah.
Well,
before the...
it's having the interference.
This is so dirty.
What do you mean?
Oh,
It does.
Over here?
No, on the-
M3 is having an
in
intermittent
what way?
interference.
Like, did you see it up here?
The lines,
Yeah.
like the successive lines would pop in and out.
Oh, yeah. I saw that when we got close to something really hard.
Yeah.
Look at that. We're just
Reverberate.
Yeah, I did see
back
some
at beep,
reflection
beep,
lines.
Beep, 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 beep.
backing up. Did you do your little beep beep honk and have the rear view?
Let me know when you're happy.
That looks good.
Okay.
Just had a little diversion here. Get ourselves lined up and
You go. It's having interference now.
yeah. See, I wonder what that's about.
Intermittent. Might, yeah. It'd be hard to
Ugh, I don't want that.
Oh, we're ready. Ready. And logging.
Oops. Pick the next one.
Jeez. All
Are
right,
you-
back.
How
Okay,
dare you,
people.
Tyler.
Regroup.
Yeah, it's going again. Stand up, lock your station also.
What's going on?
It just went to the wrong
Yeah.
way.
Batman over here.
There's too much automation.
Must be hard flying with a huge lit up pumpkin flashing mask.
Yeah, I'm kind of
He
impressed.
chose that.
You did choose it.
Okay, that's good.
Alright. Hitting it. Nope. There it goes.
Alright, here we go.
All right.
Alright.
Logging.
Now it's turning.
Oh my god.
I don't know why.
Good? Are we gonna get, are we?
Yeah, it's straight now.
Okay, we're logging. God, it's gonna be so many small little files. It's okay. Delete. Ignore. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Is this my jacket or John's jacket?
It's fine.
Oh, cute. Does it so soft?
Do you need to get it out of there?
No. Why would you want to do that?
What does Sage look like from your?
Sage
Elevate.
is coming off of a large spike, not quite back to background,
Oh,
but
what's that?
coming down.
Hmm.
It's gone.
What was it?
Never to be seen again.
Stop that, Ruby.
We have to
Your
stop.
head on a swivel.
Later, if you guys want, we have the CCTV uncovered. If you want to do a little costume demo on
No.
stream.
Costume reveal.
Costume reveal. Later.
Do it now.
Do it now.
Oh,
How much time do we have until end of line? We'll do it at the next line.
costume reveal. I just have a fancy hat on.
That counts.
It's not a
I
costume.
also
It's,
I also just have a fancy hat on.
but
I just
to
have
me,
a
that's not a
fancy-
costume. It's just a way of life.
Well, then go get a costume.
I can't.
Should I pick out?
I have a
Okay.
costume under my desk that was picked out for me,
Oh.
Ooh.
But
hold
I-
on us.
but I don't want.
Mysterious.
Wow. It's gonna be a surprise.
Aww.
End of line? Nope, not yet.
Whoa. You can't prematurely be calling end of line.
I thought I heard some muttering of like, oh, are we done?
I don't think so.
Just general muttering.
Muttering. I can't tell with the masks on.
General muttering.
Musings.
Love it.
Are those?
I can only see myself in your glasses.
Is that like the?
Wait, are your
What
glasses
are
on
those
under
from?
those? Wait, that's awesome. Do I
Wow.
need some of those?
I can't remember if we have.
Are those ski goggles or safety
No,
goggles?
safety goggles. Leighton bought them as a joke, and then so many people wanted to pair it. I was like, just put them order for a bunch.
Can we? We're.
Amateur. So.
Are we almost done? Yeah, we can just finish the line. It's getting pretty deep
not
over
that
here.
simple.
Finish it.
It's not that simple.
It's not that simple when we're M3 mapping.
I know. I tried to.
It's cool.
Throw this one up there.
1,180.
It's
Shut
cool.
them on the sausage is made.
You know what?
What did you say?
Shut them on the sausage is made.
Do you know who you offered me before?
It was just weird prisoner mind. Take it back.
Yeah. I know.
You don't want him saying anything snarky.
Okay, end of line.
End of line.
End of line.
End of line.
I think it's the end of the line.
Wait, did we just?
Turn.
Oh,
Turn
sorry,
in.
I didn't hear you. What was that?
Where?
It's the end
Is
of
the
the
boat
line.
going to shore today, or?
Go to the end of the line.
The end of the line?
Starting cross line.
Starting cross line.
What was your favorite Halloween costume growing up?
Dick Tracy.
Ooh, where
I'm on my way.
Astronaut.
I went. My
Astronaut.
friend and I went as
Yeah.
Men in Black.
Yeah.
Only to be confused by all the retirees as the Blues Brothers.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
I grew up in Florida.
How about you, Bruce? What? What's your fondest memory growing up?
What's your favorite childhood memory?
My parents
That- That- formative years there.
Formative. Little mound. Baby mound.
Mound is coming. That's the side lobe. And then wait for it. The mound.
Whoa.
It's a rock.
And up cross line.
In a cross line.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tony, can you believe it? We got an updated waypoint for you.
Yeah, already we made Chelsea.
Don't go of it.
Start a line.
Jeff,
Yes.
can you tell me a little bit about what your process is for publishing your data? We just have a question in the chat about if you find something weird, do you publish it? What's that process
Weirder
like
the
for you?
better. Yes. It depends on if the weird thing that you find can be described and put into context with something else. And do you have enough and argue, make a compelling story?
What was it? What was that? Fish.
Hot fish.
What fish?
What fish? But typically, weird, unique things are of interest because they are not as well known. That's why they'd be weird or unique. Kind of goes into the, are you running an experiment where you are testing a hypothesis, or are you collecting a bunch of data in a spot or in a way that hasn't been done before, and you're reporting on your findings? I don't know. What do you think, Adam? Weirder the better?
Yeah, the weirder the better. There's a famous quote, I'm probably going to get it wrong, which is that the most important moments in science don't start with people exclaiming eureka, but start with someone going, that's kind of weird.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's sort of those things that are unexpected, that you don't necessarily expect to happen, which are the indicating that you are observing something that's different or new. Yeah, so as you said, oftentimes just finding something strange on its own may not be enough to publish that, but if it fits into a bigger story, then absolutely that's something you want to get out there so that other members of the scientific community are aware of it. So if they come back to this place, they know what you found and can use that to build upon and extend their own science.
Yeah, I think that's really an important point, is that even if we're not publishing, say, like a scholarly or peer-reviewed article, the data and the findings or observations from, let's say, this cruise are compiled into a cruise report. So regardless of why something is the way it is, we report on what we saw and what we did. Report, and then the science publishing is it something that you can report on and explain?
You project very well though, so it's all good.
Oh, good.
Just gonna sit a little closer before Scott gets back.
Perfect.
So the two graphs on the right side of your screen are two ways of looking at our M3 multi-beam sonar that's mounted to ROV Sebastian. And M3 stands for multi-mode multi-beam, MMM. The top view is a refreshing representation of the seafloor as the ROV is moving. So right now we're moving south, and so north is up and south is down, and the color is depth. And brighter colors like the reds and the yellows means that the seafloor is closer to the ROV or shallower, and the blues and the teals are deep. So you can see that we've gone over some rocks and some mounds, and there's shallower to our port and deeper to our starboard side. And then below that is our fan view. So that's what the ROV, or the multi-beam on the ROV is seeing when it's pinging. It's making a acoustic noise at 6 hertz. So 6 times a second, it's sending out a sound wave that reflects from the seafloor, bounces back to the ROV, and it parses out, I think it's 400 soundings. I'd have to double.
Sounds right.
400,
Sounds right.
400 individual soundings, which if you look closely, there are green dots all the way across the brightest return, or the brightest spot on that image. That's the seafloor. So it's converting each one of those dots to a depth, and then color coding them and plotting them on the screen above. And we're recording that data into raw multi-beam files that after we're done mapping, Adam and I can go back into the other room and process it and stitch all the data together and make a high resolution map of the area that we've been mapping with the ROV to hand over to the sampling team, to the biologist and the other scientists, to give them, hey, let's go look over here. We saw interesting features on the seafloor at that spot. You can pick interesting waypoints that would not be able to be done from just shipboard mapping. And one added bonus is that the multi-beam is really good at picking up bubbles. Bubbles are very reflective on the acoustic energy coming out of the multi-beam. So if there are bubbles underneath the ROV, they are bright and show up really well in the screen on the bottom. So we're keeping our eyes peeled for any vertically structured high amplitude returns that we'll mark on our ROV navigation, and then we'll make a note to go back and review that data to pinpoint where bubbles could be coming out of the seafloor. And so far we've had a really interesting map being made. This seafloor is not flat. There are lots of rubble or boulders and seemingly large mounds. So I think the ROV dive, when it goes to the seafloor, is going to have lots of options.
Yeah, that's an important point too. Not only does the M3 show us how deep the seafloor is, the three-dimensional shape of the bottom, but it can give us some indication of how hard the bottom is too. So we can pick out where there might be things like exposed rock compared to sand or mud on the bottom. That rock's going to have a stronger reflection of sound. It's going to appear brighter on our M3 fan, and we can make a map of that intensity of reflection, and so that can help guide us or our colleagues to places to explore as well. And so yeah, exactly as was mentioned, looked like we went over some pretty large rock features earlier today, pretty tall, so that's going to be exciting to explore, to see what exactly that looks like.
Yeah, if you need another way of thinking about how the multi-beam is working, it's you can see my cursor. So my cursor right here, you can think of this spot as the ROV. That's where the ROV is, and then this is its acoustic view below it, below the ROV, looking out to the sides and straight down. Okay, and this is most analogous to an ultrasound. So if you've ever had an ultrasound done, or you have seen an ultrasound picture, this is using sound to bounce off the most reflective thing below the ROV, which is generally the seafloor, unless there's bubbles, which can sometimes be very reflective too. And we're taking the picture that has the high reflective and grabbing little soundings out of it. So each one of these green dots that's kind of undulating, moving around, is a point with a depth, an X and a Y and a Z. And then we come over to here, and those X, Y, and Z's are being plotted and being color-coded by depth. So we have shallow spots here, deep spots is blue, and yellow is slightly higher spots. And we have some rocks. So we're drawing, I can zoom out, we can see how far we've got. It doesn't draw the whole time, it has kind of a trail, and that we lose so many pings that when we're having so many pings on the screen, it starts removing the old ones and putting new ones down. But it's always recording here on our raw file that we can go back to and replay.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
So why do you keep having the RV pilots come down to 25 meters?
Yeah. So good question. Why are the ROV pilots keeping us around 25 meters altitude? That is what we've determined to be roughly the sweet spot where the ROV has a good view, swath width, and we get good data. So the returns, we're close enough to the seafloor to detect it really well, but we're high enough off the seafloor to have a wide field of view. But because the seafloor is changing depth, not just in the small scale at rocks and shoals and little outcrops, the general bathymetry, the general depth of the seafloor can be changing to the point where if we're flying at 25 meters altitude, that can change as the seafloor comes up to us or goes away from us. So to maintain that roughly 25 meter altitude, the ROV pilots make periodic adjustments to the depth of the ROV to get our altitude to stay roughly around 25 meters. It can vary between 30 and 20 meters, but when it starts getting deeper than 30, we start losing our outer beams. The seafloor gets too far away for the ROV to sense the seafloor. So we've been really happy with the M3 mapping that we've been doing.
Aww.
It's worked out really well. It's taken some TLC
Yes.
and some learning, but I think we've really dialed in how to generate some really nice maps. And I think the value has been seen by by the other science party, where we have great targets for them to go explore and sample.
Yeah, there was one day we didn't do it, and I just felt like no one really knew where to go. And there was no
Yeah.
direction, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big part of the mapping effort is helping direct where to deploy the ROV and identifying targets that look like they might contain their abundant animal life or really unique seafloor features.
Yeah. You can think of the ROV without the map is going into a dark room, and you don't know anything about the room. You don't know the size of the room. You don't know if there's furniture or if there's things on the ground. And all you have is a little flashlight that can show you just a foot in front of you. Well, that could be kind of hard to know how to avoid things or go find things.
Where to find
But if you could look down and you have a complete map of the room and you know where you are, you could say, oh, well, I can walk 5 feet over that way, and I'll find the bed. I'll find the couch. That's what the map gives you. It's still dark. You still have a field of view with the camera when you go to the seafloor that's, a few meters, but you know that there's something over there. You know there's something over that way. So instead of doing a random walk where you're just kind of moving around in kind of a methodical pattern that takes a long time, and that's valuable time with the ROV, you can say, there's something over that way. Let's go look at that.
And it's very appropriate as we talk about using sound to navigate an unknown place that we have Batman with us this morning.
Batman, one of the OG navigating by sound.
That's right. Bats, dolphins, whales, all animals that kind of use this technology, not very different from the M3 to navigate their environments.
That's right. We are merely mimicking
physics.
Methodology, perhaps.
Our animals that can use sound in a very similar way.
Sunny, you look incredible.
What is your mask saying? Oh god.
Wait, show him the feature. Oh my gosh. He's got a little ROV attached to it.
Oh, that's much better.
Thank you for that.
Jeff, is your hat part of a leprechaun costume?
A costume?
Your hat
What
part
are you
of a
talking about?
leprechaun.
This is just my regular hat. You all are wearing
Same here.
weird hats.
That's true.
No, what? This is.
You're a prisoner. Prisoner on a boat.
Prisoner of the prison.
Prison.
Some have described boat life as jail.
I mean, you can't leave.
That's true. We cannot leave.
We can't.
What is one?
Except for the shore party tomorrow, 2 days from now.
It's a coral.
Oh, it looks like it's in the article.
What's that?
It kind of does.
The shore party.
No, it's the
Shore
giant
party gets to
coral.
leave.
Do you want to talk about divers and sonars?
Yeah.
All yours. Juliana deal.
So, hello, I'm Juliana. I'm a marine technician. But on a ship I used to work on, I was also one of their divers. And
And a line.
when you
And a line.
and a line.
And the line.
Turn it.
When you dive on a ship, there's obviously a very vigorous shutdown system for the ship's crew to make sure that nothing is pinging, no seawater intakes are going, nothing is discharging, and for that reason, a variety of different sonars can be heard within the human hearing range, and it's quite annoying for divers. I've had ADCP going, which it doesn't hurt, but it's annoying. And we just surfaced and had them turn it off. But there was one time I was diving scientifically in the Gulf, and we were on a shipwreck doing some research there, and a fishing vessel came nearby, and in order to protect us, our research vessel had to go on top of us. We were 100 meters, no, not 100 meters. We were 100 feet deep. But our research vessel had to go on top of us to protect from the fishing vessels. And they had their echo sounder on. And it was very, very loud. Yeah, did you not know the story?
Never told me that.
I thought this is why you prompted me.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
it-
glad I prompted you.
This is a
It
great
wasn't-
story. This is good to know.
Yeah, it wasn't painful, but it was very hard to focus, and we pretty much just had to wait it out until the fishing vessel left. And other submersibles, they would have us, human submersibles, they would often have us secure everything, because they can also hear it within
And
their
a crossline.
Interesting.
submarine, yeah. So you can definitely hear some echo sounders. We can hear a bunch that are pinging on the ship as well. Like, I was not in the office and I heard the multi-beam, even though I knew we were in
Try to line.
50 meters of water. I could hear it try to ping with a frequency that would get it to 2000. So that's what prompted me to come in and fix it. But you can tell the frequency changes for the multi-beams as well.
Yeah. You can,
Yeah.
I always,
Thanks for sharing that.
You're
I had
welcome.
no idea
Yeah.
what other fun stories can we
well, I use
fish
the,
out of you as well?
I've used the multi-beam or the chirp sonar to tell me when I'm almost home, back to port. Because when
Yes,
you're
me
in,
too.
because when you're in deep water, you can get the, it's like 3, 4, 5 seconds between pings because it's got to go really deep. But by the time you get on the shelf, it's going beep, 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 beep. So whenever I would wake up and I could hear the sonar going at a fast rate, I knew like, oh, it's shallow. we're getting close to the coast. It was my first indication that we're leaving. We're not in deep water anymore.
When kind of expanding on that story, when I first started as a technician on another research vessel, this was in Hawaii. Pretty much the multi-beam pings at a constant frequency because we're always in 4,500 meters of water outside of Hawaii for the most part. And I thought that it would be a good idea to train myself to always be aware of the multi-beam ping, to the point where like I would wake up if something was different, which worked for like the first few cruises, but then we started working off the coast and we would just go from deep to shallow, and I would wake up multiple times in the night to the multi-beam like pinging shallow, so then I had to quickly unlearn that skill.
Yeah, you were in tune with
Yeah.
that signal.
Yeah, it was a rookie move on my part for sure.
Somewhat similar to your scuba diving story.
Yeah.
Many years ago, I was on a team and we were developing an autonomous underwater vehicle, which is a robotic free swimming. It's kind of like the ROV, but it's not tethered to the ship. It's free swimming, and it has instruments like multi-beam sonar on it to map the seafloor. And we were testing it in a lake in New Hampshire, and it got stuck while turned on in the lake, and I was tasked with getting it unstuck. This was a relatively shallow lake, so we were able to swim down to it and get it unstuck. But while I was doing that, both the sonars on it were turned on and pinging, and so we were swimming up to this vehicle with multi-beam sonar pinging quite rapidly, and it was a very bizarre feeling. It didn't hurt at all, but you could feel the sound waves moving through your body. As the multi-beam pinged. You could feel it go all the way through you from one side to the other. It was quite strange.
You were being scanned.
Exactly. Yeah.
Did you ever process any of that data?
They did process the data. You couldn't see my bones or anything. You couldn't tell it was a person. It was just noise. But yeah, it was definitely an odd feeling.
I don't know about sperm whales, but I've swam with humpbacks in Tahiti. And this is what they told me. I don't know if this is true, but the males are the ones that are doing their call, because they're looking long distance for females. And we mostly would swim around mothers and babies at like a safe distance, because they often just sleep and it's really easy to hang out with them without disturbing it, and the males are usually more aggressive and searching for females. But one time we had this male come close to us, and we were trying to keep our distance, but it started calling, and you could like feel it in your body, the vibrations. It was very, very cool.
That's cool.
So, just to put into context what we're doing right now, the M3 sonar is making noise at 500 kilohertz outside the range that humans, or to our knowledge, any marine mammal can hear. So this is such a high frequency that we are not making any noise that is discernible by an animal.
That's right.
With this system, with the ROV's multi-beam. The ROV is making some noise. The hydraulics, the props and stuff do generate some noise, but the sonar that we're using to scan the seafloor is not detectable by anything but the sonar itself.
That's right.
But dolphins in our ship multi-beam are similar frequencies, and they often really mess up the multi-beam data.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
we
you can
love,
see dolphin and whale calls in
Yeah.
multi-beam data as noise.
so we often love to see dolphins, but during our sea trials we had dolphins, and it was pretty debilitating because we couldn't get the data we wanted. So we just had to wait for them to leave.
We have a little. We had a little heading change a few minutes ago. It's okay. I think it's fine, but it seemed like we.
No, I
changed.
came down for
Oh, that was the coming down. Okay. Maybe some trivia, Jules. How many
Oh,
different
gosh.
instruments on the on Falcor 2 use some type of acoustic signal for its sensor?
Okay.
A ton.
So we have the multi-beams, which
Yep.
are 3.
3 multi-beams.
We have very low. You're keeping track. Perfect. We have an SU-90, which is a forward-facing sonar.
Forward-facing sonar.
We have 3 hydrophones, so not making but listening to sound. Okay. We
So
have,
yeah, so those are. I'll give you those. They're sensing sound, not making their own sound.
we can remove it if it doesn't count.
No, that counts.
Does it count?
I'll get it to you.
Okay. And then we have 2 ADCPs.
What does that- what does that mean?
38,
What does that mean?
And Workhorse 300. ADCP stands for Acoustic Doppler Current Profiling. It basically, just as our M3 sonar is sending out sound and it's hitting the bottom and coming back, and ADCP is sending out sound and it's hitting all of these particles that you see in the water and coming back. And so by measuring the Doppler effect of those particles as they move through the water, we can estimate current.
Cool. So how many of the, 2 of those?
2 of those. And then we have a single beam sonar that gives us depth. And then we have all of our water column sonars, so our EK80s. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 of those.
6 different EK80s or
Frequencies. Oh. So it's
The-
different sonars, different sonars.
different sonars, but is it the same
16.
software that runs it?
Yes, correct.
So far we're at 16.
So it's kind of, you have a high bandwidth. You can change the frequencies that you're using.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
But those are like physically different sonars. And then we also have a sub-bottom profiler, which sends sound into the seafloor. And just as it's reflecting on the particles in the water column for the ADCP and for the multi-beams, it's reflecting on all the seafloor. A sub-bottom actually reflects on different layers in the sediment. And that's all of our scientific ship-based. We also have a USBL, which is tracking for ROV Sebastian.
What's USBL mean?
Ultra short baseline. So back in the day, the only way subs could navigate underwater is by ranging on different stations that were placed there and triangulating their position based on those stations underwater. But technology has advanced so much that on a single sonar head, which maybe is about 1 foot in diameter, instead of having stations that are miles apart, the stations are technically within a few inches of each other on the sonar head. So the calculations are precise enough that it's able to differentiate the timing difference between the different sonars within the head and still triangulate your position. So that's how we track anything that we put in the water on Falcor 2. So we have a USBL, and then we also have a HiPAP, which is essentially the same thing, but it's a different manufacturer. So we came to Falcor 2 with a lot of Sonardyne beacons and Sonardyne products, and we're comfortable with that. Not sponsored, but the Polar Queen, which is the Falcor 2, before we refitted it, had a lot of Kongsberg equipment, so we kept it. So we have the ability to communicate with both Sonardyne and Kongsberg beacons underwater. So that's underwater navigation, and then we have ROV Sebastian itself, which makes noise. But on Sebastian, we have a variety of depth sensors. Right now we have a Pero, which just gives pressure, which we calculate into depth. So I guess that's not sonar.
Yeah.
That's 20 sensors.
Take that off. Pero doesn't
sorry.
count. 19.
Para doesn't count.
Sorry.
But we sometimes have an altimeter that is sound that ranges to the bottom, but we don't have that on there, so don't count that one yet. And then we have a DVL. So that DVL is essentially an ADCP on Sebastian. However, it's able to grab the bottom as well as all the particles. So it will give you currents, but it'll also give you altitude from the bottom. And then we have the M3.
What?
Seep.
Seep.
Bubble plume.
Bubble plume. Mark
Gotcha.
that off to the right side.
Right side.
What? No,
Because
it's
it's
the left side.
Well, but it's on flipped, remember?
But look, this is north up.
I think it's to the east.
I think
it's on-
you're wrong.
I know.
I think mark it on the line and
Mark,
guess
just
which
mark it on the
direction.
line and say somewhere in this area.
Sonny, you're heading.
I think
Yeah, we're coming up.
Okay.
Hey, oh,
Did we lose count, or do I have to start over?
We're at 20.
20.
Did you count the M3?
I think
I
we're
did.
going up too fast. Like when we're correcting the depth, I think that's gonna make some pretty weird data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can it What's the smallest increment, kind of like correction you can? Is that?
No, I can do it for sure. Just that the umbilical part for me.
Oh, the umbilical too. Okay. Yes, start over. We'll find another bubble fluid one.
Yeah.
By the time you're
'Cause I
done.
think I just finished. The
Okay.
There's the tri-tech.
yeah, maybe,
for not
go
the,
back.
No, let's
scanning
not go. We don't go
sonar
back.
on
We won't go
the-
back.
That's right. They have ROV has a forward-facing sonar
Yeah.
as well.
21.
21.
And then
And a blue beam.
Blue view. It's
So
not
that
on that.
counts.
And the ship has its own navigational echo sounders, but we never let them turn it on because it interferes with ours.
Science.
Science first.
Science first.
Navigation second.
They know where they're going.
No, they use the multi-beams. It gives
Yeah.
more information.
does the ship have a sound velocity probe?
Yes.
But not
We
acoustic.
have 2 sound velocity
It's not
probes.
acoustic.
Oh, is it? Well,
It
is
is.
it?
Don't they
It's
have
truly,
a
yeah,
SUV?
that's,
It's truly, yep.
that is. So it is a, it's a direct measure.
Direct measure, yep, thank you.
25.
That is
How many? 2?
2.
23.
That's on the gondola. What that does is, since we have apparently so many sensors to measure the speed of sound, to measure basically all different things related to the water, sound travels through water differently based on the temperature, the density, and the salinity. And so you need to have an accurate speed of sound through water to do all of your calculations, whether it's to the seafloor, whether it's to the particles, whether it's multi-beam mapping. And so some are more sensitive than others, like multi-beam, you want to have a really accurate sound speed. Others don't really care, like a single beam sonar. But we have sound velocity sensors right next to our shipboard multi-beams that give sound velocity at the sonar face, and that contributes to a lot of beam forming processes within the multi-beam itself, in addition to calculating a profile for the whole water column.
Was that a depth correction?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll try on the next line just not doing. We can just try seeing how fewer depth corrections, because I'm concerned that it's really the yaw is like we're changing heading quite abruptly for the change in depth.
Yeah, we haven't seen that on other dives. It's a new feature.
So what did we get to? Was that 23?
So I'm wondering how to, because if you are counting direct sound velocity measurements, like the ones on the CTD and the ones on the gondola, every multi-beam is going to have its own sound velocity at the head. Does the multi-beam forming
Yeah.
and that beam steering? But so that's going to double up the number of sound measurements. So if you like every multi-beam is doing
Sonars.
not just the transducer, it's got its own little sound velocity measure in the head.
Does it?
Yeah.
I thought we're grabbing from our sound velocity sensor at the gondola. I don't know.
Maybe they
I
don't.
don't think our sonars have. I know, like the DVL has its own sound
Okay.
velocity sensor.
Yeah. Maybe they all
On
just can
ROV.
pull off the one.
In the past, we've had one SVP like at the where all the transducers are, and
Just one.
with the blister, and then it pulls from that
Mm-hmm.
for the velocity at the head. But I think it can also use like calculated sound velocity from like measured salinity
Well,
and
the
temperature.
with assist, you have the profile used versus SVP at the head, and that's like,
Right.
are you in a different water mass or something as an indicator to change? I guess every pole, yeah, when I've used every pole mounted multi-beam has its own little sound velocity.
That makes sense.
But that's because you have your own little in the line.
System.
You have your own
Yeah.
standalone.
Yeah.
So then what are we at? Is that 24? 25?
Oh my gosh. So,
Yeah.
It's amazing.
what number are we at?
26?
I think we're about 25.
We're definitely over 25.
Over 25 sound measuring devices.
Turn.
Starting the turn.
Sound is very important.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of any others.
Starting line. Starting logging.
Hard line.
Well, it makes sense. If you're existing on and in the water and sound travels really efficiently through water, you would want to have lots and lots of different ways to use that advantage.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
No one knows this patch of water like we know this patch of water.
That's right.
Yeah, we are
Promise that.
sensing it in many different ways.
Three seeps somewhere by line.
Yeah, go ahead.
New waypoint on it.
Copy that, I'll let you move.
Wish him a happy Halloween. Did you already?
I didn't,
Can you do it in
Can you do it in Batman voice?
because he can see me.
He can see you.
I can't spend the whole time.
Been watching us.
Sorry. Be like, Tony, look at the CCTV.
And the line.
And then go happy
In the
Halloween.
line.
End the line.
Always.
I think there's a question for Jules in here. With all these amazing mapping equipment, what don't we have? What doesn't the ship have that you want?
I can tell you that. I would love an AUV.
AV, what does that mean?
AUV is an autonomous underwater vehicle. Just as Sebastian is running our lines in a pattern to map the seafloor, a AUV does basically the same thing. So you program it, it is untethered to the ship. There's in-SAS cameras, there is actual cameras you can integrate into them.
Start a line.
Sub-bottom profilers. It's basically just would make us more efficient. And we would run our cruises in a different way. It would allow us to, we would still have to map with the ship to get a base idea of where we are and what we're dealing with. But then we could deploy the AUV and have it map as we're doing something else, like a CTD or an ROV dive. And then the AUV can come back and give us a extremely high resolution map. And that would allow Sebastian to dive on it. The AUV could be finding seeps as we're just make us 2 times more efficient. So I would love to see us have an AUV. And that
Yeah.
is my own plug.
Your own plug.
Unplugged.
Yeah.
Well, last year on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge cruise, we had 2 AUVs running, and man, were we efficient at mapping, finding hydrothermal vents,
Mhm.
diving on them. It was amazing.
Yeah. The limitation is suddenly how quickly you can process the data and not actually collecting the data, which is
Yeah.
where we want to be.
That was definitely challenging with 2
Mhm.
AUVs coming up and processing that data and keeping up with it. I think we had 24 missions
Wow.
in that 40-plus day cruise, and we were on 18-hour rotations with the AUVs would be in the water for like 18 hours and then charge for 10 or were they 18 hours? And then they'd have to charge for about 18 hours, so it was just a weird cycle. But extremely useful.
Yeah. Yes, I am absolutely certain that there is many military technology that is way better than what we have right now. We might get it within 10 or 20 years or something like that, but they're definitely way ahead of the scientific community for sure.
Similar companies, you know, the companies that, you know, make a lot of these sensors that we use for scientific research have their like R&D departments and their special contracts and stuff that gets trickled to the consumer science world.
Yeah.
So, if you were correct, we'll have a chance to know if the bubble plume that we saw was to our left or to our right, if we see it again
Yeah.
on this line. I'm hoping you're right, because that did, based on the depths, change. I think your interpretation made more sense.
Yeah.
I was just going off of anything I think is the opposite. Seemingly with the
Yeah, that's
M3
fair.
on the screen.
That's the way it's been the last few days.
But if it was to the west, then now we'll see it on the east, on the right side, right? Jules, you know. What side are we going to see the bubble plume on if we see it?
In theory, we would see it on the left.
In theory.
On our screen.
Because we're heading south. But that's why I keep orienting the waterfall display to northeast, south, north, south, east, west.
Oh, you just kind of.
Yeah, I keep doing that on you. But you can switch it back.
How do
if
you
want.
flip it?
It's a second toggle down. Yeah. This cube. Yep. Now I'm
Oh, and then
confused.
you're like, now we're going south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
will it be
plume-
over here?
I think so.
Because we saw it potentially over here.
Correct. And,
Okay.
But we were, yeah.
Okay.
Listen.
Where is it on the marker?
You're
Or
the
clock-
expert on this.
Is it coming? Is that it? So keep an eye out. We're almost there, right?
Yeah.
So keep your eyes peeled on the M3. We might see that bubble plume again. We're taking bets on which side of the comes in.
Oof. Yeah.
Do you see it? Okay, gotta keep it ready. Oh, I gotta get mine ready too.
Oh goodness.
Ooh, what about answering this question? What are our frontiers and limitations for just expeditions in general on California?
Yeah, so when we designed all the scientific equipment on the ship, we tried to make it so that we could be in any body of water. So in terms of our sonar specifically, we have a very shallow one that can get us to a meter below the ship, which we would obviously never do. But we have the capability of having a multi-beam sonar that goes that shallow. But we also have a multi-beam that goes as deep as the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest part of the oceans. So we tried to have our bases covered in terms of physical instruments that covers all of our bases. But I think some of our limitations are when it comes to land, to be honest. So we have to be able to get into port to get our scientists aboard and to provision. We have to be able to carry enough food for a long expedition if we're going to go very far away from land. We've started carrying a ship's doctor as we get into the more remote parts of the world. And it's becoming an added challenge to our jobs to coordinate shipments and sending out equipment and receiving scientists as we come to some of the more remote parts of the world. So we wanted to make sure that the Falkor 2 was a research vessel that was not just exploring the areas that have been explored, but that we go to places that are historically under-researched and off of areas that don't have much funding. And that just brings us to more logistical challenges in terms of researching in those specific remote areas. But what's interesting is this is one of the only fields in science that we're constantly discovering new things. It's so understudied, especially in the area that we're in. The flying spaghetti monster was something that was only filmed once or twice before we got to this area, and we see it every cruise now.
Yeah.
So, you know, that was considered to be such a rare species, and it's proving that the more we dive on certain areas, they're not as uncommon as we were initially led to believe. Do you have anything else to add?
I would say, like in terms of an expedition, we're limited mostly by food.
Yeah.
That's a common question we get, like from ship to shores. Is like, how long can you stay?
Yeah.
And
It's almost
then-
always food.
It's always
yeah,
food.
It's always food because, you know, our chefs do a really amazing job of like freezing things and keeping things as fresh as possible. They have their own little tricks up their sleeve, but we can make our own water. We normally have enough fuel to last us a while.
Yeah.
The thing that limits us is food for a little after 40 days, and it starts to dwindle.
Yeah.
So that would be our biggest limitation as well, just in terms of expedition length.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you want to live on rice and beans.
Well, it
I
is
don't.
amazing what they're doing with the food. I was just noting the other day, we've been out, over 3 weeks, and,
Yeah.
you know, the lettuce is still crunchy,
I
which
know.
is pretty remarkable to think about.
Yeah.
We haven't been on land in over 3 weeks, and we're still getting very fresh vegetables.
Yeah.
It's good timing and, you know,
They get it dry
ripening
shipped, they have it
and
every 3 days.
yeah. So there's endurance. I think that's what the food, fuel, supplies would fall under the endurance of the vessel. Then there's capability that Jules was talking about with depth, like how deep can the ROV go? You know, how what is the depth rating of the ROV? 65?
45.
45. So 4,500 meters is the safe depth limit for the ROV, but as Jules said, we can sense down to the deepest parts of the ocean. So we could go to the Marianas Trench and do something there instead of just float.
Yeah.
I think another one, you talked about it too, like the areas, you know, we have the Falkor has in many parts of the world where you're not in international waters, or you need to be welcome there too. And the Falkor and Schmidt has seemingly, to me, done a really great job of engaging with scientists nearby in the countries that they're working in.
Yeah.
You see the number of Chilean scientists on this cruise, and this is an amazing opportunity for Chilean research to occur with an ROV and a highly capable vessel.
Yeah, that was definitely like a hidden gem when I first started working here. Is yes, we get to do all this incredible science, but integrating with the local communities has been one of the most rewarding takeaways I've had. and generally we will always make an effort to usually have schools come out or have some sort of interactions with the local communities whenever we go to a remote area. And so collecting the data is important, but also communicating and inspiring is also a very important part, and that's kind of where our stream also comes into play.
Oftentimes we have like teachers play the stream in their classroom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, last cruise we also had a whole bunch of school kids come on, almost 100
Well,
from remote areas around Chaitan,
yeah.
which was amazing.
Mhm.
It was a really memorable day.
Yeah.
Wish you were there.
Oh.
Yeah, and we had all done ship to shores with the schools previously, so they came prepared.
Yeah.
And they were asking amazing questions, and yeah, it was. Some of them were like, "We've never ridden an elevator before,"
Oh.
so we're like, "Let's go into this elevator."
Yeah, I just remember, I think this was off of Puerto Rico, but someone was like, I've lived here my whole life and I've never known that this kind of ecosystems were off our southern shore.
Yeah.
And that was really cool.
The beautiful.
Yeah,
coral
so
reefs.
to have,
Yeah.
when the local communities tune in and you get the little message like, hello from Chile, that's always makes me
It's the
smile.
best.
Yeah. Another limitation that I think we're gonna become close friends with in the near future is weather.
Yeah.
So
Weather.
You're pointed that direction.
Weather the weather. Yeah.
And we were just talking about this. I was talking about this with the captain, is with our other ship, the Falkor Classic. It was underpowered compared to what we have now, and so usually the limitation was, oh, the ship can't hold position, we're not going to be able to launch the ROV or do any science, and you kind of just have to map or find shelter. But this ship is capable of hanging out in pretty rough weather. We've had gusts up to 50 knots on this cruise, and then it's on to us and the science party to decide what makes sense. Like, is it worth diving, knowing the risks of deploying the ROV in bad weather? So that's just something that we're exploring and becoming more familiar with as we head farther south. This area, no matter what the good weather window, there's pretty much constant storms that are just hitting the southern coast of Chile. So we're gonna have to get super creative with our dives for leg 2 to ensure that we're still able to keep the mission moving forward. And then we head to Antarctica,
Whoop, whoop.
and it'll be roughly the same, making sure there's a good weather window.
Get it?
Rough, very roughly the same. Yeah, and if you head on to Windy, which gives basically the winds and weather across the whole planet, if you zoom in on southern Chile, where Antarctica kind of reaches up, it's pretty bad weather no matter the time of year or the day, and so it's going to be key for us to find a good window to do some science in the next cruises.
I think it'll be key for everyone to be patient.
Yeah.
Because you have to wait the weather out.
Sometimes you just have to wait. And yeah, the Drake Passage is renowned for being one of the roughest patches on Earth.
Yeah, you'll come to really know why everyone really appreciated the Panama Canal.
Yeah. We don't have to go around Cape Horn.
CGO J7. J7.
Is ROV Sebastian positively buoyant?
Why are you asking?
No reason. Just a question in the chat.
I mean, we don't
Oh, I
have
see.
we're not taking on all these samples. We are, when we have all these samples, we become.
You're saying right now we're positively buoyant, but if you fill up how many
Rock
push
boxes.
cores and rocks, then we're not. Okay. So, at the moment, before sampling,
No, it's okay.
the ROV Sebastian is positively buoyant. So if something was to happen to its umbilical, it would float.
It's
Correct.
probably a reason it's painted yellow on top.
It's painted yellow on top for easy to find.
Yep.
But there are times with sampling that the ROV gets heavy and they only have so much weight that can be removed.
That's right.
There have been situations in other areas where ROVs have become detached and another ROV has to come and save them, which is always stressful and not what you want to have happen, but an ROV coming to the rescue of another ROV is good, being a good community member.
right.
If someone calls for help and your ROV's on the seafloor, you come and help.
End of line.
End of line.
Yes, I've been involved in a cruise where an ROV rescued an AUV that was stuck on the bottom. That was very much to the relief of the people operating the AUV
Yeah.
to have a way to get it back.
Was it
Cross
tangled?
line.
Starting crossline.
Flooded.
Wasn't on the cruise, wasn't on the expedition myself, but I was on the cruise right before ROV Hercules got detached.
Oh wow.
And this was off of Canada on the west coast. And fortunate enough, ROV Jason was also in the area. And ROV Jason and their pilots were, and the captain on the Thompson, I think, were more than happy to go and be the heroes.
I'm sure they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's that instance that I mentioned where an ROV rescued an AUV. It was the Hercules, so I guess it paid it forward or paid it back at some point.
Yeah.
Doing its own rescuing.
Scott was saying that the real issue with ROVs becoming detached is when they are positively buoyant, because then they just
True.
lift up.
Right. So, is the USBL beacon battery powered?
Yes.
So if it becomes detached, the USBL is still saying, "Hey, hey, hey, follow me." But it does. You got to chase it because
Yeah.
the currents can be a bit unpredictable or in a cross line.
I've also been on a cruise where we lost an ROV. This is with University of Hawaii. Lu'ukai became detached, and we left her on the seabed for a while. But we left her on a seabed in Station Aloha, which for that ship we go back every month basically to study with a different cruise. And I was able to check in with it every month. I would range on the USBL beacon, get positions and make sure
Start a line.
it wasn't drifting. Lu'ukai was negatively buoyant, so she just sat on the bottom for about 40 days until the petrel rescued her. So
Very
yeah,
cool.
that is one of the key benefits of our USBL is it's our last Hail Mary in terms of knowing where the vehicle is. So if we lose power or it shuts down, we can reconfigure it to make sure that we have positioning completely separate from all ROV systems on the vehicle.
I had the same thing happen on a coring campaign. The USBL was on the core barrel,
Yeah.
and then
It
On
was
the
core
barrel?
the wire broke,
Mm.
and the core was in the mud, and it kept, hey,
I'm here.
come get me.
Yeah.
And how were the comps at the end of Lucai's adventure?
Oh, they were perfect. We had no leaks.
And that's why it's so
None
sweet.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
They were perfect.
Yeah.
We're perfect.
That's unique. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
What do we got?
Actually, what's
we have
interesting,
these wide peaks.
the only damage to the
Yeah.
ROV, with the exception of the
southern
tether,
crossing
was a single fuse.
So as we come
Oh,
south,
So-
we grow
wow.
in.
And that's on
stay, and then they
engineering.
Drop
That's
out.
on engineering.
So you think there's maybe something to the south?
Yeah.
Should we go?
Southeast. Because they're dropping out as we go west.
So
Luke didn't have any
southeast.
fouling on it because at
That's
4,000
towards that
meters, there's
beach.
not much
Oh
going on down
man.
there. So the only fouling that was on Lukai when we got her back was the petrol team had stickered every open spot that they possibly could as like a, yes, we recovered your ROV, but here's like a little prank. And so there's a bunch of petrol stickers all over the ROV.
That's adorable.
And we kept a few. There's still some on there.
That's so cute.
Yeah.
But I don't have this for crossing out, so it might have just been we went through a bunch of plumes and then just lines to get that out. Because I'm not seeing peaks on the crossing line.
No peaks on the crossing line.
But I'm seeing them on the southern.
But did you see
crossing line.
anything at all related to the plume in the M3?
We had that last time though too.
It's true.
If the current's weak,
Just straight up. Just
Yeah.
doesn't.
or if the plume is weak,
Mm-hmm.
it just goes right up. Or if the current's strong, it moves before it hits 25 meters. But then we would have probably seen that in the M3.
So what do we have? 3 more lines?
3 more lines to Tony and Happy
Yeah.
3 more lines, and then we're on the west side.
We're right at that clam bed.
We're at the clam bed. But
We saw the bubble plume within the survey,
we saw the bubble plume in the survey.
which is probably the plume that we saw with the ship.
Yeah,
And then there's something
to the southeast, which we did image something on the multi-beam that was large enough to be imaged, but it wasn't, there was no seep from the water column anomaly, but we could go over to it.
How far is it from the southeast corner?
It's like
Fi- To what? I thought it was 500. Well, the southeast, I don't remember what the southeast corner actually ended up being.
I don't. Let me break some things in.
I think I saw it. I did see it. I laughed a considerable amount when I came into my office yesterday. That was genius. I think I'm gonna laminate them and then make little.
Nice.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Study design with a little picture frame.
I was gonna say I already 3D modeled one. If you want just to scale it.
It's possible.
But it's literally just like a plastic thing. It's not a fancy frame or anything.
It's like a
I feel
slide
like we can make that would be better.
Yeah.
Right now it's just a.
We could always, what we could do is go,
Coming up.
So it's just a. It's not.
we could go first to the bubble plume location that we saw on the survey, process the data for the M3, and then make the case that if they can finish sampling, if they get good stuff at the Seep, to then book it to go to the southeast part where the highest methane, and just start going that direction and seeing if the methane just increases.
Oh my god.
That seems like a smoother depth fix. It seemed like we didn't have the.
Yeah, he was.
Was it the umbilic?
He was following the umbilical.
Okay, yeah. That's.
This is going to irritate me.
Oh.
Any more speaking, Jeff?
Why are we rolling
Mike
so
just
much?
ran away from me.
The chefs had a nice rant today. So we're struggling up there.
I can imagine.
Yeah, imagine steaks.
No.
Rolling
Imagine
I bet
cooking
you there's
soup.
something big in this western end.
Imagine
I think we're gonna get.
Yeah, I
there's
think
hot
it's-
things, there's sharp things.
Imagine
700
hard-boiling
meters.
eggs.
Yeah. Informators.
We need to look at the map a little.
We mean
The
it
the
now.
the,
Hello.
the 20-meter grid.
Yeah.
What else do you not want to do at sea?
Well, let me just
Showering
run the
is
quick
hard.
math on. So,
Looking at a computer screen is hard.
Mm-hmm. Sure, chopping things are hard. What else is hard at sea?
Doing laundry,
Sleeping.
it would take 30 minutes to get there.
You're right.
If we're going at 0.4 knots.
Yeah.
Sleeping. I've been
Well,
sleeping on the
not
floor
Yeah.
the last few weeks.
So
Fun fact, I've been sleeping on the floor. It used to be on a yoga mat for about a week, and then I found an air mattress.
Found an air mattress.
I did. Yeah. Hopefully it's not anybody's.
It's just random.
And also the pump to blow it up was in American voltage, and our outlets are European voltage, so I had to blow it up with my own lungs. So I blew it up like a little bit every night. Because my little lungs couldn't do it. Because I was just getting over my cold.
Lung power limited.
Limited lung
About the mattress. Just blow mattress.
process completed. My mattress, so it's funny you say that because I did first try and just put my mattress on the floor.
Yeah.
But my room is L-shaped, and so it's extremely narrow, and so I actually physically could not get the mattress out of my bed and put it on the floor.
Oh my.
There is no space for it anywhere on the floor. So I just had to, so my air mattress currently is squished a little bit in the middle between my table and the wall and the corner of the L.
It's a lot.
It's cool.
But it works.
It works. I'm very comfy. I can now
Mhm.
lay down
Yeah.
and look at my TV like this.
I think at this place,
no, I lost my
maybe
spider hat.
anywhere else we've been processing the M3, and getting that map turned around is gonna be very helpful.
So Havens is gonna have a nice
There's
clean
not
bed
like-
when he comes
it's not
back.
like if you're listening
Havens.
here,
I
oh yeah,
love
those
Havens
two
too.
lines on
Havens,
that.
I don't think Havens is awake yet. I was
Yeah.
gonna
It's
say
like
shout out to Havens.
everything is
On
pretty
every
much-
line, we saw a bunch of different things.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, it's pretty early over there.
What's your best guess? Or
Yes. 5 hours.
Adam, what do you think? We're halfway through our. We have 2.5 lines left. And one is. How long have these lines been taken? 20?
They are. So we have what? Let's say 1,200 meters left, 1,300 meters. So 54 minutes, if my math is right, which it could be wrong.
I think that.
I've got about 100 minutes.
1,300 minutes.
sorry, meters.
Wait, what?
See you next week.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going 0.4.
I will be mapping for the next 22 hours.
No,
0.4 meters a second.
I don't
Yeah.
want to.
Okay, so what is that cover?
Um,
So 1,300
I love it.
divided by 60 is 54 minutes.
54 minutes,
Should
so
I
let,
go with my
Put that on
Austin
Oregon.
contest?
Wow.
we did find a bubble plume.
Yes.
We imaged it, we marked it on the waypoint, on the ROV nav, and
I have a
Scott's
spare
getting
couple
some
lipstick
pretty
pictures.
interesting
I feel like it would work with
methane
this.
concentration results in
On the south end.
the
of
south end of the survey. There's something going on.
Yeah. So I'm
Southeast.
getting peaks on those south crossing lines at the bottom, and they're getting smaller as we move west. So there's
Like
something
down here.
to the east/southeast somewhere.
But we have
But I
a
also got a big peak, literally at waypoint 1.
waypoint 1. That's where there's clam beds for sure there.
Yeah.
There is the seep. The bubble plume is somewhere
In the middle?
near the middle.
But it's like halfway up from the crossing line to the top.
Yeah, it's somewhere north of the crossing line, but near the middle.
Is there a waypoint in that?
It's over. It's in that way. It's on that
Okay,
screen.
I see. Okay, so waypoint 1 and that
Are there the two
definite targets?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then maybe something to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So roughly an hour. We just need to give the watch.
Yep.
Yeah. We can put a WhatsApp message when we're on the last line, which is we have a line and a half before that, so we can make that message.
Yeah, so, well, we're working our way back towards where you started, so we're interested to see.
We could start at the clam bed if we're going to be right there and see if there's. We didn't really see any. We didn't look hard for like bacterial mats or anything, but out in the distance you could see the clam bed. Yeah.
And that rock. That rock was cool.
That rock. I think there's going to be tons of those rocks.
There's gonna be a lot of rocks down there. I think that's what a bunch of these are.
Yeah.
That'll be plenty.
Rocks.
Yeah. Any sort of gravity coring in this spot, you're dodging rocks.
Yeah. Some of those rock outcrops look to be almost 10 meters tall or more. So you hit that with a gravity core.
A fish.
A fish.
Coming down.
I don't know.
Also, regardless of anything else, background methane at 25 meters is like way higher than anywhere else we've been. It's, correcting for baseline, it's something like 18 to 20 ppm.
So
Which is-
the seafloor in general,
No, 25
25 meters up is
Yeah.
is enriched in methane compared to like our other sites.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
What do you think that means?
Yes.
There's a lot of methane.
Just a lot of methane.
Just a lot of
and,
methane.
think it's locally sourced, or is it just you saw stuff in the canyon. We're at the bottom of a kind of an unconfined downslope.
I saw stuff at the bottom of a canyon that was like, it's the head of the canyon was actively in an estuary. I think if at other canyons we might not see the same sort of stuff.
Got it.
Perfect
Content
timing, so-
created.
What?
How do I lock
Is this the umbilical pulling on us? Yeah, it's really getting us. It's gonna.
Remember when we were talking about weather limitations? We're currently being thrown around in mission control.
I'm actively holding a microphone so that it doesn't.
We took some rolls over there today.
Huh?
While
Yeah,
we were
when-
eating breakfast, we
Yeah.
did a couple of rolls where
Everyone's
like all the
chairs.
chairs went one side
I
and the other.
know,
It was
my
great.
gosh.
I'm reposting it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. Well, it is what it is. Not sure what it's gonna do. But
Oh my god, Jinx, you owe me a soda, Tyler. We
We
both were both
Really?
holding
no,
it.
no, it's okay.
It's really,
It's just.
yeah. It's coming north. It's doing that.
Another reason to get an AUV. The whims of the vessel and the sea state go away.
Yeah, exactly.
An AUV it's very quiet
Mm-hmm.
compared to the ROV with all. It's not really designed to do mapping. This is
No.
it. We're doing our best with the constraints of an ROV, but
Can I have it back on my computer
Hey,
screen?
don't flag all RVs, man.
I just need it
RV
for a
with
little bit.
TMS would be
We'll
nice.
trade off.
oh yeah, the TMS. Yes, right.
But then you need a heat
Alright, end
pump
up
winch.
like.
I can't take you seriously with that flashing pumpkin skull mask.
Oh, does he still have the mask on? I kind of just. I don't see it. I don't see it anymore.
This is us now.
Started, no,
There's no
it's
going
fine.
back.
Starting cross line.
The mask is now a part of
I
somebody's
should put a
face.
big sign on the door that says "Do not enter without headwear."
Headwear required.
We started the dive with 0 costumes, and I changed that
Yep.
very quickly.
Influencer.
Well, I just handed everyone a hat and said they have to put this on.
Yeah, I don't know if that's called influencing or just telling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best kind of influencer. It's the one that just tells you what to do.
What do you expect from a prisoner?
Yeah, you gotta come down fast. You gotta give you a little bit of time to do that too.
I'm trying to email Sonodyne, and as far as I got is hello. Question. So stop distracting me.
Where is ROV?
I'm on the move.
Happy Halloween, Johnny.
See, dead silence.
Should be like, Tony, look at the CCTV camera. No, don't distract
They
me.
did leave?
No,
He's
they're
busy.
just
He's not that busy.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible.
End of cross line.
And a cross line.
Turning.
Turning.
What's going on over there?
They were testing the day boat earlier when I was just walking around.
Oh, really?
And yeah, just to like see, and it's just all over.
Starline.
Oh,
Starline.
our workboat?
Yeah.
A tree?
Yeah, the workboat. I sent that to.
Wait, they launched it?
No, they just put
They
it
lowered
down,
it.
and it was still on cables, and it was just everywhere.
Have fun.
Exactly.
Have fun tomorrow.
I sent it to the Marvel Lab group and was like, so good luck.
Weather limitations.
Yeah. Very real. Nah, I just made some fake thing. Yeah. Yeah. No. So this is where we got to Seafloor, and then these have been our south end crossing lines, actually.
I want chocolate.
I was gonna say,
So there's something to the east. Well, no, because we've been, this is time.
Okay.
So there's something to the east of us, and getting smaller, south of,
Right here. Like down.
yeah, something off here.
Out of the map.
5 hours on
Yeah. Yeah, but still there.
Like that feature.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
BRB.
Yeah. Over 200? Yeah.
And then maybe I'll.
Yeah, dude.
I think it would take a half hour to check.
From the southeast corner.
I think it's.
Or was that your personal phone?
Oh, it's good. Just in case.
That doesn't surprise
Could be
me.
that. That would be.
You never know.
What are your sea bag
That seems more
necessities?
likely.
What are you pointing at?
We're just looking at.
Happy Halloween.
I mean,
One
it's
of the
present
possible
every
features
Of
to
course.
the southeast of here could be, there's something 150 meters.
Sonny, you
to the
always bring to the
southeast.
ship snacks, yeah?
I think the thing we were looking at
Who's
last
bringing
night is a
snacks?
bit farther.
Scott.
Yeah.
But
Mike.
Scott makes a good point, I'm not sure
Hot
the
sauce.
methane signal would reach
Hydrate.
that far.
700 meters would be. Because we've seen, when I've been imaging plume, we've been seeing these beat patterns in the M3 mapping, gone from like nothing to 200 in half the width of the mapping line, which is only 150 meters, which is about right. So,
We're so practical, these streams were working back towards where you started, and it's so much lower now.
but that
That was on the seafloor.
that big peak could
Today I
be
was not so lucky. Today.
localized there, and I just slurped a whole big old thing. Or we could have gone for a plume on the way down.
It wasn't much.
It's
And thank God I didn't spill it.
Well,
data can be
the
hard.
bubble plume
You know that?
was right above us. Like the RV probably went through the bubble
Yeah.
plume.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
In the water
surprised
column.
if that's
That was
what I
old yesterday.
saw.
Happy Scorpio season. Anyways.
Yeah, coming up is a lot at this direction. It seems coming up is not as you don't get the big heading change.
Because I'm putting slack on the umbilical as I go.
Oh, okay,
When I'm coming down, the umbilical's getting tight.
got it. There's gonna be a rock coming. Rock. There it is. Those tiny little boulders.
Yeah.
We're gonna find all sorts of fun stuff when the RV goes to the bottom.
Maybe you're not planning to look at.
It is a bit of a it's requirement for the sampling and the science that they're doing. Man, it takes a long time to do all those push cores. 20 push cores? There's typically 17, I thought, and they've added
They're typically 16.
16. So you're getting 6 meters of mud if you fill them all up.
Yeah.
One gravity core.
Which is the equivalent if we could actually get a 6 meter recovery with a gravity core.
That's right.
One gravity core, the ROV picks and takes up to the surface.
Plus bioboxes, plus segment scoop, plus
Yeah.
coral quivers,
Rocks in the grass.
suction samplers. Though most of that stuff is probably pretty negligible weight-wise.
Yeah.
Coming up fine.
Looks like we have some like lobes, sediment,
Yeah.
little lobes coming out, going to the west. Do I need to switch the north-south? Should it be like this?
It does suggest that those are to the east, going from east to west,
East to west. Wait.
which is the direction of downslope.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Could maybe very, very faintly see these in the bathymetry, that there was kind of like a little lobe.
Yep, we're definitely at the end of a lobe here, and there's sort of a canyon type feeder feature. Swim.
Coming up on some more rocky seafloor. So this area is probably pretty flat and sedimented, and it was
Yeah.
soft. It was hard getting returns on the outer beams. And then
Maybe
we're
that's-
coming into this high, rugged seafloor, and the seafloor is very bright.
Maybe that's a good bacterial mat location.
If there was seepage there, I mean, you need sediment for that, but
Yeah.
we don't. It's hard to know.
It is conveniently located between our starting point and all of this good rugged features on the seafloor and where we saw the bubble plume. So
Mm-hmm.
something we'll probably cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing reflecting on the fact that 24 hours ago, we only had the vaguest sense that there might be
Yeah.
something in this entire location. There were publications and suggestions of where we might find features, and within 24 hours we're down to on meter scale talking about where rocks are and
Yeah.
bubble plumes and soft sediment and,
Almost exactly
and planning
24 hours.
ROV exploration. It's
Yeah.
pretty remarkable capability on the Falcor too to characterize a site and turn around information as quickly to be able to guide these dives.
Yeah, it also really highlights the value of published literature.
That's right.
So, as you said, Adam, we have some papers published from some seismic imaging on a profile south of Mocha Island that, in their figures and in their text, said that they saw bubble plumes in the seismic or the multi-beam.
That's right. Suggested
Se-
that they'd be here.
They said, oh, we, in our study, which wasn't looking for bubbles, noted that they saw bubbles in their multi-beam that wasn't recording water column at the time, but you could see it on the screen. So in their figures, in their paper, they have a cross-section with this profile with bubbles coming out of the seafloor. And yesterday we mapped their same profile,
Yep.
and lo and behold, we found bubbles
That's right.
in the multi-beam.
And they had it in 2 locations.
And they had it in 2 locations. We're not sure if they're the exact same location. It's close, but we have 2 locations. And then we went into what do we need to do an ROV dive and do a CTD, and here we are.
That's right. And that kind of gets to
The
what we were
mask
talking
the whole
about
time,
earlier.
Sonny. We
What?
did
The
it.
whole time.
And now
Jeff, you make a good point about the importance of publication. That kind of tracks to what we were talking about earlier about, how do you report new things you find. And so, of course, coming out of this, we'll be reporting everything we find so that future scientists and explorers in this area can build upon what we found here to do even more detailed work and inform their research.
I'll give them good news. I've done that all week.
The only weirdest is we've had like this altitude changes. We try to match really close to
It
English,
does.
otherwise there's turns.
She signed up for you. You have to wear it.
I didn't say you had to.
Yeah, you're using too much hydraulic power.
this is amazing.
This is awesome.
Yar.
The dread pirate Doug.
We were watching it. See pressure drop.
He didn't even like.
See how it's ready.
Brought you chocolate.
Yeah, I think it was dipping into that. Yeah.
Trick or treat. Trick or treat. Whoa, Milky Way. Trick or treat. Trick or treat.
Oh.
Okay.
It's It's 10
The candy bars just arrived. Wah, 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 wah. Trick or treat.
It's directly to Tyler's answer what his favorite Halloween candy is, which is
Yeah.
full-size candy bar.
That's it.
Yeah.
Full-size candy bar.
Ah, Milky Way.
Yeah, well, almost.
This guy got a
Let's
Snickers.
do
Dude,
one.
no, you can have that one.
See how it's like,
I'll take.
they're wanting to keep it full of their.
I love Snickers though.
Here, Jeff. I don't care what I have.
You don't?
No.
Sweet trade. It's just like regular Halloween.
Actually grab the Snickers.
I didn't realize the other 3 were just Milky Way. I just grabbed one.
Yeah.
Welcome.
This is kind of neat, like a depression, and then right in the middle.
Yeah, it
How
is.
can you pull
Big
up
depression.
that?
Yeah, a mound in the middle.
So you see how it's dipping already.
Show.
We should go to that mountain.
Yeah, I
That's a nice circular. Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's
pretty interesting.
I would go to that one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm going, let me go very slow.
Can we drop a waypoint here
Sure.
and call it circular mound in depression?
Circular mount in depression, right on the line.
Behind us.
Behind us, how far?
I don't know if I can measure that.
Yeah, rough estimate.
Just 2 minutes ago, minute ago, really close.
Alright.
Oh, I can measure from where we are now. 20 meters back.
20 meters back. Circular mound in depression.
Yeah, or yeah, isolated mound. It's really by itself. It's kind of, it is standing out. Oh, that's a good candy bar. Sheep. What? No, thank you. Thank you very much for trading with me. Sheep hunting and candy.
Happy Halloween.
Happy
We get
Halloween.
the Halloween colors on our M3s.
I know, Sam.
Those mounds.
I did do the bathymetry on that little animation I made with orange and black.
Orange and black.
Gradient.
Oregon State. Beavers, orange and black.
Is Oregon State orange and black?
Yeah. Go Beavers.
Same mascot as MIT.
See you later, Batman.
Go back to your cave.
Don't talk to Batman like that.
The layer, I guess. It's not the cave. The bat cave, or is it the? It's the bat cave. It's the bat cave.
I should 3D print a sign for the door that says welcome to back.
Collecting trash.
Wrappers.
Yes. Words.
Are the candy bars all gone?
Well, I demolished mine.
I
I don't know
demolished
about
mine.
anyone else.
Do I need to go get more?
No.
No.
I passed them out too.
Is there more
Yeah.
chocolate in there?
Consolidated
No, this was
them,
all
so-
empty when I got it. Alex Paris, do you
It's
want
okay,
a
I'll get
candy bar?
chocolate.
There's one here. No. I get a whole, I couldn't eat a whole Milky Way.
Are we done with this?
Alex, for half the day yesterday, when they were talking about the fact that it was
It's okay, I'm
Alex's
taking
25th
that.
wedding anniversary, I was really impressed with the
Yeah.
fact that you've been married for 25 years.
Yeah.
It took me about halfway through the day, I'm like, what? That's not, hold on. I'm confused.
The math is not mathing on that
Nope.
one.
Wait, but didn't you marry your high school sweetheart though?
No.
Oh. That must have been.
That would have still made us.
25
8
years
old.
That would've still me.
It was a different time.
Still
Remember
very
who you grew up in,
concerning
I don't know.
time.
Yeah. And the line.
Dandelion.
I went upstairs thinking about
Turning.
it was that course was real, the
Oh,
live.
the seminar.
And then I got there, everyone like lots of arts and stuff. I was like, are we talking about love in the boat?
I mean, yes, in a way.
Kind of. Yeah.
I just love love.
Start a line.
Starline.
Start of line.
Seminar, see, cool, I wanna learn more.
That was free.
I tried to take a picture of everyone crouching down, but the problem was I couldn't lift the phone up too high because I didn't know when they were gonna come in. So it's just a picture of everyone crouching down, but it's mostly just Jeff in front of everyone else crouching down.
Oh yeah, did you wake up yesterday? Alex Paris?
Did you hear us?
Did you
yell?
hear us yell?
I was
Did
awake.
you hear Ella Fitzgerald
You did
really
not-
loudly
no,
playing
no.
over the speakers?
I was awake, so you didn't wake me up.
Aww.
I.
Whoa.
What?
Big, very soon to be sharp methane spike.
Well.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oops.
I'll get mine.
Everyone freeze.
I'm frozen.
Yes.
What's
sir?
happening?
Joey?
Wow, that is just straight
Move
up.
and have.
Where is it?
Whoa.
Giant.
Do you think it's worth dropping a
Oh,
target?
Yes, but I don't
Could it be
know.
related to that isolated mound?
Maybe. It's a little far
Yeah.
away, but it could be.
It Could be a little far.
Wow.
That is
Alex, if
vertical.
you put it at the other corner of that, back at the other end of the crossing line.
Is that not
It's
this
like
Yeah,
right
that
there, yeah.
It's not stopping.
No.
Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa. Is it?
Okay, everyone at home,
Blast
imagine a
off.
vertical line.
End of line.
End of line.
Everyone,
You know, this
it's,
may be difficult, but.
You ready to
it's
start
in
the next?
blue.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
we tried to get the stage to
Come on.
bleed
A
out
straight line.
on the stream, but it just failed on the computer 4 times.
Really?
Yeah. We
Start a
hooked up
line.
the HDMI and it hasn't worked.
Start a
at all.
line.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
She's
it's
still
off
going.
the charts.
She's still going.
Off
Yep.
the charts.
The chart-
I'm
the chart keeps
struggling
expanding.
without my
To
glasses
the
currently.
moon.
She's showing no
I-
signs of stopping.
I think we found what might be what we saw when we first got to Seafloor at waypoint 1.
Yeah, because
Except
we
it's
are.
already-
This is our last line.
Oh my
Right, I'm
gosh.
saying if it's current base, yeah.
Can't we do more?
Always.
Always.
You'll have to
Till they kick
run
us
that
out.
by powers that be.
Oh, you're the
I
pilot.
swear I had it all.
We're going to Mocha Island.
Mapping to Mocha.
With the ROV.
Mapping along
Right
the
up
way.
on the beach.
Actually,
Somebody
just gonna,
fidgets
we're gonna do an
spinning.
M3 transect from
Like
here
a-
to the 100-meter bubble.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That's a.
It'll be a long day.
Or wrist, like support.
Yeah.
It'd be cool though. Really cool.
I think you need to start talking. It would be long days.
Days, that would be.
Look at this sea
When's this
floor.
thing stopping, Scott?
Wow.
It already is.
I would
It's
agree.
going back down.
That's what was happening.
So something to the south here.
It's so weird, it just moves. I'm like, no, you're starving all hydraulic pressure. We watched it. Alex was yelling at you.
I was gonna yell at
Which is usually what they are. These are weird and
That's the
long
opposite.
because they've
I
been
just assumed you knew what was going on.
Those other peaks have been like from.
If I'd known I was gonna wear a pirate hat, I would have shaved the goatee.
Can you,
This
I
is
mean, you
like-
still have time.
Well, I could go upstairs later now.
I'm thinking of later putting on some dark lipstick.
Go do it now.
I already took my break though.
That's okay, you
Give
can
it
have
another
one.
I feel bad 'cause I literally haven't
Can you
left the
make
seat
a
since I woke
WhatsApp
up.
to?
But I'm working.
I'm also working.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
She said it like
We're
you
on our
weren't.
last
I
line.
know.
But I'm working, and you're just sitting there.
I'm just sitting here.
I mean, like,
We're on our last leg.
here, I don't think we're- I didn't make it better.
I'm just sitting here encoding clips and making sure this mic doesn't smash me in the face.
The difference is
Was
I
it
have
20,
the
you
freedom.
think 20 minutes?
I do not. I don't
30?
feel like I need
Till finish?
Yeah.
for the public.
Question mark.
What's
Question mark?
Is that a little channel?
I don't know.
This part of.
Wow, it's
that
very
area is
reflective. Look
really
at that.
interesting. Whoa.
Well,
That is
Wow.
big.
I thought.
maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell them to die here.
I s-
There's no way of knowing.
Don't know.
Wait.
We'll never.
We'll
But
never
there
know what
is.
this is.
How?
Just go look at it.
How?
With a camera. On the
How?
ROV.
How?
They'll never know.
All right. I'm
Jeff
not
says
playing.
that's enough.
I'm not playing that game. Why don't you just start telling us the sensors again?
I could start over.
No, now I
Rewind.
want.
But
now
now-
I want gas
same one,
sensors.
but
How many
backwards.
different MET sensors are there?
The optical sensors.
Oh, okay.
Ugh.
Is it
Optical,
object sensor?
just met.
Or whatever. Yeah. Pick
We
it, whatever.
have a wind sonic, which gives a high resolution wind. We have a Met 4, which gives temperature, humidity, and pressure. We have 2 PAR sensors, which give light in the range. And then another PIR and rad sensor. Are you who's counting? Or am I just
I'm at
talking?
6.
Okay, there's 2 rad sensors. There's 2
7.
PAR. Okay. Then we have a precipitation sensor, which tells us when it's raining and snowing.
Can't you just have the
Yeah.
rock
Is that just the
Like,
one?
is the
awning
rock
on the
wet?
deck?
It's
Is
raining.
rock wet? Yeah.
Is rock dry? Not raining. Is rock warm? It's
Yes.
warm out.
The one is rock gone? Hurricane.
Yeah.
The rock on the line.
Or is rock gone? Oh, a wave washed it
Wave.
over. You know.
High seas.
High
Big-
seas.
big wave.
Big wave.
It's rock moving.
Okay.
Yeah, it's rock moving. Swells.
You have the
And then we have two met packs,
Met
which give wind, which give it basically a combination of everything except for light. Just it's not as high resolution, but we use that to compare. And also we have them around different parts of the ship because there's no perfect location on the ship for a wind center that's not obstructed by
watching it, though.
part
Oh,
of the
okay.
ship's
I was having a
superstructure.
oh, and it-
That's why I was like
Or a bird.
perfectly at the limit for like
Or a
30
bird.
seconds.
Or a
and
bird.
That's what was making me nervous.
Jules'
Yeah, I was gonna-
fave.
We're just about level.
So
It's
that's
gonna
the
go
met
back a little bit.
sensors, and fun fact, we almost didn't have a met
That's
mast
convenient.
on the
It's
ship
exactly at
because
the pressure it
we
needs to be
needed
to
to
keep heading.
maintain
I should probably back off a little bit.
the helicopter pad.
Imagine that.
And so in order to maintain the helicopter pad, you can't have anything sticking out nearby for obvious reasons. So our foremast actually can hydraulically lower so that we can land a helicopter.
There you
That
go.
was quite a fun one to think through during refit.
Yeah.
So those are our met sensors.
Has there been a helicopter that's
No.
landed on there?
No.
But he
We've
could.
had- We've
Not
had
while
some,
Schmidt's owned it.
we've had some like come close, cause we've had the Coast Guard do drills around our helipad before.
Oh.
I think it was in Spain, I forget where that was. So it was somewhere.
And then we have a bunch of seawater systems underway. We have a pH sensor that's underway. We have several seawater systems that give temperature conductivity, both at our seawater lab and then also where the temperature, the water comes into the hull. So ideally, you have your sensing capabilities right at where the water comes into the ship, but we don't really have that capability. So you have a remote sensor that determines the temperature right where it comes in so that you know the realistic temperature of the ocean as opposed to the temperature of the water as it's moved through the generator spaces and stuff like that.
The seawater is 87 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. We actually funnel our seawater through our engines before, no, I'm kidding, we don't do that.
That would be awesome. Send it right through.
Yeah,
And then measure the temperature.
and then measure the temperature, yeah.
Both the water and the engines.
Yeah. It's good to know both. And then.
I want to let you know that I stopped counting.
Oh my god, should I start over?
Yeah.
No. That's pretty much it for our underway stuff. We have more sonars than we do other sensors.
And Falcor 2 is its own weather station that goes into the weather models. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
That's pretty neat.
Send it to NOAA. And then NOAA forwards it to Windy.
Yeah, Windy.
So,
It's like they send the email update to Windy at windy@windy.com.
every 15 minutes.
15 minutes. What's happening on the Falcor? It's wet.
Rock is dry.
Rock is dry.
The most technologically advanced and important instrument on the ship, the espresso machine in the galley.
Espresso machine. Is that a sensor? It's an
engineering component.
It's an engineering component. It's a mission critical component.
Speaking of which, yesterday I dispensed a hot chocolate and it dispensed from inside of the machine.
Uh-oh.
So I immediately contacted engineering.
Yeah, that's definitely a. You need to tell someone immediately if something's
Should be an alarm for
happening
that.
with the coffee maker.
You weren't the cause of why it wasn't working this morning, were you?
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, wasn't
It
that
was a
working?
forced cleaning this morning.
Oh.
5:30.
That sounds like yes.
That's exactly what Doug wants to hear. So, what's Sage doing?
Come
Oh,
down.
it came down?
Came
Oh
down.
my goodness.
Yeah.
Back down.
What the
Boy,
heck?
there was
That
a
is the
We
sharpest.
passed through a plume. Yeah, that's what it looks like when we're at this speed. If we just go through a single plume,
They need to
is it's sharp and narrow. Whereas like all these other peaks were along the full crossing line.
So what do you think? We went through, like,
Or something.
went through something.
And it was right in that southeast corner.
Yeah, we should see if there's. We didn't see a bubble stream, but there might be fluid coming
But if
out
it's
there.
if it's off
back
southeast from there, I don't know. Might not hurt to, when we reach the end of the line, just hold at 25 meters for like a minute, and we can visually see what the current is doing. I think
Okay.
that'll help a lot with understanding
Yeah,
this.
Monica's calling me for something else.
let's do it.
Because it's going west to east in general, but whether that's what direction that is, who knows?
Got it.
Wow. It seems like the southern end of the survey is the place to be.
But this was the crossing line.
Of course, the bubble plume is to the north.
Well, did we? Oh, really?
Yeah.
The one we imaged.
We don't have an associated SIG like TM.
TM.
I'm glad that took a little.
I think our time sync warnings are still related to M3.
Less than 2-3
It's cold on the bottom.
Bottom water.
It's really nice. The housing pressure in Sage has gone down 6 millibar just from coming down. Yep. Which one we were starting at 90 millibar. That's a big change.
I respect it. It is your problem.
Does it? No, it isn't. As long as C1's still pumping out data, we're good to go.
That's not true. This is an ROV system.
Depends who you're asking. The device's power comes golden. Happy.
It's remarkable how long it takes for
I can
all
make
of
it
that
not
to
happy.
transit the fiber and get out the inside.
Yeah, just turn it off.
Mm.
Yeah.
That suits you better.
Yeah, I like it.
This has been a very interesting M3 mapping.
This has been, yeah.
One of the top ones.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Like, what are our conclusions?
If anything holds true, Jeff, this will be the most interesting site of your entire cruise, and we'll only have a certain amount of time to see it.
Yep.
That is typically the way it goes. Best for last.
C'est la vie.
Just wait until we dive on the 2,700 meter one, and then find so many things.
So many things.
When are we doing that?
I don't know.
Though you want a plan that exists
That is the exact
before like
response
10
I
p.m.
expected.
today for return.
So, Jules asked a great question. What do we know?
You know, there's a lot of methane.
There's a lot of
At 25
methane
meters.
at 25 meters altitude. We know there's a bubble plume actively venting near the middle of the survey, and we have a point on it. We know there is
There's
a clam bed
which-
on the seafloor
and
at the bottom,
Really cool looking rock.
and a giant boulder.
Yeah, it's a nice boulder.
Nice
Knows
boulder.
water mountains.
We know the
lots.
seafloor is very rugged.
Yep.
Lots of topography,
Very reflective.
very hard, probably rock. The southern end of the survey has elevated methane coming from somewhere.
Coming from some of the south
East.
and then the huge spike
Southwest.
somewhere right down here.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I'd say right now.
No.
Yeah, how does the vehicle know?
There's lots of interesting mounds. There's one giant mound, that like 7-meter mound.
You know, we never that ended up being just the
Takes forever.
giant mound. We
Yeah,
didn't
we didn't see a
rename
bigger
it.
one.
Or we didn't.
Crossing line?
Hmm?
It was on the first or
No,
second line.
First or second line?
Yeah. It was like halfway up. Halfway between the crossing line and North
Yeah.
Line.
So, suggestion for samplers. We'll be up at the top. We could
Drop to seafloor and go back
to waypoint 1.
to waypoint 1.
Yeah. And see what's there for the clam beds and such. Then suggest for them to go to the isolated mound, or go straight to, no, they should go straight to the bubble plume, because I would like to get a gas sample. And then, if there's time, southeast, go to the south.
Well, the isolated
At least I can
isolated
control it.
mound and the huge methane spike are down in that southwestern corner.
Southwestern corner, okay.
So it might make
So,
sense.
right here,
Mm-hmm.
but there was, oh, so maybe that was the source of all the
No, because it got going from east to west on those crossing lines. It went from large to small.
Oh, okay,
And then we had that one
okay,
big spike.
yeah.
And the bubble plume image sits to the north.
North
Slightly
center.
north center, north.
And the
west.
and the big mound is
Sorry, northeast.
just east of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should go waypoint 1 down to the big spike and then up to the northeastern quadrant of the area where the bubble plume is, where that 7-meter mound is,
And then down?
and then down if there's time.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because we have no
did see a seep.
idea where that feature might be.
I forgot we did see a seep.
We did,
Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember that?
Just a
Way
forever
back
ago.
when?
Way back in
4
the
hours
day.
ago.
Mm.
It wasn't 4 hours ago. 2 hours ago. Still a while.
Actually, don't think I wrote down. So.
So if when you walk in through the curtain with your hat on, I think you should just go, I am here.
I am here.
So has arrived.
Hello. Hello. It does kind of arrive before you.
Yeah.
It does. It's kind of awesome.
It's there.
My favorite's so bugs right now.
This microphone.
It truly matches him.
It does.
Are you serious?
I am now. About how good that pirate hat is. So everyone out there watching, we are coming to the end of our M3 mapping extravaganza. We'll stop logging on the M3. We never stop logging on Sage.
Nope.
Head to the seafloor.
So when we turn it off.
Start heading back to waypoint 1.
Hold at
Hold.
25
Let's hold at
meters
25
for
meters.
a second to
Yeah.
look at current.
Right. Get a current eval when we get to the end of the line.
Purely visual. Dead stick.
And then to seafloor to waypoint 1.
Waypoint 1.
And well, if there's things imaged along the way, or things seen like bacterial mounds, clams, seep fauna, that can be the next watch.
Did anyone say, oh yeah, 20 to 30 to complete.
Had a great time. Saw a lot of neat things. Good conversation. We wore funny hats. And that's a good dive.
That is a good dive. Halloween M3
Halloween, M3, and Sage in the morning.
in the morning.
And costumes and chocolate.
Costumes and candy.
Good dive.
It's a good dive.
End of line.
End of line.
End of line.
End of line.
End of survey.
End of survey.
End of survey.
Cue the outro music. Okay, set it at 25 and let's. Wow, look at that current.
Amazing.
Amazingly nothing.
That's right.
Totally no current.
No current.
I don't think you can infer too much about Sage.
No, I mean
Methane moving in current.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree. Which is
Stay
weird.
up in the sun.
Means something is down there.
Doesn't that mean
south
that indicates that your big peaks are close to
But
where they were?
there's this big transportation feature. Like
Yeah.
that's
That does show like a yeah.
yeah.
Well, we go to the seafloor?
Yeah.
All I can do is check it out.
To the seafloor, and
Where are we?
we are at the end of the last survey line, but waypoint 1 is where the clam beds were. So that would be the first stop. It's the closest.
We're up here?
We're at the top. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go
The-
along the seafloor then,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, down to the seafloor, and then down to waypoint 1, where the clam beds were seen. Then we have some waypoints over there that are things of note. This was the seep in the water column. To the south was an isolated mound in a
49?
depression that looked kind of very interesting. And it did come with a nearby a really big methane spike. The whole southern area down here has got just, that's where we saw lots of elevated methane.
Yeah.
You don't want us to just go to the bottom and go to the bubbles first? I mean, it's
We
the
could go
same
to that.
distance. I think it'd be better.
Yeah, we could go there. This was just, we had the only visual where there was a clam bed, but we
Right.
should go check that out. It's a little closer. How about that? Go to the.
And you'll maybe
Go where
get
you tell
us
me
a
to go.
sample.
I'd love that.
Stick around to help on that.
Can
If
I
we need to
stop
search
in?
for if it's not a very apparent bubble stream, the forward-facing sonar is how we found the last time.
And what's the one called Station?
That's nothing.
That's our name.
That's just
And
an artifact. That's
the
nothing.
green one called Big Mound.
Spooktacular.
Is it a
Not
feature?
sure if it's a very large.
And it's 7 meter tall.
Huge.
7 meter tall
Huge.
boulder or something.
something
And
huge.
Not necessarily seep related,
Yeah.
but
Huge.
the largest feature in the survey.
Huge.
Well, we do
We're gonna have
need
to do
background
another
cores, so
My God.
we might do that
Oh.
here if we come down and.
Fitting.
Moving now.
Thank you.
And
All
I
right.
will go and process the.
Before we go anywhere, Doug, let's
Yeah.
just look around right here, cause we need to get some background.
Any particular speed for West Movement?
Just tell them to hold on for a minute.
Let's
Okay, I'm gonna go process the M3. I'm trying to get that map for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
We're really rolling.
Who's driving this?
Good thing it's not rough out.
Almost lost a laptop.
Okay, let me. I don't know.
Oh, it's right there.
No.
Rogue wave.
I caught my headphones with my
I almost like, I'll check the lines.
Is somebody's?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Check to see what.
So I'm gonna check with the people who want the course and see if this is background enough for them.
Okay.
And
We're gonna do a white
bring
balance
to
while you're
our
doing that.
side.
Maybe.
Got those extra cores, so we are going to use them.
Gotta get in the habit of waiting for inspection. That's after moving.
Are you okay?
Yeah. There's like also nothing on the counter that other than like my camera and it's sitting on two non-stick.
Have we seen anybody alive from the murder? We need a confirmation that this is okay for their course. Erin, okay for background course? Here?
Yeah.
We're not gonna waste any time because I mean, it's a nice background site, but
Yeah.
we haven't looked around extensively. You want us to drive more?
I mean, I can't really see it yet, but
Okay.
I presume.
Yeah. It was visible a
Yeah.
while ago. It will be again.
How to get it?
I like the I like the knife, the shortest parts. I like the knife with the.
There's two of them.
I have the other one there.
It's like a headband.
Scott, what's Sage over here?
Currently.
Here's fine.
Oh, no, it's over here.
What? Yes. Me is a yes, I would actually. It's okay. One pencil? There's a pen. I think it's like
Actually, do you need a background for where she go?
I'm ready to do.
Hey guys, do you want to stop here?
Yes, we do.
Yes, please. Sorry, I thought you responded that for me.
John messed up my chair. I'm so mad.
Okay, you can see it in the.
Yeah, he looks fine. Sage's background for me.
One background.
Thank you.
Yes. So 4 chores, please.
What was that?
Can I get the sit cam on the screen where the M3 is right now?
screen? Yes.
Thank you.
Can.
You're good.
Did you say sit cam?
Yes.
Got you.
Thank you.
How's that?
That's perfect.
56, okay. We got a different one on this.
I do like that this is giving like Barbie.
Nisk, you guys need a Niskin here? Sorry
yes,
about that. Niskin first. I always forget.
I'm just gonna do this first.
I was almost up, so I don't know. There's like today I am the shortest LA Sparks player in history.
You said a Niskin, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Niskin number 1, you guys, background for the push course. Okay. Are we live streaming?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we've just.
This is 44.
Of
That
course
was
we
on
didn't like.
6, yeah.
Say again?
That's on about 6.
Yeah.
Turn out to do.
Thank you.
Whoever put the pumpkin on the dive blog was a nice touch. Big fan.
So hi everybody, we just changed the watch for the scientists. I'm Lisa Levin from Scripps Institution of Oceanography. You guys want to introduce yourselves? Just
My name is Praxedes Muñoz from Universidad Católica del Norte, de la Facultad de Ciencias del Mar.
go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Paola Santiago. I am a graduate student over at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and I am this watch data logger along with Erin. Hi, I'm Erin. I am a grad student at Boston University in the geomicrobiology Marlowe lab. And yeah, I'm the second data logger today.
Do you think we need to do a test score? Or does this look pretty good for magic?
Pull one and see.
Can we do 16?
Sure.
I forgot to ask you whether the ones on the far coral quiver got numbered differently. Like, do they go 17, 18, 19, 20?
They got yeah, they got renumbered. Yeah.
Okay. So we are here, we've just completed an M3 mapping of what is probably going to be Chile's deepest methane seep known, assuming we come down and get ourselves to the seep. But right now we are just at the end of the mapping line, and several of our researchers wanted to have background cores to compare to methane seep sediments. So we're going to take a series of 4 cores. They will be processed for geochemistry and microbiology. The mappers tell us this area has some carbonate mounds, some methane bubbles, and they did one bottom touch and saw clam beds, which is a great sign for finding methane seeps.
Yeah, and see how it's crooked.
Well, it's got
And then
that-
you can pick up with the yellow at the same time. Yeah, that's with that. There you go. You're clear. Nice. All right, pour chin so you can stop that one.
We're just gonna take one core initially, just to test the sediments, see if they're cohesive, and we'll stay in the tube. We've just done a Niskin sample. Pachi and Erin, do you want to tell people what you use that water for?
Just hold on to it so you can have it as a test core, so.
Yeah, so we have been setting up incubations with our push core sediments. These incubations will tell us how much methane is being consumed by the microbes in the sediment. And so to set up these incubations in a way that is true to these microbes' environments, we need to use what we call localized bottom water.
Sorry to interrupt you, but could you take a look at this core, which is only going in halfway, and tell us whether that's going to be deep enough for you for background sediments or not?
We would probably need deeper for background.
Do you want us to try to shake that out?
Yeah, that'd be great.
He's trying to push it in through something compacted down there.
It's not
Is it going or not really?
Just the smallest amount.
Okay. On carbonate. Jeff's watching also, I think, so you might ask him about it. But we can try another spot.
I want to pull it up and see what comes with it.
Yeah. but we might have you shake it out if, Pachi, that's not deep enough for you, is it?
It's
No.
not, no.
Okay.
But we can see what is in the bottom.
So there's probably carbonate under there. We might be having 10 or 12 or 15 carbonate. Okay, so nobody wants to keep this core?
Alright.
Yeah.
Shake it out wherever we're gonna be moving, so I need to just hold on to that.
Look for something a little deeper, but.
So if you don't want it to fall out, it would've been gone.
Exactly. That's how it works.
Yep. There it goes. Alright. Just hold on to that. It's just out of the picture frame. Good. Yeah, remember, I have a bunch of stuff.
So the chemists and microbiologists need a deeper core to get down 20 or 25 centimeters into the sediment. So we're gonna try and look at another spot.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any walls down here, so. Alright.
We'll also see if there's anything seep looking, in which case this might not even be a good background. Like there's something up ahead that I have no clue what those are, right here on the left. Could we just pan over there? Because maybe it's like seep. Oh, it's a fish. A fish in a rock. We'll have to see what happens. There's definitely rock here. Doesn't
So
look like
we're
carbonate
gonna
though.
move into that waypoint, but we'll probably stop you to do cores at some point.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Thank you. You don't have to go like point A to point.
Yeah, and go at whatever speed you normally go, we don't need to go point A.
Copy that.
Thanks, Alex.
It is an interesting crab. A big white calatheid, I think. Or squat lobster is a common name.
I like your hat piece.
See, the hat's from the ship.
Is it?
The knife
Okay.
is from Valparaiso. It's a great day to be on the bottom of the ocean because people think the creatures down here are spooky. It's Halloween, so happy Halloween and happy Diwali to those of you celebrating Diwali.
Oh, I like to say that we are in some special hats today, some pirates here, witches.
We have two
That's
witches
something-
in
two
the
witches.
control room.
Yeah.
A spider lady, and an assortment of pirates and others.
Others.
So far, our deep sea's not looking too spooky. Does anybody want to try another pour? I'm gonna let you say when, Erin. Or Pachi, either of you can decide if you want to see if it gets any deeper.
Yeah, maybe past these rocks.
There's more rocks after these rocks.
From the M3, the surface seemed quite rocky down here.
Hagfish, possibly, down there.
You could collect it as a trick, not a treat.
What?
You could collect the hagfish for like a trick, not a treat.
Oh.
Be a trick caller.
It would be a
Whoever
trick.
has to clean it.
And clean the bio box after it's completely slimed. We've already seen what they can do to a bio box. How about here?
Yeah.
Should we give it a try?
Bridge, are we?
Okay, go ahead.
We're gonna set down right here, so if you come to stop, you leave.
Copy that.
We still have the core and the manipulator.
Sure do.
All right.
We're still gonna set.
It's nice and cold here. We're at 2,233 meters. The temperature is 1.93 degrees centigrade. Anybody know what that is in Fahrenheit?
We can calculate it.
35 maybe?
35. Brr. Too cold for a swim. Unless you're a hagfish.
Let's find out. Is my random number guessing right, or is Paula's
I-
random number guessing right?
No, because it's 1.8 plus 32.
Yep.
It's safe. Which random number is
Is Puerto Rico Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Sadly Fahrenheit.
Was it?
Sadly Fahrenheit. We have to convert that into tragic.
Dang,
I
spot
think-
on.
I am more close than you, Peter, by 0.01.
Ooh.
Because
Already
of
different.
halfway
Okay,
between
guys.
you and me.
That's even shallower.
Erin, no?
No.
Okay.
Too hard.
Thank you. Just thought we'd try. We cannot be accused of not trying for background course. But of course, we wanted a seep, and we're getting carbonates.
I might be getting non-carbonates.
You think the bottom down there is not a big carbonate
I don't know.
structure
There are a lot of non-carbonate rocks and rubble and boulders that
down here? Yeah.
we've seen so far.
Yeah,
so-
well, are we part of the subduction zone where we're gonna get crust kind of jumbled?
I doubt we're not that depth, but we are at the bottom of a big slope coming off of Mocha, so I don't know what's down there.
All right, so we might have island rock tumbling down, or whatever built the island, volcanic rock.
Bridge, are we?
Go ahead.
That's us moving again.
Copy that.
So we are headed to a site that had bubbles, and Scott, you want to tell us what the methane reading was at that site?
So at that site, we actually didn't see much of anything. We saw a bubble plume imaged in a multi-beam, kind of halfway between our 12 meters off our line. And then, is that a map to the right? And then methane didn't spike there. My high methane readings were all on the southern crossing lines, and then one huge spike down near that isolated mound in the depression we saw that got up to almost 600 microatmospheres at 25 meters. It was very, very high for that water depth.
When you say the southern crossing line, what does that mean?
So it's the crossing line, I guess
The middle or the very
no,
southern
so
end?
underneath, can I see the first one, Paula? At the bottom end, so see how there are these.
Okay, hang on one
Oh,
second. Could we
yeah.
just pan over here and see what's on the rock?
There's a giant bush or a giant rock behind there too.
Oh, yeah. But it's not as white. Just want to make sure that's not bacteria or something like that. Looks like it might be white rock,
Yep.
The
isn't it?
M3 map is wild.
Yeah. I
What?
can't wait to see it.
The M3 map was really cool. So the southern crossing lines, these are just those bottom ones.
For the seep, so just
Okay.
a picture of the positions. Seep line.
So it looks wild, but it could be these kinds of rocks that we're.
Oh, it's definitely part of it. Part of
Yeah.
we picked up every one of those rocks in the surface. And there's lots of.
Well, we know there's a clam bed behind us. Let's see what's in front of us. Are we picking up clam shells now? Maybe? They're not behind us, the clam bed's to the southwest. Oh, nice crab.
Yeah. It's huge.
Having breakfast.
It's eating.
I always think I'm seeing white clamshells, and they aren't always that. It's wishful seeing.
Big old birds there.
So these sediments have a lot of brittle stars, little orange and white ophiuroids.
These are couple clamshells.
A couple what?
Are these clamshells you're seeing?
I'm wondering. I think they are, which is good. Oh, I can't wear my hat and my earphones and my knife. I think they're all compatible. But those were isolated clamshells, so let's see more. Oh, there's some up ahead. As we move towards the bubble site. We don't always find seep communities on the bottom below the bubble plumes observed on the M3, but often we do. Okay, could we zoom in and slow down and take a look at this little patch because I think they're alive. Don't know whether we're going to get different species down here than we did at some of the other seep sites. The Concepcion seeps were roughly 600 to 1,000 meters. That's a nice little patch. Could you guys grab a photo, please? Yes. They're basicomiid clams. They tell us we're at a seep with hydrogen sulfide because they have symbiotic bacteria in their gills that oxidize sulfide, using that energy to fix carbon and make food for the clam. Let me see if somebody wants to collect these. We might slurp. Hold on. I think they're vesicomyids, at least. They look like it. Well, no response, so I think keep going. We can come back and get these if we don't find more, but I'm gonna guess we will find more, hopefully. Anybody see bubbles, please yell.
Oh, I will.
They're looking.
Maritza wrote about the plants. What about you?
Oh, now that we're gone.
There's a big bed at waypoint 1.
Of live plants?
It was not clam shells. It looked like a live bed.
Okay.
We didn't zoom in on it, but
Take a look up here. See if there's more live clams. We'll check out this patch. Although, actually, it looks like there's some right there also.
Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween!
Oh, that's a rock. Let's check out this patch.
I was trying to read the back.
That was a rock.
And it says prisoner.
And then I thought maybe because the orange is part of the
Maybe
costume,
two
but it's
species here?
really
I
bold prison
was
choice.
using both.
I am
We just had a prisoner walk into the control room.
one on the left is enormous.
Okay, we see lots of siphons.
Oh.
There's a big one and some little ones. So you guys please grab a picture of these. And there's nice, probably terabellid polychaete tube on one of the clams also. So we would like to do a suction of these. Not the big one. I think the big one we'll try to pick up and put in something. Unless you think I think it'll clog this section, but.
Maybe we could try push core.
Would you like a core here? Would you like us to do the push core first, since you have it in your lip? So next to the clam there?
Mhm.
Yes. Somewhere close to the clams, so that there's hydrogen sulfide in the sediment.
It's like half and half.
That's probably, is that good? Is that close enough? Or closer? Closer, please. We have to move.
Yep.
Yes. Nice.
Nope. As far as you're going.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
Yep. See what's that? Okay.
Did we keep it?
Yeah, thank you.
Good? Yes?
Yes, 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 thank you.
Okay. Erin, I assume you guys don't want
No, we're
tours
waiting
here?
for the
Yeah.
whole site.
This looks good.
Like that's not how it works. No, it's not gonna make it. Try. Too loose. Maybe it's just that very simple. Maybe. And there's a force all the way out.
Oh, yeah.
You good? Good. Yeah, you good. There you go. Start coming down. Good. That's perfect. Stop swinging out a little bit. Down. And you come down. Nice, smooth, easy motion. That's all right. That's all right. You come down. Just start coming down with your jaw. There you go. Perfect, just like that. Whenever you feel like it's getting in the line, you can let go and just push it. Oh, I love the jaws because we're. That's all right. Take your time, it's not going anywhere. There you go, perfect. Now you know. There you go, that's it. Once you clear, I'll pull the porch in and I'll take that ram now and we'll go ahead and grab the suction.
Like basic.
So we'll try to suction up some of the smaller clams, please.
We shall try. Now let's start with ram.
Which suction sample?
We should use 5, 6. Tell us which one we're on.
Right now, we're on number 1, but I can move that here in a second.
Okay.
Right,
Although, actually, maybe number 4, is that a possibility? Because the clam bed has a lot of small invertebrates living in amongst it, so we could keep them if we use.
Just give me a second to rotate the jar out. So just get that out of the way. You want to go on 4? Is that what you
3
said?
or 4,
3 or
whichever
4.
is easier.
That's number 3.
Okay. Right, we don't want the big one if you think it might clog the tube, so.
Let me know when you're ready. I don't know if we're lined up.
Whoa.
Suction's on.
We're significantly deeper than most of the other seeps we've been studying off Chile. You can see the clams are concentrated near the surface here, and unlike some of the sites we've been at least they're visible at the surface, so we can see both the shells and the siphons. Ooh, there might be a big one there. Nope, just little ones. You're right. So one of the things we noticed is the clams get stuck in the hose and sometimes stay over to the next dive. So we have to find a way to make sure we flush them.
Can't tell. There's definitely more. I definitely would see more.
Well, they're in there.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch in there.
Have any come? Oh yeah, we can see
Yeah,
them
there's more
coming
coming
through.
through, though.
Yeah,
Just
that's
saw
great.
one come through. There's a bunch more.
Okay, that's good for clams.
I want to go ahead and
If we think, do we think we got them all out of the hose? Yeah,
hopefully.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's moving. These are Vargas-Cordero.
That's all the tiles.
So we'd like to get the bigger species also, probably with the manipulator. There's definitely one where we were, but I don't know if there might be a cluster of a few more further up. We could take a look. Could we open a coral quiver? Just to have a space, please.
You want to grab that one?
Sure, if you feel like it's going to be possible, and you can
They're
reach.
really-
If you
they're
can't
brittle
reach it.
shells.
Just keep me honest on the shoulder.
Yeah, I was looking at it.
See, I'll just wiggle it with open jaws first. see
Yeah.
if I can pump it out.
Looks like there's definitely a couple of different species of
Yeah, they're big
vesicomyids
ones.
here,
Yeah.
which is neat. It's quite a large one. One of the challenges for scientists has been to use the manipulator to gently pick up these very fragile animals. And I know adaptations that I've seen on both ROVs and subs now involve these like little squishy tips. In this case, the yellow is softer, so the animal doesn't get crushed so easily.
You have to get a little bit bigger bite if you're going to go that loose. There you go.
nice.
Or do you want to just go straight up?
You can go in if it challenges you, whatever is easier for you guys. It's nice to have a picture, but
Did, okay.
so this will be into coral quiver number 3.
Just articulating it in nice and easy.
Just going slow.
Yeah.
So you got it for the sip.
Right. That's a big one.
Yeah, how long would you say that is? Like 15 centimeters?
Probably. I got the lasers on it right now. Definitely over the laser size.
Yeah. 13 to 15 centimeters long.
That
Oh.
figures. Of course it did. Yeah, let's look at this.
We got it on the right side of it. It would go down right there.
If he drops it, it's probably fine.
It'll go down in there, yeah. Sliding it. Oh, right on the edge. There you go.
Yay. Good.
Nicely done.
Very nice. We leave the quiver open. We'll try to get another one, please.
You have to move the lid though. You're not getting that.
Yes.
in there.
Move the lid.
Don't check pressure left on that.
Yeah.
Might want to have a look in there too. You may not have room to put two of that size in that quiver. There you go.
So everybody was clapping because we picked up a very large clam. It wasn't clear it was going to fit in the quiver, and then the handle of the lid got in the way, and then the clam tipped over on the edge, and
No
then
more big tear those.
our very skilled pilot got it back in there. See any other big ones that look alive? Let's see. There might be one here.
Let's go see.
There's definitely some dead shells of very large clams.
Where? Is it dead now?
We could check this one and see if there's
The rock's alive.
If we just zoom in on it, maybe we could see if there's a siphon. Yeah. And it looks like it might have an anemone on it, which is good. What do we decide? Is that space big enough for another one, or we don't know yet? If the quiver could accommodate another large.
It might.
we need to save a few quivers for corals, so we could always put it in BioBox if we don't think it's gonna fit. If we could get some good close-up pictures, this has a limpets and a couple of anemones and some really big mud tubes that are certainly polypeds. It could be terabellids. We don't see anybody sticking out. I've also seen capitellids build tubes like that on clams. But the clam itself, we can see some pink mantle sticking out, so probably it's alive. Might even be a bryozoan or something, or sponge encrusting on that shell, so it's really cool. There might be a chitin down there near the bottom. The clamshell provides a hard substrate and fuels an entire community of chemosynthetic associated organisms, which is very cool. Collect one clam and you get a whole assemblage. There are other small clams alive here also, so that tells us that there's probably hydrogen sulfide underneath the sediment. These clams stick their foot down into the sediment and they use their gills to get oxygen because they need both sulfide and oxygen so their bacteria can do their thing, sulfide oxidation. Guys got a good shot? We're ready. Oh, did we put the laser on that?
I can.
Just to get a size. It also looks like it's probably 13 centimeters or so, or 14. Yep.
See it okay?
Great, thank you. Lots of fecal casts right around this clam, so there's somebody interesting underground deposit feeding here as well. Ooh. It's a big one. How tall are the coral quivers? So they should fit 2 clams.
10 inches. Yeah. It might fit that in there. It looked
They're 25
it looked
centimeters.
terrible when we looked inside. So.
Nice.
Once you got it out of the way and secured, then it'll be
You squeeze them and they shrink more.
yeah.
What do you guys think about whether it'll take a second clam or whether we should put it in the BioBox? We do want to keep all the animals on the.
We're one line over. Okay. I have a hopefully refined position for where the bubble plume is
Oh.
based on reviewing the data.
Could you give them
that's
to
right.
put it in, yeah?
For adjusting the bubble waypoint position, it should be shifted a bit when you get a chance. Didn't elevate when we went to
It's
Seafloor.
such a nice, delicate lift.
Oh, is it M3C?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, okay.
Jeff, there's more at 25 meters in the eastern half of the survey than there is at Seafloor in the northwestern. Yeah. There's a clear what happens to the baseline across northwest and east.
And then that last giant peak.
What's the methane here, Scott? None?
Not elevated. I mean, maybe by a few microatmosphere.
So how far is the new bubble site?
It's very close. It's just more refined from the one that's on there. It's probably within 20 meters at that point, but hopefully a better starting place to go look. But that was a very poorly placed. Just
Okay.
put something down. We're going by the bubbles now.
Alright.
Okay, so just to make sure that we haven't missed anything important in this clam bed, could we just inch forward and use the cameras to pan around and zoom in on the clam patches and see if there's anything, other creatures that, like a xenoturbella, for example, or anything else that hangs out around the clam beds?
Yep. You're in charge of the zooming around. I'll be in charge of the piloting. Okay.
Just let me know what you want to zoom in on.
Any news up here? Maybe the crab.
Just come in and let it come forward. You do whatever. I'm not using that camera to fly, so. Move it that way.
Lithodid crab. Looks like it might be consuming clams. There's definitely some more big ones and small ones and medium-sized clams. You can see that clams occur in little clusters. They're not uniform across the bottom, and this tells us
There's some big old ones to the right that I'm going towards. Just going ever so slow. Not to stir up the bottom.
So these clams don't have a whole lot of fauna living on them. Is that, what's that?
Corals.
Whoa, corals. Look at that. Let's take a look at these. They might be bryozoan. Oh, they're vestimentiferans. Yay! Our first vestimentiferans here. Let's take a look at them. Sorry, Jeff. We're not going to get to bubbles very fast.
We're pointing in the right direction.
We are definitely at a seep, so we're good. Let's zoom in and see what's sticking out the top. They look like Escarpia. Oh, maybe some Lamellobrachia too. This one might not have a spike. So Greg wanted us to very strategically collect clumps where you could get a whole lot of tubes together efficiently. And this might qualify. Let's see if he has some thoughts about whether this would be a good set of tubes to collect. With some luck, we could get the Galatheid crab, some of the hydroids. He said it's an ideal clump, so we might want to put this in a bio box. if you can grab it from below like a bouquet and, yep,
See what comes when we grab it.
see what happens. To distinguish new species and tell what's going on, gray grouse needs about 10 worms.
Oh, see, we're really close. The seep got closer when we put the new waypoint in. It's almost within the field of view of the forward-facing sonar.
Be having some methane here, no methane?
No. Maybe it's on the other side of the. There's some mounds that this is associated with, so it could be on the east side of them.
The seep being very close is still 20 meters away from us.
Yeah,
Yes,
20
he
meters.
does. We're collecting.
We don't need these.
And we didn't really, when we went over that seep, we didn't see a big methane spike.
But, could we do a little bit more zooming around the edges of it? Just, I wanna make sure we photographed everything there is to see on this clump before we take it. Both at the base, like there's maybe, there's definitely serpulids on the worm, which is kind of new. We haven't been seeing a lot of serpulids living on the worm tubes. There's anemones. Oh, maybe they're sibellids. They could be sibellid polychaetes, the white tubes. That's interesting. I don't know if it's some kind of echinoderm. Looks almost like a little sunstar or something. Greg says he doesn't need the whole clump, half is fine, but I would just pick it up and see what comes up. So, could we zoom in on the top where the hydroids are? So there is some sponge, but I think that's on the rock, not on the two worms. And then these are, the fuzziness on the tubes would be most likely hydroids, which we think also have symbionts. Sometimes there's isopods and other small crustaceans living amongst these coprellid amphipods also. I don't see any right now. Anybody else? We definitely have a nice Galatea crab. Very cute. So he's grazing on this off the tube. I wonder what he's eating. And maybe the tubes that are clean have been picked over by the crabs. Maybe bacteria are growing on the tube. Because it doesn't look, I guess we're all the way zoomed in on his mouth, right? Can we go any further?
That's it right there.
Okay. That's sort of fun, watching him feed off the tube. The seep communities have a lot of organism interrelationships. So as soon as you have tubes, you have surfaces for other organisms, and then you have animals that feed on those. It'd be sort of interesting to know what the microbes are that he's eating over there. So let's hope we can get the crab as well as the tubes. Yeah, I think there might be a worm or something living on his antenna. A lot of things live on parts of animals here. Just like the polychaetes or tubes are. The other these big vestimentiferans are actually polychaetes, just like the little ones. Let's see here. Okay, we can try to sample.
Okay, Alex, yeah.
So half a clump will be fine. Whatever you can, Alex can pick up.
You don't have to grab the whole bushel, but a nice bunch. Towards the bottom, I would say.
I think Olivia requested the white crab as well.
We'll try to get the crab if he swims away. We'll see.
He was out there.
I don't think we'll pick them up separately, although we could suction them. But
So, do you want to try to suction the crab before we grab this bush? Because once we do, it's gonna move.
yeah, why don't we do that? Since we have a specific request for that crab. Sorry, the requests come in on WhatsApp, isn't it? Sometimes they're too late, sometimes not.
What jar do you want this in?
5 through 8, one of those. So 5?
5, yep.
The big lithodid, yeah. That is a big crab. It's as big as the two-barn bush. Probably old.
You happy with me leaving it out there, or you want me to retract that some?
Better budget. So we get this guy right here.
You want me to retract it?
No, don't suction this crab.
Section this one, okay.
Did the other one go away?
No, it's just on the other side, hiding from the big one. Yeah.
I don't see it. Oh, there it is,
Just on the
over
other
there.
side.
Right under there, yeah.
So we're gonna.
And the big one's probably going
Just
for
a
it,
small one,
huh?
yeah. We're gonna steal his lunch.
Are we ready to?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh
to
my
do it.
gosh.
Just get it close. If I turn it on now, it'll scoot.
Especially
Ready?
this antenna facing this way.
Ready?
Yep.
Full on.
Oh, you got him.
We stole your lunch.
Sorry, big crab. You look well fed.
So grumpy.
It was a treat, not a treat.
Do we see it come in?
Oh, that was a sure thing. Hold them until we see it come in case he fishing.
There's something on the bottom, but maybe
Yeah,
it's
I saw
clams.
something drop in there. It might be a clam.
Yeah. It's okay. I think we surprised the Galathead. He was too busy worrying about the big crab
Yeah,
to
he was.
worry about us.
We're gonna drop that handle here in a second.
Actually, I got it. Hopefully we should get back on.
Do we think you got it to number 5?
You want, sometimes if you turn the thing off for a little while, it loosens its grip, and then you hit it again, and they come flying into the jar.
One thing that this mount, once you put it on, you can suction it. Just suction it.
Okay, well, Elohia, we think we have your crab.
It also keeps the crab from crawling up.
That's right.
Can I move this?
All right, I'll track that, Brand, get it out of the way.
Be nice to get a rock or two around here also.
There he is. He just dropped in.
It just fell in?
Yep.
Yeah, great.
So I'm going to just.
Let's move the,
index that
yeah,
so that it
move
doesn't
the,
go anywhere.
great.
All right.
That, number 5, validation.
So we had the clams in 3, wasn't that correct? Clams were in 3?
Yep, so we've got 3 and 5 filled.
Okay. What do you need from me, Alex?
So that's, Greg says, a little Brazilian starfish. I've never seen one so small, sitting on at the base of the tube. Now we get to see how long these tubes really are.
They're really intertwined. There you go. Nicely done. All right. Coming out the porch. Porch all the way out. Which box do you want to try and put them in? Let's put them in the back one in case we need to use the scooter for one. Either one or two. I think it can sneak over.
I mean, if it's easier to is fine, but
Keep that one hanging out.
so we're gonna want one more grab in here of those 2 worms, so you can leave the box open.
Well, we'll have to close it.
Oh, maybe you have to close it so they don't come out.
No, we have to move the porch so that we can reach.
Oh. Great. If you can get some of these with the worms, that would be great. And the anemone and the starfish. There's a big scale worm, I think. Or maybe it's an isopod up there.
You got a big old bundle now. He's got like 2 or 3 hanging on to the back, and it's free. There you go.
See the scale worm?
Okay, so now, which?
Would probably be good to vacuum out the bottom of this in case there's some animals fell off the tubes.
Yeah.
We should make sure we sieve the sediments at the bottom.
That should be really interesting.
Also, just hang tight, we might need to push some of this in.
Oh, the little crowd,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll see if the lid's gonna let it go down or not. Yep, there it goes, that's good.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Can you reach any rocks here? Like the rock that was next to the tube worm?
The one that rolled down the hill, we can probably grab, if that's a rock, I
No.
don't know what that is though.
The one that was connected.
Yeah, that white bit right there.
Oh, it was underneath the tube worms?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you zoom in on it and we'll
Sure.
take a look? If it was mostly
It rolled out from
underground,
underneath when we were pulling that bushel out.
yeah. Probably I wouldn't go for that one. I realize you could collect it and there's some things, but it's also it's probably not as
Alright,
representative.
figure out which rock you like then.
Can you reach anything else over here? Or that's probably too big, right?
I would assume that, yeah, that's attached to the bottom.
Oh, see the scale worm? What do you think? Let me see if Greg wants while you were looking for a rock that can be moved.
Oh, there you go, broke, it broke.
That'd be okay. I would take it if we could get it without breaking it to too many pieces.
You don't have much more
I
around.
know, real things. Gonna see if I can get my dog over here a little bit more. Okay. If I can't get it with the touch, so we can get it all done.
I probably should have got a picture of it, but that's the scale worm. We could section it if it's still around. It's big.
There you go, nice.
Any other bio box but 1B. And a zoom would be good.
I'm afraid to freeze it, so I just
Yeah, just hold it.
That's great. Did you guys get a picture?
Yeah, thank you.
So it had sponge, probably a lot of small things that we aren't seeing. We bring these rocks back to the lab and photograph them on all sides, pull off the animals we can see, wrap them in foil to estimate surface area, and let animals crawl out overnight. Lots come out when you put them in a bucket of water. And we characterize quantitatively the communities on the carbonate rocks. Although I'm not 100% sure this is all carbonate, but it most likely is. So that's going in BB2A. 2A, yeah. Thank you. Did you see another that you could reach? Or if the scale worm's still there, could we slurp it? I guess you'll have to move.
Which
That's-
jar do you want this in?
I think it could go, do we think the crab would eat it? Go ahead and put it in number 6. It's big. I think. Yeah.
See if I can reach it. Or just
You can try, but
I don't think.
highly doubt you're
It's gonna be
gonna
too much for the bucket.
So if she wants to suck around the worms, do that first, and then I'll move it.
Well, we want to suck around the rock ledges, like all the things that are just. It can be in the worms too, but it's actually better to keep the samples separate from the worms. But we want to make sure we get the scale worm too, so. Doesn't look like much is coming off, huh? Can we come over to this side?
Yeah, well, on the side of the rocks, and then work your way towards the worm. Not those though.
If we can get anemones, that would be good. Be stuck on kind of hard, and that worm might go hiding. Sticking out before it goes off somewhere. No, still there. Glommed on tighter.
Very clean portion.
Trying to get loose strip.
They're strong. Oh, there's some other worms there.
I want to try and just go over the top of it, and I get the suction off.
That's interesting. These rocks don't look like carbonate at all. They look like conglomerate.
Yeah, just put it over it.
Lots
See
of
if
pebbles
it moves,
stuck
see if it
together.
moves or anything. Yeah.
Maybe there's some carbonate cementing them.
See if it starts moving. If you see it, let me know. see the eyes move or something.
I mean, I wonder if we left it alone, if it would come out.
Maybe.
And we could suction somewhere
Yeah,
next
Suction
to it
along
and
the
see
rock
if
edge,
it,
and I'll just keep an eye on it.
yeah.
If he looks like he's moving, I'll turn the suction off again. Try. Just to the right of where you were just going.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, like right there, and then back towards the left. Just clean rocks.
Anemones would be good, anything we can get off those rocks. Although they're probably stuck on pretty well.
I have to flick it before. Where? Right where it's-
They're still there.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see it behind there.
Well, we're getting a good look at the rock. Looks like lots of little pebbles stuck together and some kind of conglomerate. And the worms make it slowly making its way out, maybe?
Is it?
But it's gonna have to come all the way out probably for us to be able to get it.
Maybe.
Greg can make that call. We're just trying to leave it alone so it'll come out by itself.
Strategy.
Suction anything else we can get off the rocks. Okay, so we got one rock here. Might be good to get another quantitative rock. They put in a new bubble position that we're not very far from, but that's what we were troubleshooting. I think, but I don't think we've even really explored this spot.
There might be some more. It's on 30%.
See, I've got another knife here somewhere. It is.
Gallery looks good. You would fit in with that costume.
Oh, into the galley? So, oh, actually, I'm just gonna need to come back.
Yes.
To one.
Yep. Hi, Doug. Arr.
Arr. How are you?
Ready to slope even more.
They're held on pretty good.
Yeah.
They won't let go.
And they're being sneaky and not moving. Okay.
What would you like to do? Just keep pulling stuff from around here, or?
What are we on? 4. So. Rock. Maybe where the tubes were with it. Did you go into the tubes?
We have not, no.
Yeah.
You wanna go inside?
Yeah.
Around the tube area?
That'd be good. There were some limpets, maybe we'll go.
What's up, you young people?
What's up, Ben?
Oh my God. Talking about
thought to do more here, you know.
Wow. Looks very beautiful. Feels great. I was curious as a robot. Yep.
Hey, look.
Do you have
I'm gonna keep that by trailer,
I think so.
Oh, okay, I was like, oh, that's oddly similar to the peak I get from diesel rates. ROV versus LNG.
You know, I was told. I was told you cannot say you can't go into control without a hat.
I'm without accosting. So technically I should be kicking Alex Harris.
All right, I think that gives us plenty to look at tonight. Thanks, Doug.
Done slurping?
Yeah. I think Lisa would like another rock.
I tried it, but when I
Good diversion.
actually had to use the arm.
Thank you.
What's up, Doc? Yarr. Bye.
Two parts of it.
Doug has a bigger hat though. Wow.
Alright, man. Looking for a rock. If you have to move, move. Don't smush that bush door.
I know, I was watching that. I was watching the thing close to actually. I keep telling myself,
Looking good, buddy. Alright, I'm passing the hat. That was warm.
Ben, what are you? What am I calling you?
I just have more here.
That,
Two pirates
here.
Two pirates and Christmas flying ROV.
This is sort of a joke. Now there's a bunny.
And whatever Ben is.
Ben with more here.
How's younger Ben's vision?
This is like the Tim look.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. He's so cool. How many does his hair back?
Yeah.
How you doing, Greg?
I'm good today.
Good morning.
Yar.
Yeah.
Good morning, Greg.
R.
Good morning, Juliana.
Morning.
I said hello to you.
Yeah.
Morning. He's a wrestler. The wrestler.
Slave to sage.
Oh my gosh.
It's quite a scene here in the control room.
Okay, what are we doing next?
We're going to look for a rock.
There's a rock right away.
I know, I guess. Can we have a look at that rock?
Yes, ma'am.
Ben.
Ooh.
All right.
More out.
You better wear that all day.
All day? It's really warm.
Did you see
I don't know how they do it, really. I mean, that's like the most professional thing they do. Professional wrestlers just have to wear this.
Yeah, I think it's being disturbed. Maybe they tried to pick it up. I think we'll pass on that.
skull
Thanks. Weird
mask
rock.
that lit up.
It's different rock than we've seen this cruise.
No, see those, like, see those rocks? They're all the same thing.
Yeah, it's a conglomerate.
See, those are a lot of rocks over here. That's really disturbing.
What's that white thing? Upper right.
Yeah, that's a scale one we were trying to get before.
It's a big one, isn't it?
This one. Yeah, it's starting to come out. We might wait a little longer. We could try and get the rock you had in the view there, Ben, while this one comes out.
Did you guys try the skiller and then it hid in the cracks probably?
It went back in. Yeah, so we couldn't slurp it. But it's making a move. But we could get a rock and wait while it comes out fully. Do you think you can reach? Yeah. Or maybe these.
We can reach that one. See those in front of us?
Yeah, no, you want closer?
Oh my gosh.
Take one of my first.
Okay, here we go.
So I always bring a mask to the last minute. And a force mask. So it's okay. She looks over and she's like, she has a picture of it. I do too.
Or today.
Yeah, because I have to wait until.
This seems heavy. The camera had it as well.
Understood. Which one?
Good question.
No. that's-
Somewhere down there?
What about the big one front and center?
I think that's been disturbed.
That is. Alright, port side.
I think any of these,
Might be rabbit.
if they're.
I think your worm retracted.
Oh,
So
it's,
then-
yeah, it's smart. Cunning.
Let me see if I can get that.
We're gonna pour some rocks?
Get some rocks.
We've already got 2 rocks. Oh no, 1 rock. Okay, this is rock 2.
So that one. That one. That one. Underneath.
Which one? I'm pointing at it. Oh, the lower one.
Any of those.
The lower one.
You think this one?
Yeah, that one really.
So Juliana's at the top, you got the bottom.
You should see his original costume.
Do you think a biobottom fits?
Yes, it's too gross.
Yes, please.
I don't know how long that wait was. That calls
Doesn't look like it's got a lot of life on
You don't want it?
it. No, thanks, Levi. I think let's look for another one.
Yeah.
I think we'll let the.
How's the steel worm doing?
I think it's.
It's not your bad. It's still out. You might have to shift it.
Yeah. It's only half out. They had.
I'm gonna
Locked.
shift. I'm gonna shift.
Okay.
Over there. It's a pretty big scale worm, right?
It is. Yeah. One of the biggest we've seen. The clams are huge too. Do we only have one laser today?
I think it's just obscured by something.
Right.
If we tilt up the
Oh, it's the cams hitting the something. Oh yeah.
It's out there. We're going to
What
tilt
about
down.
what about that rock?
Okay. You want to scale one first or?
Well, let's have a look at the scale worm. If it's, I think it's still half in. Yeah, it's. I don't think we can get it like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I feel like as soon as you bring it close, it's going to burrow back in.
Yeah.
Place.
it's a cunning worm.
If you're fast and sneaky, probably get it.
No, we'll be waiting too long. We gotta move. Yeah.
You're gonna. That's
We
a
could-
big rock.
You think it's too big? Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not too big, but it's better to use the fork on.
Oh, okay.
So. I'm gonna have to shift scale mark still there, so we'll make sure before I move.
Yeah,
He's really out.
It's only half out. It's pretty big.
I know. Kind of want it. You want it? You don't want it?
I do want it, but I think we're not going to get it.
Yeah.
If we can try and get that rock, and maybe it'll come out while we're.
Okay, he doesn't want the challenge. So we're just gonna go for the rock. Something
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
For everybody, yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me shift.
I'll give credit to a smart worm that doesn't want to come out.
Yeah. Okay.
Harvey's moving quite a bit. Pull back.
Hold on. Too
Okay.
close. I just find some strange doubts. There's just something really sudden. All you can.
So you trim. That's all you grab. I can't figure out what the.
Okay.
Are you stable?
Oh, it's attached. Okay. Let's go look for one that we can pick up. Thanks.
Okay. Arm locks. Those are clams, huh?
They are. Yeah. I think two filled up a quiver.
Okay. Where are we going? Is there a route we're supposed to go?
It's just these targets here.
There
so-
is a bubble target that we should head towards.
Where's
It
that
was
at?
a matter of meters away.
Yeah, if we could, what they've done in the past, what they did last time to find the bubbles is kind of come off the bottom and slowly look in the forward-facing sonar for a cloud kind of blob. But you need to come off the bottom enough to not have the seafloor returns.
But
How high do you want to
The-
go?
Maybe like 10 meters. See, you
But
can
where's the target? How far away
target's
is it?
right in front of us.
Okay.
By what's the range on the forward right now?
30.
So it's about 30 meters in front of us. So
Okay.
if you kind of come off the bottom and slowly start going towards it, you might see where it's coming off the bottom, or at least where it's in front of you.
Let's see it already.
Okay.
See that sonar?
You have to come up
Coming up.
and scan a radius around this green waypoint.
Oh,
What?
I was meant to take a Niskin.
Can we do it here?
Yeah, absolutely. We can do this in here.
Can we do a Niskin now?
Bring a camera over. Ben, I'm good.
Okay.
We'll go lower.
Yep. Thanks, Pachi.
1 was fired, right?
Yes.
Alright, so this is number 2.
How high are we off, Ben?
Right now, 2.8.
No, she wants us down.
She wants it down?
Yep. Sorry, if
That's
we can go
okay.
back down.
She wants to come in, or?
Just near the bottom. Yeah. Nearer the bottom.
It's not just particles in the water. You want to wait? No, but stay here or move forward. Right?
Yeah, it's dirty, so we need to get in clean water.
Okay, so I'm gonna move forward.
Yes, please.
Okay, I need to finish the. Sure. I haven't watched the movie.
What? You seen the one? There's 2 of them now.
No, I haven't seen it. I know you haven't worked with me for a very long time, but if you ask me the question, have you seen blank? The answer really is no.
Once it's clear, if you come back down, then I think we're
Yes, that is.
to do the next one, and then go back up for the bubbles.
This looks pretty clean. Coming down. I want 1 meter.
Yes.
Okay, holding the skin. I'm watching it. Burgers. Good, good, keep going, keep going.
Still waiting for bubbles.
It's okay. We're close.
Thank you.
We're just doing a skim, then we'll go look for the bubbles.
We're still at the same spot. Did you record the section we were doing?
Right, so 2 closed, the cards look clear. Alright. There you go. That's good. I'll bring the camera back. Let's look for bubbles.
Right? Come off the seabed until the forward-facing sonar is not getting the seabed returns, and see if we've got a.
We're gonna look for bubbles in the water.
Yeah, the way we did it last time that seemed to work pretty efficiently was we know generally the direction the bubbles are, and the forward-facing sonar will catch where
Catch
they
'em.
are above the seafloor. But we'll find out if that's there.
Yeah, there's here on the sonar. Shot.
Let's see if it. Is that all still the seafloor though, right?
Still seafloor, only
Okay.
2.5 meters.
Yeah.
It's also
I think there's what it looked like on the bathymetry was this bubbles were coming out of kind of the little mound pinnacle thing. So that might be the shadow of that.
though, Ben and Levi.
Hello, Lisa.
I just noticed that you're different people than when I went to lunch.
So, that was my mistake. Feel at 12 meters.
Keep going until we kind of clear out, because where the green waypoint is the what we think is the best on bottom location.
Keep.
And then when we come up maybe a few more meters until kind of all the seafloor is gone, we'll slowly start moving forward.
Coming up. I think last time we did this was on 20.
I think it'd help you go to 20. Yeah, if you change the range, if it helps with the refresh rate maybe, or.
Okay, 20 meters.
I think that noise is to the right of the green. Is that just is that something high in front of us? To the right there. Like, what is all that stuff? Is it just noise? Okay. Let's come up another 5 meters and then we'll see if we've gotten away from more noise. And I'm going to turn on the M3 just to, not to log it, but to have it visually. If we see somehow we miss it in the forward, but we go over it.
You can change heading.
Is this the new refined location that's up there?
Yes. I almost wonder what that little blip right to the front, no, back,
Oh, right
right
here.
there. Let's see if
Change,
that's.
change
let's
heading,
see if that's-
see if it tracks heading or see if it says geographical. That's why I look at it. Keep my mouse on.
Okay.
Oh, it did.
But did it move?
Now it's in front of us, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that means it's probably not. But a bubble train would not move with the
Like,
head
but-
machine, right?
Yeah, right. Like if it was real.
It would stay
It would stay
over
where
there.
it is. If it moves with the heading of the orbit, it's in the ways.
Okay, so start slowly. I'm going to turn the M3 on, and if you start slowly moving forward in this heading,
Yeah.
we'll see if there something comes out. Okay.
Ready?
Yes. Let's go.
Okay, here we go. Heading straight.
130.
What is that? Big aggregate. wanna sit here, Jeff?
No, I'm okay.
Wanna turn a bit more to starboard?
Sure.
I mean, we should be just about there, right? You wanna go down and look at what's
Maybe
under,
just
under
do
us?
like a rotate, like,
Roger. Okay,
Go a little past that, just keep going. Go on 10 meters.
1 to 10?
Yeah, go through it.
Okay.
Keep going. Do a larger search pattern, and then we'll come back and do a grid, basically. So it's right here, you know? Let's go over it. Like,
Okay.
definitely past it. Yeah, this frequency isn't super good at finding bubbles.
The blue view
blue
is
view's
the,
at
is
900,
the,
which is typically makes it ring really nice.
uh-huh.
Yeah, this way we'll get the M3 to go over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's been something in the M3, it wasn't super clear, but it looked like there was some vertical.
You saw something go by already?
Yeah, kind of, it wasn't very clear, well, maybe this is it, right here.
Oh,
Off starboard.
So that's,
where is that?
It's off starboard.
Starboard.
Which is wherever that green.
Turn
Yeah,
starboard.
which is
So
where,
maybe turn towards
Yeah.
starboard.
So we'll go here,
go to the waypoint
and then we'll.
that's on there.
Yeah,
right?
and we'll turn around maybe. Go to the direction.
Turn starboard.
Yeah, just do a nice slow turn starboard and then go to the north. Yes. When we came off bottom on our way up, I'm pretty sure I saw
Something over there?
something like basically right where the green your waypoint is.
Hey,
there's like a little bit of a the hill goes up.
Yeah.
And that seemed like the local high to me.
Okay.
That's it. But we were a little ways away from that, but that'd be my guess.
Like the waypoint we
Facing
marked
south.
is right to the side of us.
I'm gonna turn more starboard now.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe drive down here and then drive like this way. Do like a grid, like.
So next time, if we go over, like what, I like that move, if I see it really bright on the M3, I'll have a stop, and then we'll just lateral till it's right under us,
Oh, okay. I like that.
and then go, well, hopefully we'll see it in the,
I can slide on the small.
Alright. Yeah. Turn more to starboard, and then come ahead straight right here, right here.
This is not in front of us anymore. We're lateraling. We're
this
not
is
gonna
just
see
right
it in
below
there.
us, but we're not, it's not at the right cross-cutting.
Moving forward.
Yeah, come ahead here. Next.
So we have to be over it to see.
For
it.
this one, it has to be over it, the forward-facing sonar can see it in
So,
front of us.
so the one you just saw, should we have been over it?
When
Yeah.
we went over it on here, it was off to the side,
Yeah.
which looked like it corresponded with the green, but if we get it in the forward-facing sonar, which maybe that little blip right there.
See if it stays there. It's just an artifact.
Oh yeah, is that artifact might be moving around?
Yeah.
But still, I guess start moving.
Yeah, he's moving.
Okay,
He's
okay.
moving this way now. We're doing like a rectangle.
Okay.
So we're moving to the
I think we're seeing it off to the side right here right now.
port side.
It might be.
Should be starboard side of it.
Yeah, don't quote, that might be just noise.
You're scanning back here now. It should come up on your starboard side.
Okay.
But we'll see. Keep going. Keep
Are we
going.
lateraling over?
No, he's going
or
straight.
just right?
And we'll
Here it is right here. Let's see. It's starting to come.
Okay,
It's very
so-
close to us,
so
to the
where's the
side.
bubbles?
So see how we're.
Oh, I might have seen one.
That's
Or it
amazing.
could have just been a flashy creature.
Amazing.
So this makes sense, like it's right near the green dot, because we just passed it And now the back of the ROV is kind of in line with it, but now it's gone over here.
There's a, hey, oh no, that's laser.
You want us just to go down and explore?
Yeah, maybe just go
Right.
down and start heading towards the green. It seems like the green might be pretty close, so
Okay, great.
let's go to the seafloor and just slowly face the waypoint and keep our eyes peeled.
Okay. Alright, so let's make her heading towards the green waypoint and then go down.
We've confirmed, at least with the M3, that like you can even see it even really
Me too.
clear right now near the top. Like
Yeah.
there are bubbles very close to the back. Right?
The M3 sees it.
Yeah.
Why don't we see it?
Because the M3 is in the back of the ROV.
Oh. So we'd need eyes
We need
behind us.
like a rear facing
Camera.
might catch it.
There is a rear facing camera.
So yeah.
This is the root cause. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, where are those sediments coming from?
From the sub.
From us?
Yeah, just fell off us all. I thought so.
So we're on a bubble hunt,
Close to. Yeah. but-
looking for a site that was first detected yesterday when the ship passed over this area, and then detected again this morning early in the dive with the M3,
Still turning.
which stands for multimodal
Multi-beam.
multibeam. Thank you.
Great name. Multi-mode.
M3, 3Ms. Isn't 3M the name of the company?
Yes, but it's M3 is the multi-beam here.
Yeah, so there's no
which-
copyright
no
infringement
copy.
there.
I think it's multi-mode because that multi-beam is often put as a forward-facing sonar for obstacle avoidance, or it can be facing down to be the mapping one, like we're using it for.
Mhm.
Okay.
Alright.
And then we'll slowly start moving forward.
Sounds good.
Are we
You wanna
gonna
go
go to the
seafloor?
bottom?
Should we go to
Can
the
we
seafloor?
see what's
Yeah,
down
let's go
there?
to the seafloor.
Let's go to the seafloor back now.
We checked earlier, but it's still pretty holy, like there's very little current. Is that what you're thinking, feeling, piloting?
Yeah, there's not a lot of current.
Okay, so that's good, because it means the bubbles are just gonna go straight up.
I think today Sebastian's the spooky creature
Yeah.
down there, and everything else that lives there is normal.
What's the radius on the forward facing right now?
30-meter range.
So we're,
That's 10 lines.
So we still 20 meters from the
Yeah.
bubble spot
yeah.
or more?
Yep.
So we should drive towards it.
On the seafloor
On
and
the
then go.
seafloor, yeah.
Auto, I was your
No, it's probably
Ooh, there's something up ahead. Looks whitish, like a clam bed. Let's go see.
Wow.
Or bacterial mat, yeah. Could be that.
Sure, people get excited.
If we found a bacterial mat, you're gonna have to fight off the corers.
We can do it. I don't think the bubbles. Well,
It's a
hopefully
rock,
they're not
it's a
going
rock,
anywhere.
it's a white rock. Or a really large turtle back sitting on the sediment.
There's a turtle that's a rock turtle.
A Galapagos-sized turtle. Tortuga.
That's probably what you saw in your mountain.
Yeah, maybe go take a look around.
But there's definitely could be bacteria down there.
Yeah.
Looks grayish. So we'll have to check it all out.
I'm gonna come down a little bit more.
Some big lithodid crabs. So, are you okay if we come down here and poke around, or you want to?
Oh no, we can go. I bet the bubbles are somewhere
Here.
coming out of the clams or one of the
Right,
fissures.
because we're
or
basically
we're on
right
it.
at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just poke around and look for bubbles here. And of course bacteria.
It might be. Can you zoom in?
Oh, yeah.
Is this another rock there?
Think they're coming out of the rock?
Oh, to the crack,
Yeah,
the
right
crack
there.
to the left.
Left,
Yeah,
I just saw
On the
them.
left.
He's floating over.
I just saw them.
Feel like
Yeah.
there is bacteria on
Yep,
this
there they
rock.
are. Right
Oh,
there.
there they
that
are.
Little bubble.
Oh, there they are.
Oh goodness. This is not. This isn't great because that's not a lot of bubbles.
Well, we could look to
We
see
could
if
take a
there's
look.
more.
Yeah.
So what's on
Is
the
this
rock? Is
hydrate?
that gas
I
hydrate
think it's hydrate on the
accumulated?
rock.
That's
That-
pretty
wow.
cool. We
Hydrate,
should
yeah.
zoom in and photograph that
Yeah.
and not collect it.
See what you get.
Maybe
with
the whole
these things,
rock
the-
is hydrated.
Well, it looks like there's carbonate maybe on top, but if you get an overhang and the bubbles, remember how the bubbles
Right.
turn to hydrate right under in the funnel?
Yep.
I think it just will
This looks like gas
ice
hydrate.
all around. So we found a hydrate.
Chile's deepest exposed gas hydrate.
Write that down.
Amazing.
This waypoint's pretty spot on.
Hey.
But
hey,
I
hey,
think there's
we're figuring it out.
going to be
It's the hats.
bacteria all over the rocks
So-
as well.
What I'm seeing there, if that is the only bubble stream, it's gonna take a while to get enough bubbles in a hydrate. Yeah! There we go.
Can you disturb the hydrate and then
They won't bubble.
it won't bubble back up?
It's frozen. You need to change the temperature.
We
for
could
it to turn to
warm it
bubbles.
up.
But you should think about.
What's the phase of the tide, Jeff? Maybe we just come
Oh
back
yeah,
in
okay, maybe
2
it'll
hours.
speed up. That'd be great. I'm gonna that number of bubbles is gonna take a very long time to fill the funnel up.
Okay, we
So
might not
maybe
be
do
able
some
to do
sampling or
that.
get other things done.
Johnny, like, that took another one.
You found the bubble? Did you see the bubbles?
Yeah, I was eating and then we started and I said, what is that?
Yeah.
And I said,
I
looks like
left
a
it for you
hydrate.
to see, so
Yeah. Super cool. Well, I think this
Let's-
hydrate.
and
the
I think we
bubbles,
should poke around
it
and
comes
see what
up
animals
Yeah.
and
are
it
living
freezes
here.
under the rock.
Okay. So the rock protects
The rock
yeah.
holds it and then it freezes and like it holds on like glue to the rock.
There's some tube worms here, which is interesting. We can zoom in on them and see what they are. And I feel like some of the gray is bacteria.
Yeah.
I always knew that Isla Mocha was the best place for we should stay here all
Right, so
night,
this is
almost.
the
Yeah.
what are we calling this site? Mocha Island.
Mocha Island deep.
22.
Deep
deeper seep.
I know, so we can't really call it deep seep.
There's the other one.
I don't wanna land.
You guys grab pictures.
Okay,
And then
well,
we'll wanna take
I
a
will-
closer look at the.
We know where the bubbles are. Do your sampling, and
I mean,
you could try after doing exploring and stuff to decide to spend. It's going to take a few minutes to fill the funnel up with that
is
many
it an
bubbles.
hour? Or- Yeah,
It's. I'm not sure.
I mean.
We don't need to
could
fill it
we
up all
also-
the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say Scott suggested the southern area where there's lots and lots more methane.
Yeah, we didn't see any bubbles, but there
What-
could be bubbles just outside the view that we didn't get to. But this is the only confirmed one from the M3.
But it might be better to go look for a bigger one. What's the stage saying?
Right now, let's see. Nothing right now. Maybe we'd have to get like right over it. Or this is one of those where
Could we
it's
zoom
being
in?
all
Take a
consumed.
look.
Let's zoom in.
So you guys record that there's like 3 big lithoided crabs, please. And, investmentiferates and lots of bacteria on the rock.
Lisa, can you repeat the words real quick?
Lithoided crabs, big ones. Bacteria, investmentiferates, and clams, of course. So what we want to do is kind of zoom in to see what's living on the tubes.
I should have brought it.
There's either more gas hydrate or sponge.
It has a, it uses a manipulator to drill and get a
Anemones.
hydrate into a gas type chamber. That's so cool. Yeah, I've used it a few times. It works.
That's amazing.
We finally figured out how to
Can
do
you do a
it.
thumbs up in your group chat?
Yeah, I see that. Authorized.
There's definitely some escarpia here, but maybe both species, the Millibranchia and the escarpia.
We saw many fractures and faults here in between 2000 and 1965.
Oh, yeah? Did you?
Yeah, so maybe,
Could be.
yeah.
We should definitely, at some point, if we're down by the fracture or poke the temperature probe,
Mm-hmm.
there could be a thermal anomaly. If you're down at the seafloor. Look at those crabs.
Okay,
Is
so
that
we've been
different,
asked to
right?
close a Niskin here.
Okay.
And I'm just waiting to see if people, anybody wants samples. I'd love a rock, but I don't know if there's any loose ones. We can check around.
It was a cruising area that we were trying to scale over.
Assistant troubleshooting, right, where the hydrate, it's an overhang, and the hydrate is forming from the bubbles hitting the overhang, freezing. So it's not like a
You ready?
massive
Yeah.
hydrate, exposure. It's kind of a hydrate from the bubbles. Constant forming. Still cool, yeah. That's crazy. I mean,
No.
yeah, we didn't get
Okay, so
anything.
you guys were closing Niskin free.
We didn't get anything here. We went over on 25 meters.
I was thinking,
We
was
think,
it
so
when it
with
was
the bubbles,
almost-
right over.
The bubbles are methane bubbles,
We saw it come, like, the bubbles
coming
must be right
from
around us. So
either
why-
thermogenic
why
or
Sage is
biogenic
like
methane
this?
formed below the surface.
Well, there's nothing, so there's nothing in the water.
By methanogens.
Look at all the clams.
microbes that make methane, and then it's being consumed by methanotropes, microbes that eat methane and form carbonate rock.
Or dissolved methane is reaching the water. Yeah. So at least the water at a meter. Because it's not like the sensors
Yeah?
in the skid. So
Can you see if it,
potentially, if you were
wait,
just
did it trip? It
drive
doesn't.
Yeah, it tripped.
It tripped, but the,
It should be
Okay.
exchanging.
but
Yeah.
the signal didn't move,
Yeah.
right?
You're
Okay.
not getting any exchange shower. Or you're getting.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything horrible, but I would like a rock that has some fauna if you see anything that could be picked up. I don't know if this is one giant rock or if there are some pieces. Be some pieces down here.
And I think it might be possible to pour directly in front of the hydrate, like the left of the clam that's
We
not
can,
on the rock, but.
we can check,
Okay.
but let me
Know
just,
how to do them in 3 now.
can we pan over to the right and look for, see if there's anything loose? Probably not,
So much dancing.
actually.
It's got the best ship.
The Marlowe group would like to see if the base of the rock, where the hydrate is corable in the mud. So Aaron,
Kinda
here?
near- Yeah, kind of near where that
See
crab
the
is.
bubbles?
Looks a little something.
Yes. Right there. It's
It,
coming out.
it looks like there's
Yeah.
rocks right
Yeah.
under it,
Just
but
one
we can
little-
check, or clam shells that are covered in mud. But we can take a push core and try.
Okay, we're gonna have to land for this one.
I'm sorry?
We're gonna land,
Yeah.
so it's gonna disturb the visibility a little bit. Pick the best place you think. Marlowe group?
Marlowe group,
Let's sit right by the crab there.
weigh in.
Maybe?
Right here.
What do you think?
She's pointing closer to the rock, but it looks so rocky under there. She's pointing here.
You get direction, Levi?
Yeah, see the dead shell?
Yeah.
Kind of close to that. I think they want it close to that.
If you think you might fare better near the frozen plants, you can try that.
I don't suggest corn here, maybe after the, by the shell, you said. Are you happy over there?
And Yulavia wants a sediment scoop after we, after we core, so. And push cores if it's coreable.
Can you sit down close enough to, like, one arm does the funnel and another manipulator does push cores?
I probably can, but I don't know where the bubble is.
Sit there.
Only a question, I'm not saying to do it, but,
It's gonna be difficult. 'cause the
okay,
sun's gonna
well,
be
no,
low.
that's okay.
The bubble goes
I,
up so
I don't
slowly.
think the cores are gonna go in, actually, but go the other
Okay,
side.
yeah.
We'll see. A lot of people want push cores from here, but
Did you see the bubbles, right? Yeah. It's starting to go up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go shower, lay down. Try to get the bubbles. Okay. And so because the gas tank that's on there is a large volume, which is not good for here, you don't need to go to the line at all, even for the large volume.
I mean,
It'll fill
Pachi,
up.
or
It'll
one
fill
of you
up
guys might
like
want to
half the
narrate in
line.
Spanish what we're seeing.
But,
Oh, it is very
they're gonna have to be very careful. Wait, I ran out of, I thought, I didn't expect.
Sí.
that we were gonna
Bueno,
be-
les voy a
So I
contar
used all my
a los que nos escuchan en español que estamos viendo ahora una roca enorme que contiene en la base, se le ve hidratos de metano. La temperatura acá es de 1,95 y permite de que el metano se mantenga como en forma de hielo, esté congelado. Normalmente se ubica en zonas debajo de las rocas donde las burbujas salen, se compactan en la zona sólida de la roca y se forman estos clatratos. Ahora se van a tratar de tomar muestras de sedimento para ver el contenido de metano. Los microbiólogos acá están interesados en observar las comunidades bacterianas asociadas a este metano. Por mi parte, ver la parte geoquímica del agua de poro y de la fracción sólida y la evolución de algunos otros elementos que podrían estar asociados a estos gases. Eso. Erin?
I can say something.
Hola, soy Lucía Villar, investigadora del Departamento de Geofísica de la Universidad de Chile, y creo que soy la más emocionada en el estudio porque llevo más de 20 años estudiando los hidratos de gas submarinos que están en el margen continental de Chile, y esta es la primera vez que lo estamos viendo en vivo y en directo. Ese hielo que se ve debajo de la roca es hidrato de gas. En esta área se forma debido a la subducción principalmente de la placa de Nazca bajo la Sudamericana. En esta área el sedimento que está ahí en la fosa, lo que divide la placa de Nazca de la Sudamericana, está llena de sedimento que es rico en carbono. Y este sedimento, al subducirse junto con la placa de Nazca, se va arrastrando y va ingresando al interior de la placa sudamericana, y es así como empieza a calentarse este fluido rico en carbono, y por procesos físico-químicos se degrada y forma metano. Este metano, como está abajo, caliente, en agua caliente digamos, empieza a migrar hacia arriba hasta que encuentra la temperatura y la presión ideal para transformarse en hielo. Entonces lo que ustedes ven acá es un hielo que está altamente concentrado en metano, y metano es el mismo gas que ustedes utilizan para cocinar en la casa. Entonces es un recurso, primero, un recurso energético demasiado importante. De hecho, si llevamos 1 metro cúbico de este hidrato a la superficie, tendríamos 164 metros cúbicos de metano. Entonces arriba se expande demasiado y es una gran cantidad de metano concentrado. Eso por una parte, pero por otra parte también es un peligro ambiental, ya que el metano, si se llega a liberar en esta área, por ejemplo, bueno, ustedes están viendo, se forma vida. Lo primero es formar vida, pero si se llega a liberar en grandes cantidades, podría alcanzar la atmósfera, y en la atmósfera el metano actúa como un gas invernadero que es 80 veces más potente que el CO2. Así que esto es súper asombroso, es algo totalmente inédito. Somos los pioneros en ver por primera vez estas imágenes, este hidrato que sobresalió. Acá un geólogo nos explicaba que este hidrato, claro, en esta área está muy fallada y con muchas fracturas, entonces el líquido rico en metano tiene que haber subido. Por algún tipo quedó ahí debajo de esta roca, y esta roca lo protege. Esta roca es una roca carbonatada y está protegiendo al hidrato. Así que súper feliz. Ya, eso era lo que tenía que decir. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, como decía Lucía, en realidad esta es la primera vez que en Chile se obtienen estas imágenes y en especial también de esta zona.
Seafloor.
Oh, the crab!
Oh, we're getting a crab.
I'm hitting hard bottom.
Coming for a visit.
Oh, don't pull it right off, okay? Let me relax. We try to pull out.
The day the crabs bounce back.
Relaxing them all.
It's like taking.
So, Elohia wanted push cores here too, but I'm going to assume those are not deep enough.
No, thanks for trying.
Yeah, they're hitting pretty hard.
Yeah.
This crab's pretty funny though.
Perfect shot.
So I think these crabs, they're not seep specialists. They live in the deep sea, but they're a great example of how seeps are little like grocery stores scattered throughout the deep water, and everybody comes to get food. So we get lots of what we call background species getting nutrition and transferring carbon from the seep into the rest of the ecosystem, surrounding deep sea ecosystem. We're gonna try one more, or are we putting it back? Let's put it back, I guess. So I guess we are able to do a scoop, given that there's a few centimeters of sediment there.
Bueno, lamentablemente no se pudieron obtener push cores para observar la estratigrafía del sedimento. Estas profundidades, la tasa de sedimentación es muy bajita y los sedimentos, debido a la gran cantidad de hidratos de metano, forman muchos minerales ortigénicos que hacen que el sedimento sea muy duro.
So we could pick up a scoop, sediment scoop. So he wants it by the hydrate, so I guess we'll just try to scoop right where we are here. Whatever you can reach.
We got a lot of length, yeah. Got another inch or two.
I've talked about this before, but the sediment scoop is designed to just collect surface sediments in bulk and all the little worms and crustaceans and mollusks and nemuridians and cnidarians and all the little invertebrates that live in the mud that we can't see. And there are many. So the scoop is brought back on board and kept cold, and the sediments are then put through a mesh, usually 0.3 which would be 0.3 millimeters or 300 microns or maybe 250 microns. And then scientists will sit and sort through the mud under a microscope and pull out all the animals. And they become part of the biodiversity inventory for this region.
You said that?
That's not a good goal.
You need to set it back down. What can I do better? You like that?
It's up to you, you can try. Good old, okay. More portrait?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you turn a little bit more. Watch it. There you go. Learning my magic trick.
So he would like to have the sediments close to the hydrate, relatively near the hydrates, which is over on this, just across here, where you were trying to push core.
Okay.
Stand by.
You keep that number 8 for me.
Yeah. Okay, do you?
Looks very rocky, but that's probably clamshells under the surface. Bubbles.
Is that enough? That's a lot.
Maybe one more scoop. clamshell. Boy, those clams look big now compared to these two.
Lisa, just a question. What would be the main difference in terms of faunal communities that we can expect between a hydrate and the methane seeps we've been seeing across Chile, the Chilean margin?
Well, there's usually quite a lot more methane. When gas hydrates form, you can see all the bubbles we're releasing from the sediment. But there are some animals called ice worms that I think they're Hesiodid polychaetes. I'm not sure. They're definitely a polychaete that is adapted to living on the gas hydrate. But other than that, the setting around here where the hydrates have formed is probably very similar to the rest of the seeps. This hydrate is formed on the underside of a rock ledge, and that's what happens when the bubbles encounter the methane encounters a hard surface. It turns into basically methane ice, frozen methane. And that's what gas hydrate is. There are large amounts of gas hydrate stored underground, and when they dissociate and bubble, they make methane seeps. Every so often you find it at the surface like this. Some people have been looking at gas hydrates as a possible energy source, but it's a fossil fuel with really, really high potency, 20 times more potent than carbon dioxide in terms of a greenhouse gas, and contributing to global warming. So there's lessening interest now in mining gas hydrate as an energy source from the deep ocean.
Is that something that will be discussed in COP29?
Methane is going to be discussed for sure. It's considered one of the prime targets. Turns out that half the greenhouse gases contributing to global warming at this time are not carbon dioxide. They're methane and nitrous oxide, and maybe a few others. And so reducing methane emissions is a really high priority for COP29, which is the international climate negotiations that will be happening in Azerbaijan in November. Methane seeps play a really important role in filtering methane and preventing it from making it up into the upper water column in the atmosphere. The microbes will convert the methane to carbonate rock or organic matter, and then the animals will eat that organic matter and store it. So it stays on the bottom of the ocean rather than in the atmosphere. So it's a challenge to fit the sediment scoop into a biobox, but this is the way to prevent the sediments from washing out as the ROV moves around and comes to the surface and is recovered. Otherwise, the sediments might pretty much wash back into the ocean. Thank you. Well, at least somebody's getting sediments from this site. Not the push gourd folks. The crabs are getting sedimented. So I think we have a request to move around this rock and look for bubbles on all sides of it. Remember, Jeff wanted us to do that before we left.
I think Jeff was also requesting a gas tank here.
Well, do you see the bubble site enough to fill it? I mean, we can't afford to spend another hour here.
I'm not involved in the gas type. He said he had asked that and had said that to you. He just wanted me to convey it.
Okay. Did he say that as he left?
I don't know when he said it to you. I don't know when he said it to you.
He said it would be very slow.
Yeah.
That's not good. That's gonna be really slow.
Did the methane go up, Scott?
Yes.
When we sediment scooped?
When we, as we've been poking the seafloor, we have very high methane now. 1,600 microatmosphere.
I had suggested to Jeff that we go down to the southern area and look
Yeah.
for gas. And that's what I thought he had agreed to, but guys, try to grab some photos of the rock, different sides of the rock, if you don't mind. So you go. So definitely a lot of crabs. And everybody keep their eyes peeled for bubbles, because we're looking for anything else that might be bubbling here. Seems like it'll be coming out of the base of the rock. And also, I guess we could look in the sonar, but so all the clams are on one side. That's interesting. And there's none on, almost none on the other side of this mound.
What if you're wishful thinking to try push coring again?
You wanna try push coring on the other side?
If you think there's a chance that it might be softer on the side, but I don't know if that's just wishful thinking.
I think it could be.
Fingers crossed.
Because there's probably rock underneath everywhere. So even though we're not next to the hydrate, you'd be okay here?
I mean, do you think this white stuff is bacteria, or do you think it is part of the rock?
I feel like it's rock, but we could zoom in and determine that. Could we just see if the white is bacteria or rock? Well, there's some tube worms there, so maybe it is bacteria. Let's take a look.
little like, for lack of a
It looks
better
like
word,
amorphous, that's really interesting what it is. It's very blobby. Could be carbonate being formed, or could be some sponge, or some bacteria, or both, all of it. So, if you'd like to try a push core here, please.
Okay.
Is this distance good? Good for you? Or
I think they'll want to be as close to the rock as you think is coreable. So it's interesting. So there's no clams here, but there are definitely, the rock looks very active. I'd love to get a piece of it if there's a way after we core. Might also be interesting to slurp this rock. Those are sponges on there.
Can we try?
So we have one Niskin from the area already.
Niskin first?
I think we have one.
Cleansing on the about either of them.
Niskin number 3 is okay.
Yeah, it was already. You see these? You see them?
It would be really convenient if bubbles, just, there was a bubble stream here to capture it.
This is a good spot?
Yep.
Set?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Lower, let's see. Okay, I'm ready. Button down.
I'm definitely hearing something right now, but I'm continuing to push. I see flow coming out by that rock, see that?
Yeah.
How hard can I push down?
Push it.
Push pretty hard.
Yeah, you're going down.
Okay.
Again, through the crust. And there's cones pointing, suddenly go through. And salt again. But you're pushing too.
It's going in.
Yeah, just going through the crust.
Guys, be happy to have some crust at the bottom of your core.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Particularly if it's carbonate.
So, question for you and Pachi. Do you want to collect this to see if it stays in, or do you want to put all the cores out?
I think just collecting this one to see the seeds and leaving. What do you think?
This is the board. I could take it. Well, they've asked for it. Yeah. So, but I'm just saying, do we try one or put them all out?
Alright, remember, shall we go down?
Now,
Here we go.
to see if it falls.
I think it's worth to try.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and recover this.
It's a very
What?
good place.
I think so. I could try a little bit longer.
I think, yeah, also I'm looking at back to.
Oh, let's take it. On the risk that it might get disturbed.
Okay. Alright, so it's time to pull it out and see what happens?
Yeah.
Slowly release.
There we
See
go.
what happens.
There we go. Coming up easy.
So if this is Corable, Eulohia wants 5, Jeff wants 3, and Patchy wants 1. So that's 9 total. 10?
Does this look good? This is what it looks like.
Beautiful. Looks beautiful.
5.
Need more help?
Don't have to.
Don't have to, okay.
And let's see who else we need them for. Two for Davide and 1 for Jorge.
Lisa, I don't know how like greasy. I think Davide is hoping for 1 at a seat and 1 in a mat. I don't know if that's possible or not, but maybe just taking 1 for them here and saving their second for a mat and final.
Well, that would still mean we need 12 cores. I don't know if we could fit 12 over here, but we're gonna have you put a bunch in the sediment, please.
Okay. So I think because it's a card, I was like pushing this away. And then I reached my max. I can try to push it down more or just leave it.
Is that depth gonna be okay for people?
Probably do a little more
Or do you
push.
need them?
I'm more worried about it being disturbed.
He wants it, they want it
not undisturbed, I guess. So not straightened, or?
Not straightened. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you want to use for. If he's not taking horizons, then you might not worry about it being disturbed. You might just want it as deep as possible.
Well, your La Jolla section's vertically, so,
Okay.
but, you know, I don't think that level of straightening it out's gonna be a problem. You can see how interconnected the sediment is because they push down and water comes out 20 centimeters away. So there's some burrows and channels under there. I think all those blobs on the rock might be bacteria. Just the way they're waving in the breeze. Definitely we should try to sample it, section it. We have a changing of the witches. Same here.
Try again.
It's also gonna go down.
Okay. You wanna relax? Come on.
I feel we're hitting a hard layer together. See that?
The closer you get to me, it might be softer. Where do you wanna get? 12?
Catfish. Scoping us out. If there's a way to get off there, great. Break up some of that. I think sectioning all the way down stone, sectioning that rock on this side was really good. Whether we go back around and try to fill it. Is Jeff not a dead?
Yeah, he didn't say anything about going south to try and make bubbles. We didn't imagine any bubbles down there.
Just
like this. Bubbles. This is the only spot.
Well, it'll take about an hour. So we can try it. You won't see very. Yeah. So the other places to check out would be the southern area with methane, but no, this is the only bubble spot. It was a very little bit of bubble. Let me check with like it, but I couldn't tell if he actually was expecting it from, based on the fact that it might take 2 or 3 hours to fill that funnel.
Yeah, the funnel would have to be filled about halfway, not full. But that's is what he said when we were there.
To try it, the bubbles are on the other side.
Yep.
Let's see, yeah. The 12 push course here.
Where is it?
David wants his other one in the background in a mat, so that makes 12 for everybody else. Hang out in the water, the mud right now, 4.
Pretty hard on these.
So one of these is evident and then you find another. But
So
in-
Jeff wants 3, Olivia wants 5.
Yes.
And she wants 1 here because we took 1 already for her. So that's 9. Jorge needs 1 and David needs 1. 11. Jorge. So 11.
Yep. Please background one.
We didn't get them.
And that's what that cheese would be?
That's for sure. She'll take just 2 different places, so she has break.
She has one already.
Pick her name next to it, but it's that one sitting down there.
Maybe you guys are just gonna make room for a lot of right?
Let me give you some shit.
One of this at a 12, so the color would be there.
We're not gonna get this anywhere else.
Alright.
Not enough for it's
You ready for me to get in?
how long it might take. So
yeah, go ahead.
that was what he is communicated to me to communicate to the lead.
Got it. We got 6 hours.
No, exactly.
We'll get those shot.
And if it's, 6 bubbles in 10 minutes, you're telling me.
Easy, easy. That's already. That's of course.
Alright, ready for me to release it?
That might be release it. Okay, I'm off. Okay, don't let it go off control.
I think we floated. I think I was pushing so hard that the RV was in the air.
Oh, yeah. That's as long as I see you release it slowly. Okay, how many guys do you want?
11.
Here.
Yes,
They're
please.
all halfway through, just to let you know.
Mm.
Maybe the
Let's-
next one we'll sample closer to the RV and then we can maybe get more reliable.
Do you want to try that? Yep. So let's do that. Have you tried pulling? You've pulled one of these to look at, right?
Yeah.
So you've done 6. When it pulled, it was only half.
No. 3/4.
Oh, we haven't pulled any out here.
Yeah, we pulled number 5 back.
5
That was
is-
our test one.
5 is out. Okay.
5 is back in the holster. Yeah. Can you keep the RV on the ground, right?
Thrusting down.
Hmm? For the section 5?
When I start lifting up, I stop. And then
5, no.
down. Some way down.
No, push core 5. I don't have push core 5. I have push core 16. Failed. This was the 5, maybe. Look at this. Yeah, do you have a note? Because here you don't have any notes about push core 5. It's the one that failed.
Okay, let me,
Yes. You put 12. Here is 5 and here is 12.
It's fine.
Yeah, so patchy little. Okay, we'll write 5.
Ready, done?
And it's done.
So just start feeling something. Stop.
Good. It's little good, and I think it's done
What's your thrust down?
here.
Thrusting down?
Probably here.
What percentage?
32, 34.
Alright, so we're
Yeah.
You thrust down
16,
here, all that
20,
muscle is stiff.
16, 23.
And you're only gonna drive another half an inch.
So when I push the core in, what do you do to the thrusters? You push down harder.
I push down, I don't push harder.
Greg,
It's just gonna try and do this and you're not gonna get it.
it's with the Marlos. And this
So you're pushing down harder.
Marlo. I think it's as
I'm even thrusting forward too.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, from off Isla Mocha. We've come a bit south from Concepcion, and it is a pretty exciting Halloween dive here off the island as we came in. Our amazing mapping team found bubbles at 2200 and 2700 meters, which indicated methane seeps. Zoomed in and targeted and found this morning, what you're looking at right now. So quite a feat. And so this is the first visit of the seeps, the deepest seeps that have been explored off Chile. And we'll only have the one dive here, so we're trying to get a lot done. And right now we're trying to get a lot of push cores here for the microbiology geochemistry team. And I'm Greg Rouse, I'm from Scripps in San Diego. I'm here with Anna Damo from Nord University. And Peter and Fernanda are logging for us.
Side scan, try the side scan. Want to get me a little closer? I think on the last one, I got to push the RV back in front. Okay. Give it a shot.
Got a lot of chat going on in the background here about what is happening here geologically. It's a pretty unusual rock formations and fractures and fissures. A lot of bacteria all over the rocks in the background, which we're probably going to slope up after we do this, but we still want to go back to the bubbles, which are on the other side of this mound, and try and sample some of those after that.
It's hard over there. You already pressed 2, 11 and 12. Find somewhere else. That might. And that's at a core line. You can study contractors road over there.
It's pretty tricky coring here, so the pilot's having to use the ROV to try and get as much leverage with the arm to push it down.
I hit a layer, I'm gently working it.
We'd like to get as much depth as we can.
Trying to work where push the let's see, so push it to First time making it around.
This is partial.
Okay.
Let me release.
Okay.
Release.
You know where we are relative to Wheeler Mocha? Yeah. Is it, are we north or
No,
south?
we're
Southwest.
southwest.
8 so far.
Southwest. And about
You
15
want
kilometers?
Alaska. Greg.
Around 16 miles.
Miles.
Um, I have 8 ready that we pulled out of here, and if you look at them, they're mostly halfway.
Yeah. Should we pull them and see?
Yeah.
So we have one already, so this makes 9.
No, this is 8 total.
Yeah, and one you've already taken.
Yes, there's 7.
There's 7 on the ground.
7, oh,
Yeah,
that's
one,
one.
yeah.
Another back on the available. So you want us to pull these back? Because I don't want to put all the eggs in a bad basket. Serve never tags is a bit crooked.
You want to grab 6. It doesn't matter if everything grabs 2.
That's probably the worst one.
No.
Poor guy. Tipped over.
My suggestion is you put those in the most difficult spot first. Okay. This way, we won't have any heads sticking out the front.
Oh, that was duck. You see that?
Wow.
Okay. Watching out. Watch out some more.
Yeah, give me one more.
Peter, how does that look for you?
I'm trying to, in terms of the sediment profile, yeah, it's probably three or 4 horizons, so I think we're good with that.
Okay, so you're certainly usable.
Yeah, I think we can use that.
Okay.
You can actually see them close.
You see how it popped out?
That was number 10, right?
What's up?
Hachi, do you want one here? Yes. And David?
11.
If they're half, is that okay? They're going to be half.
people are happy with these. So we're about 15 miles south of Isla Mocha. We suspected there would be seeps here off the island. The island itself does have seeps intertidally, and the team will be going there to investigate those, and not tomorrow, the day after. And we do hope we'll get a chance to go on a dive at the other seep site that was found at 2,700 meters. So that'll be even deeper than this, another 500 meters down. And that difference could make quite a difference in terms of the things that we find. And we've already seen some things today that we saw, say, the other day in the canyon of Concepcion, Bio Canyon. But the enormous clams we saw here today, one of the questions will be, is that the same clam that we saw in the Concepcion methane seep area at 700, 800 meters? We're 1,500 meters deeper. And they're big clams. I don't know, it'll be interesting. We've collected 2 to bring up and look at tonight. The tube worms you can see in the background are Escarpia. Probably it's the same Escarpia we got in the canyon the other day. Escarpia spicata is a very widespread species in the Eastern Pacific.
that pop out. You know, I've never seen course stick like that.
Some soup. Good zip picture.
Yeah, this is what falls cost to me. For sure.
You can't be a prisoner, that means you're a bad man. Informed.
Alright, Scott, you wanna get to the last one?
We got you, man.
Alright, you are locked. I don't know if you noticed some of it when I grabbed it, they really popped out.
That's interesting.
It's a clean force to remove it. Hopefully this one slides right out for you, but cool.
Yeah.
And it's the forward starboard number 8 hole that you got.
Number 8.
And honestly, that whole assembly, like feels
Hydrate.
a little bit less when they don't whole front
With the
forward.
hydrant? It's just when they're best on it.
Oh, it's,
Well, we can try the rookie.
8 years old. I don't know, you'll put it in.
Okay, if the gas is, the hydrate's not gonna say.
This is good right here. There you go. Keep rocking, man. Enjoy.
the ROVs in the bounds. If it comes free, we might have to break it. Stops and lay down there.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, pottery. Yeah, true story. A lot of potters have requested deep sea mud for their work. We had one on board that we were scraping off the vehicle and using for swimming.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. There you go.
There it is.
Ah.
Oh. Yeah. You still want this?
No.
Okay.
No thanks, Scott.
Is that good, Craig?
Can you try and clear it a little more, please,
little more?
Scott? Yeah.
You happy with that, Craig?
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Alright.
Was there a specific target for these, or?
No, anywhere here that you can do, and we will need to do 2 more. I'm just checking if we need 3 more here. But, thanks.
Greg, I just wrote 2 instead of 3 because I checked with Jeff and he was worried that there would be enough sulfide, so we'll do 2 here instead.
No
And
matter what, we
yeah.
have 4 more extras.
I think we'll just hold on to
Just
them in
2?
case.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm gonna push down, just so you know.
Yeah, that's very dense, very dense. Thank you. Looking for the word.
Do you know when the touchdown maybe?
Lost in the task.
Did they push it down yet?
Well,
You mentioned
it's
that
almost at
it
the
was
point
like
where
maybe
the
something
digital is
else.
uncontrollable.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm letting go.
I'll clear this and do another one, or see what it looks like.
If you could try again,
All that.
Well, yeah, you can see it.
is it actually just the...
He broke that out.
Okay.
It popped free.
Off down? Yep, okay. What number was that?
6.
6. Davide? Davide, do you just want the surface or all the way down? Is this okay for you?
5 to 10 centimeters, yeah. It should be
We'll
fine.
take it. Okay, we'll take this one. Thanks.
Put it on the porch. That'd be okay for you? Alright. It's crazy, it's like you're cutting into that clay. It just doesn't want to come out.
Yeah,
Alright, so
Scott, could you tap on, looks like 8 and 12 might need to go down a bit more.
You said you want 2 more here?
Yes, please. If we have to move or lateral, that's fine. And then we'll go close and do some sloping of that way. So.
You want to grab the next one, Scott? You have the 3 here, 13 through 15. You have the 4 on the rail, the 4 in the front that are free. Dealer's choice.
I know Juliana said I was supposed to wear this the whole time, but can't do that. Yeah, that's warm. My glasses are fogging.
All right, where do you want to? Which one you want?
Can't have that.
If we push the rail out, is it gonna disturb the setup?
Doesn't appear to be.
Let's go railing.
Okay. I've got the rail all the way out, coming in on the porch. All right, that's everything. Can't give you any overhead view.
Yeah, I just felt like we had a discussion over handover.
Okay.
During handover, that was like if we get to the mud, it's like definite, not gonna fall.
Yeah, that's why I had him do the harder one. Like Alex did 16 first,
Yeah.
because it was really,
So you don't
really
have to
tough
be
mud.
like, oh,
Yeah.
get it in, get it in.
Yep, exactly.
Take your
That's a
time.
good strategy.
All right, someone here, Craig?
Yes, please, Scott.
And, leave it or do it and stow it?
You could put the next 2 out and then pull them. And
Oh, so it's 3 total, 3 more, not 2 more.
we've got 8 now. Sorry, you're right. We want 2 more.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm just trying to make sure we're doing.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed
Yeah.
messages.
Should we keep
So, we've.
Yep. If I see you start lifting, I'll try and push down, start to push down a bit, Scott.
Yep.
But all I'm doing is flattening the back of the vehicle out. You see what I'm doing?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm trying to push ahead as well to keep the front down, but that is all I can do. That's it.
Okay.
Now the vehicle's gonna be uncontrollable.
So I'll give it one last push and let go.
Yeah, it looks like half. That's, and the way it's holding it should be fine. Whoa.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't think somebody had the tire out in there properly.
I don't know if we can use that. Can we?
Yeah, why did it deform like that?
Well,
If
let-
the tire
let-
rack wasn't in the proper position, it collapsed as it came. So it went subsea, that's what happened to it.
Yeah, there's a bubble at the top.
Yep. That is what happened to it.
That was the first for me.
I've seen one crushed even more than that.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, so do I put this away and?
Yeah, I'll put it away, yeah.
Yeah, it was a contingency, so we'll. Hopefully the others will be okay.
The hard part.
Because it's black.
Poke and feel, yeah.
Right there, you're good. Yep, perfect. You just gotta push it right on. Black ones are harder.
Oh, yeah.
There's no contrast.
We should have put lines on
Uh-huh,
it.
yep.
Oops.
There you go. Whichever other one you want.
You had a question there, how heavy is Sebastian?
Down here, neutral. On the surface, it's 3.5 tons.
All right.
Does that answer the question?
That one looks good.
Okay. Yeah, down here we're either neutral or we're just buoyant, depending on how much samples we put on the vehicle, rocks and such. Starting to push down forward now, Scott.
A little
That's all I
different
got.
over here, actually.
Yeah, you're picking me up. I'm going to loosen off as well. And that's it. All right.
Next picture.
Yeah, I'm not sure if 5's going to be acceptable for the people.
17.
It's actually 17.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
oh, I see. 17. Got it.
Yeah.
We already have a 5. Yeah. Let's see how it looks when it comes out.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is it up? Little burp.
Okay. I'm just checking this is okay. But you can go ahead and put it away.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, keeper.
Yeah.
Clean glass.
There you go. That's the start of it. I'm just gonna, now that you got it started, I'm back out so you can, I was trying to let you see the arm.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
But now that I see the arm, I see I need to do that.
Okay.
Thank
That's
you
why I
for
was
that.
trying to let you see the arm.
Yeah, it was definitely
Makes it more difficult to
wrong angle.
just touch the edge of. There you go. There you go. Want to zoom out? That way you can see.
RV supervisor Doug Mania explained earlier that Sebastian is 3.5 tons in air. But that is in large part due to the syntactic foam that is used in the flotation of the sub, so that when we get down beneath the sea surface, Sebastian is ever so slightly positively buoyant. So that if we were to ever lose control, ultimately Sebastian would float to the surface, though it would take quite a long time.
There's a lot of movement on the pasture with no movement on the.
So the counteractive force when pushing down these cores is due to the thrust from vertical thrusters that we have.
Yeah, it doesn't like
Could
to
you
go
use that
shoulder
tool
down,
that just happened?
full lock shoulder up or something.
Just less than half.
Yes.
You could have two.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, that was awesome.
But just explain the tension density and flotation of
Awesome. Good practice, John. Good practice.
It's Halloween. I was pretending to be a disc jockey.
Excellent.
BJ and crew. Try this again one more time. My microphone wasn't on. Hi everyone. To anyone who didn't hear Doug Mania, our senior RV supervisor, explain earlier, Sebastian is 3.5 tons in air, but that is largely due in part to the syntactic foam that provides flotation for the ROV, so that when we're in the water, even down at depth here at 2.2 kilometers, Sebastian is ever so slightly positively buoyant, so that if we were to lose control, Sebastian would eventually float back up to the surface. So all of the force that's generated to push these cores in is done so with vertical thrusters.
Sorry, Scott.
But of course,
No, I was saying
Doug is doing a great job at not blowing out the visibility forward. So he's only using keeping the back of the sub down and then hitting it slightly forward on the skids that you can see there.
Nice.
Well, we knew those were gonna be tricky.
That's me for the day.
All right, sorry, Scott, we have to get one more.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Well, especially after
Got 19.
18 floated and 20 is a question mark. Oh. Yeah, 19. I gotta look at that. Am I keeping the valve opening?
Maybe.
I have to regraph this. I grabbed too low maybe.
See if it doesn't push down.
Nope, air's coming out, so we're good. It's definitely thicker over here. First
Trying to come down.
20 and 17 were taken.
As Dr. Greg Rouse is busy handling some of the sampling there, I guess I can answer some of the questions here in the chat. There is,
Pull it
if there
directly
are
out,
any different
Greg?
porch layouts, different
Yes,
equipment
please go
on
ahead.
the vessel, or in the vehicle rather, then yeah, the buoyancy and extra flotation needs to be added just to kind of counteract any pitch or roll that we might encounter. And this is actually, Sebastian is a custom-made one-off vehicle designed by Schmidt Ocean Institute. And it was first launched in 2016. So that's why you can see we are now currently on the 744th dive of of Sebastian's short yet very illustrious career.
Yeah. Holding here. You're on the edge. There you go. Zoom out.
Were you able to make a drawer?
Alright, that's 19. So, rail done.
All right. Thanks so much, Scott.
Yeah. You're welcome.
That's,
Coming in with the rail. Oh, he did mention we were gonna be suctioning to the side of the hill here.
Yes.
So, okay. I'll
If
just
we
leave the
just
rail out so you can grab the suction.
bump forward a little
Which
bit.
jar?
We can go to 2 or 1.
I'll scoot ahead for this. Unless you think you can reach there, Scott. I don't want to cramp you either. We'll scoot ahead, no problem. He's looking at the face
Some
of
of the
rock
questions
here.
about the size of Sebastian. Sebastian's about 2.5 meters tall, or approximately 8 feet, which is almost as tall as our co-pilot Scott Hansen right now.
Yeah, we're gonna be too close.
And, about 2 meters wide, so yeah, it's about roughly the size of a minivan, but a little bit shorter and stubbier. It's maybe an Astro van, if anyone's familiar.
Yeah, you're gonna be out at the limit. I'll scoot stretch it a little bit, yeah, stuck in there and I'll scoot forward.
There. One of the amazing benefits of having the ROV is doing the shipboard mapping and then the ROV mapping with the M3 is to really hone in on the areas of interest and really cuts down on time. It makes it a much more efficient use of ship time. And we can go down and kind of selectively sample all of the, in this case, the sediment or any other organisms without having to disturb the ecosystems as you would with something like dredging.
So just kind of across the whole thing?
I think so. We'll get some clarification here in a second.
1 foot away, and the rest over here.
Where would you like us to do the suction?
On the white stuff, please.
On the white stuff,
Yeah.
okay.
And let's see if the rock is kind of fragile or
Ready? Suction on. There you go.
the white comes off. We'll have a look
Yep,
at what the rock
coming-
looks like.
coming off.
Yeah, nice.
Jar 2, yes.
Over here?
Yeah, probably above there too, where those worms are, I would say.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that little bit there, for sure.
Here?
Yeah. I would say so, and that big patch right there.
Yeah, let's stick with bacteria and
Yep.
tubes and try and avoid the sediment.
At the bungee limit.
Okay, coming out with the rail.
Okay.
It's about where I can come out to with the rail. If you still can't reach, I might need to move some more. It looks like you're
Just
getting
on
it.
the-
Yeah. Okay, cool.
here can reach? Not here and a no.
Yeah, that will be good.
Where else?
Cluster up underneath the ledge there.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Kind of just looking at what's around my reach.
Okay, fair enough. Wow, it's pretty fragile.
Friable there.
Yeah. There's methane. Not enough.
Do we want that stuff that's in the tube?
No. If you can shake that
Off.
out, it'd be great. Great.
Where else?
Yeah, that's methane going
Can,
on.
sorry, can you pan up a little bit? Are you able to reach up to that kind of level, Scott?
Yeah, so that's the, just above the worms is what we just did.
Yeah.
And I
Oh, you
can
did
go
that already. You could do over the worms too.
Over the worms?
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of like in here?
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, trying to get the flocky stuff off the tubes.
Oh, okay, I see. Got none of it. What is it? More of it?
Can we pan down, please, Doug? And I'll. And then back to where Scott can reach, and just along the lower part.
Right down along there.
Yeah, or behind the.
Take a risk on forward tilt.
Can you what can you reach over to the right, Scott? You've already been there.
Yeah, we've already
That's,
been there.
that's kind of your limit?
Yeah, without, well, and we can move, it's not a problem.
No, it's okay. Maybe go over this region again. Just there. Thanks. Yeah. It's hard to say how toxic it's going to be for the creatures in that, but some things are very resilient. Yeah. Anna, did you notice how full 9 was? Push 9. Push 9. More than half? Was it more than half?
More than half. Half, I would say. Is the one that goes out.
I think that's enough.
All right.
Thanks very much. Jeff would like us to see if we could actually get a piece of rock that's got the white stuff on It looks like it's pretty fragile.
It is really fragile. It's stuck outside the arm. The tube.
Oh,
There you go.
Great, push
Pass
corner was
that.
about half full.
Sorry, John?
Push core 9 was about half.
Half, yeah. Thanks.
All right, Scott. See if you can grab a
I'm
piece.
just trying to think where we'll put this. I think we might want to quiver it.
Oh, coming back out.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I imagine it's just going to be a smallish sort of piece.
You've got all of them except for the one on the inboard tree. So 7, 8, 4, 7, and 8.
let's put that where I can completely block my view. What do you think? Oh, there we go. Now it's completely blocked. The sun button. That's not the sun button.
That's the solution. Sometimes you gotta scroll through a couple times.
Alright. Keep off the ledge, maybe.
Yeah, I suppose it's pretty crumbly. See what you can end up with. Oh, that hose is getting toasted. You're crunching it right in half. Thank you. There you go. Now you're clear of it. You can sweep it to the right. You need to go back that way.
Okay, so Jeff's asking if we could get something that has or had mat on it.
I'm still aiming for this then.
If you can do that, that looks pretty good. Wow.
It's just crunchy.
Yeah.
We could probably slurp all that
Oh.
up.
Yeah. Or use the metal scoop.
Or, yeah,
We can use a metal scoop.
Scoop it into a quiver.
Yeah. You can try and put that in there first.
Yeah.
As part of it.
Got it,
Grab the
so-
scoop, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So the word is you're pre-crushing it for them, since they'd have to crush it up anyway.
It's all the way out, yeah.
Yes, that is the sound of Halloween candy.
Trick or treat.
Hmm.
It's stuck on the push cord. There you go, now it's free.
Because the idea was to grab it by the orange loop and then re-grab.
You had a good grab on it, you just were pushing it up against the push cord. This camera here gives you a perspective too.
There's no real limit to how long Sebastian can stay down. The ship has a complement of pilots this particular cruise to keep it running 24 hours. But as you can see, we fill things up, and boxes, cores, slurp canisters, quivers, gas samplers, niskins, and so that's usually why we come up. And we need to process all those, so then there's usually a gap between deployments. But I was on a cruise with Lisa Levin actually, and that she was leading, and there was a weather problem that meant if a submersible came up, we wouldn't be able to go back down. And we left it down there, but luckily the ship we were using had what's called an elevator, and that was able to be recovered and deployed, and so we kept on filling it up from the ROV Jason 2, and it was down there for I think over 140 hours, so nearly 6 days. Well, until the weather abated, then we could bring it up. Some things we couldn't use more than once, so the slurp system, and there was no way to bring down a remote slurp system on the elevator, so we were using boxes and cores mostly.
Yep, a little bit more.
My camera was
There you go.
And luckily we had the pilots to keep the 24-hour operations going.
Now it's caught under 13.
Yeah. Might need to just twist your, rotate a little bit. It's really caught, ain't it?
Yeah, jammed in there.
Maybe now? Nope.
Elcor doesn't have a lander. Well, sorry, it doesn't have an elevator right now, but it does have a lander. And landers are different from elevators, and they're more used to put things down like traps. Maybe you could dig into the rock again on the wall, Scott, with that? Yeah. Yeah, we'd like just rock, if possible. Anywhere where there's white, you could, or black, you could dig in.
So I can't grab the T-handle properly because we have coral cutters on there.
Ah, right.
So scraping
is
is
set it
going to
down
make
and
it
grab
round.
it like this, and use the nose. You know what I'm saying? If you grab
Grab it on the edge.
It blows for a second. If you grab it there, at that, like
Okay.
grab it on this angle.
Okay. Okay, zoom wide.
Yep. It doesn't fall over. It's gonna fall over.
Too much with one on.
Yeah.
Options were given. My opinion on that one.
What's that?
Too many options were given on my opinion.
Now it doesn't break.
Rats.
That was exactly what I thought would work.
Hmm.
If it's not busting off there, I don't know what to tell you.
You know, I've got the leverage.
Yeah,
Now
now you have
now I
it.
can destroy things.
Right. Yeah, bust your phone out. Take as many pictures as you want. Oh, you wanna add to the ground fault? Yeah. There's always a ground fault, it doesn't go away.
I'll come back in 5 minutes and take it up.
See?
Nice.
See if you
Yeah.
can.
Maybe another scoop like that would be great. Peter, what's your call on the amount of rock?
Yeah, if we could get at least one more scoop, that'd be amazing.
Okay.
I understand this is pretty difficult, so we'll work with what we got.
A decent piece did go in the quiver at first.
Yeah.
That was a good
Yeah.
spot, that was a good one there, Scott.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
That looks good.
Now all you gotta do is torsion yourself in order to put that in the quiver.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Thanks,
I
Scott.
think
Yeah, and I thought that was the hard part.
Yeah.
the things we ask of these
You're
pilots.
welcome. So far.
Doing great, doing great. You can wait for that
You
cloud
want
to pass if you want.
Yeah, there's a cloud. Wait.
Do you want to view an arm? Because it's like, you basically have to come all the way down to the side and kind of pour it in there if you can. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if you're going to be able to tilt it in. Maybe you can. I don't know. If you can tilt it in like that, what you're doing, that'd be great.
That's what I'm going for.
Cool.
Let's see if it actually happens. I was hoping I would have a view on my wrist cam.
Nah, that would be too helpful.
Yeah, right.
Maybe you can shake it so it folds out the basket or not.
Yeah, that's do a little lap.
Yeah, just like that, because it looks like it
Think
wants to
that-
roll in there.
Do you think the
Big piece.
the corner tip thing is like right on the edge, right?
It's over the edge, like you're over it, if you just twist right there.
Okay.
Maybe
A
it'll,
little shake.
yeah, like it looks like it's over the bucket, but there you go. Yeah, it's starting to come down, coming down, coming down. Yep, there's one piece in. Yep, just like that, Scott, it'll all come in there eventually.
Okay.
Yep, looking good. Yep, that one went in there too. Nice,
That's the
very
good
nice.
stuff. That's the good stuff.
Heck yeah,
All right.
awesome. Like
Come on,
you,
Rob.
like you meant to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is exactly how
I know, I know.
Yep.
Exactly.
I mean, we've had like hours and hours of research on exactly this moment.
Yep, there's some more, and some more. Last little bit of it's coming down now.
I'm gonna be able to put the cap on. This is a full container right now. Hi, Jess. This is good.
Where's that story in there?
Yeah.
I did. No, you're not fast enough. I sat there with it in red for a while. I'll count to 20 and then I'll turn it on, give you time to get back over that. All right.
Great. Thanks so much, Scott.
Yeah. All right. Suction rose.
Kick the torch out.
We would like to go across this little mound, and there were bubbles on the other side. And we'll see if we can get the gas sample to work.
Okay, ready?
It is now. Just on the edge. The bio box.
All right. I'm gonna drop it.
All right.
Damage anything?
Perfect.
Great. Peter, do you want to talk about what you're going to do with those rocks?
Sorry about that.
Should I give it a tap or?
No, it's fine.
So-
You're fine there.
All right.
Thank you. We'll be using these rocks as part of an incubation series to look at both the methane consumption in the microbial community, as well as the activity of the microbial community members. So it could be that all of these microbial mats that you see sort of floating around now after we've disturbed it are all the same species. But in reality, especially with the cores, you're likely having a consortia of different microbial members. And these microbial members have different metabolisms and they have different functions throughout the environment. So by nailing down both with like what the microbes are and then what they're doing, we develop a much greater understanding of the system ecosystem services, as well as what sort of functions we could learn from and perhaps emulate in our own efforts to do things like sequester carbon or create new rocks, things like that. Thank you.
Backside.
Alright.
Look like it's flat. Oh, that's not doing it. Okay. Tricky challenge? Geometry challenge?
Alright, where are we going?
I think just over this mound here, there's bubbles on the other side where the methane hydrate is. Did you see that? The methane ice is under a crack. And we'll just, it's not a lot of bubbling, we'll just have a look and see if we can use the sampler in a reasonable amount of time. We should look somewhere along here for a bubble. Oh, there. It's somewhere there. Yeah.
Sorry, I just gotta take this entire turn out of my tether.
You can see the fractured rock there with a lot of bacteria in the cracks. And we've got a large clam field. The clams are very big. Well over 20 centimeters long. And tube worms as well. I think the bubbles were in here, Doug.
Right where the cloud is.
Where the cloud is, yeah.
Is that replay?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I'll do that.
The different hits.
Yeah, that's, I don't know how much the current's moving. I'm just gonna mop up and let that hopefully settle.
Do we have a point marked for that place?
Yeah, there's
You
two
could go
markers
there?
actually.
Okay.
maybe while it clears, we'll go and have a look.
Where?
Yeah, good question. Do we have another hards? We can.
Zoom out, just
This
see
way.
what else we got. Scott, Mark, there's another one, something of interest over to the east a bit. See the other green ones?
Yeah. How far away is it? 30 meters?
No, that's like about 100.
100 meters.
130 meters.
Okay.
Spooktacular.
We could head in that direction, close to the bottom, and see what we see, and then
Alright, Scott,
come back in
to
5 minutes or so.
just get the vessel moving. Yep.
Good afternoon. We got an update with point position.
Updated waypoint, thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah, the glasses are.
So we still need to do some more push coring.
All right, picture done. Prisoner.
I don't know why I'm smiling. Oh, you can see my mouth.
Peter, is this background enough, or is it still too active?
I think we would want to get a little bit further away.
Okay.
It is starting to look promising though.
Okay, we'll just continue along here for a little while, and you let me know if you think
Sounds good.
it's inactive enough.
I have a question for you, but I can wait.
What's up?
Do we have a mapper cable?
No, we have not the whip end. They're supposed to bring theirs.
Okay.
But we have a whip end and a drawing.
Okay.
So we were just waiting on them to provide the cable, and then we were gonna send it up one of the science channels.
Okay. I'll, that's new to me, so I'll, get a box of.
I thought you knew exactly.
So Nipniastes coming up.
I'm sure someone else knows.
Missing the pumpkin.
Yeah, maybe 25 minutes.
Jury's still out on.
What is that?
Chocolate. It's filled with like butter chocolate.
Ew.
That's supposed to be like truffle chocolate.
No. Ew. It's worse.
It gets worse.
Not good. Oh, wow.
Another piece of gum.
Peter, does this look promising? Or still? Peter, how's this look?
Yeah, I think this is okay. I'd love to get confirmation from Erin before we do start coring, but I think
Okay.
this is a good place.
Can you check in with her?
Yep.
Just wondering if there's any methane here. Scott's
No, here it's flat.
flat. Okay.
Compared to before, it's flat.
Yep. There's very low methane here.
Okay, that's a good sign.
Okay, let's see if it'll call. And we'd like 3, please.
3, Scott. 3, you can do these if you want. Get them out of the way. Okay. Yeah, should be pretty solid here. I'm gonna go ahead and push the porch out. Okay. Camera.
Yeah.
Just gonna come all the way out with the porch, Scott.
So, Peter, there's 3 here for you.
Yep.
It leaves us 1 if we see some match or
Okay.
something. Okay?
Yep.
Happy with the view? Overhead.
No, I misspoke. There's still 4 after this.
Correct. That's it. Porch. Out camera. That's the porch all the way in. If I see you pushing, I'll tell fighting. Some birds. Fred, your ROV, come to a slow stop there, please.
Coming to a stop.
Forgot how it goes up there.
So here we'll take some so-called background cores with less obvious methane activity, and we're not measuring any methane in the water. And the microbiology team then can compare that with the microbial community over where we were in a very active methane seepage area.
It's my cousin's birthday as well. Nice.
It's Dolly's birthday.
Dolly's birthday too?
Oh my gosh. Happy birthday. Of course. Did you notice the happy birthday banner in the mess?
I didn't have enough to do this.
I am fighting to go down right now.
Yeah, this is the. Why let me fight? Okay, let me go.
Loose.
Yeah, wow.
Just fell over.
Wow.
That's no good.
So it's a hard
Like it
sub-
was before too, it's just.
Hard substrate.
Yeah, there's like something really hard underneath there.
Okay.
Yeah, we can find a different place
Yep.
that's easier to cord.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll shake this one out.
Yes, please. Maybe hold it. We might try again a little bit further along.
Okay.
Okay. Towards that next one.
Hey, on the bridge.
Go ahead.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
That was from Juliana.
No, it wasn't. I didn't get a response.
Yeah, there's a 7-meter
Googling it, I thought of if we would both go to Banter and have it at the same exact time, how much destruction would happen.
Like a ridge right there, you see it? Nice scoop to the left.
Wow.
Yeah, I wonder if it's if we're on some kind of pavement here.
Correct.
If we went, yes, Scott.
Straight ahead here, I'm over your other shoulder, straight ahead of here where that green marker is up there, there's a mound with 7-meter relief. There's where that green is, so we might be moving up towards that right now.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. It's huge. We went over it on the M3.
Okay.
Massive outcrop. It might not be anything seaplate, but it's a huge topographical feature.
All right. Well, we'll go and have a look at it. We'll maybe shelve our
It's that.
coring plans for the moment, and we'll come back for the bubbles if we
If you
go
look
on.
up, it's that big outcrop
Yeah.
to the right. Yeah.
So do we have a mark on that?
We have one over
That is that mark?
That's where we were headed, yeah.
Okay, let's go then.
Should I get them going again then?
It's different.
Yeah, we're gonna take that area.
Hey Eric, we can keep going. That wasn't from Julia, it was from me.
Alright, continue to move, thank you.
Julia, Jesus, that's my niece's name, sorry, Julia.
It's okay. It's tough, right?
No. I forgot the knob.
No. Julia, no. I'll just call you Scott.
Oh, God.
So yesterday, as we came into Isla Mocha, the ship survey system found the bubble plumes, and then this morning we launched Sebastian at 4:30, and the mapping team went to work until about 10 and found some bubble plumes and also a lot of interesting features. So we're heading towards a tall one now, and we'll just see how active it is. We still intend to go back and look at that methane hydrate and get some bubble samples later. So it's a pretty big structure coming up on us now.
I would say this is the target.
Yeah, it's definitely got some activity. There's lots of squat lobsters, tube worms, patches of bacteria. Does not appear to be a carbonate mound. Oh. Could we look at this, please, Dan? Yeah, we're looking at it. There's a stalked yellow crinoid on the right, and we're coming up on an octocoral. Large lithodid king crab there. Sample, Anna?
Yes. Just a piece. Thank you.
You'd like to clip a piece into a
We gotta put that
quiver?
wall, we gotta put that
Oh,
wall
sorry,
right
yeah, the
there.
push core. Yeah.
It's gonna push us right off the wall. Trying to be easy with it too. As soon as it goes, it's gonna go down the wall. Yeah, that's it.
Yep. There's the one next to the graph.
Yeah, that's all that is gonna be gone by the time we get back there. Maybe the turn fast enough.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
Yeah. Cool.
Going for it.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go, you're gonna come across the porch. Yeah. Yep. Oh, there you go. We stayed.